Darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
G? -1?
Ayun na.
We can. We can
4 seconds, 4 seconds.
We can -1.
G.
G? It's fried chicken. It's fried chicken. Zia. No pure. No pure Zia.
Dia, pre. Ay, bulo mo. Okay, sa akin. Dali mo.
Nice. Help me basic.
Yo, pre.
Nice.
Basic, tapos to, in the ball to. Sige, sama-sama na kayo mga tanga. Oh, mga bobo.
Ingat. Ayan. First goal, careful to...
Yeah, may imo ko, pre. End the ball. Tawag lang ako.
Tower lang.
Nice! Ay, nakita nyo. Ay, gitna. Patay.
Take. Alice.
Patay na.
Alice.
Alis, pre.
Dead.
Bobo!
If you want to get it?
Yeah, phobia, sir. Basta, gago! Bobo!
Go top.
Chris, tangat at sa isa.
Buhay natin. Tara.
Abulin niya. Gabi ka.
Gago, go top.
Igon, tara, pre.
Apat dito, pre. Go top.
GG.
Ay, dali.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome to day 6 of the North American Challengers Tournament fall season. So far, we've had some exciting matches and we've had a lot of shocking moments so far in this regular season, but as it all winds down, who is truly going to rank where? So far, today we're going to have ourselves commenting the finest casters in all of North America, the most handsome men you've ever seen, Steph, Wheezy, and Trex Boys. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Last night we got a big roller coaster of emotions, and today we're gonna finish that off. We have a number 4 spot in the playoffs up for grabs, and somebody's taking it.
That's right, and some teams will be sent home today as this is the end of the regular season. It's been an amazing journey. We got to see who's going to make it into the top 4.
We've got our whole tournament format ready to be gone through. Trex, can you take us through it?
Hey, so for anyone that's just joining or has been here and still has no clue what's going on, we went through 3 Swiss rounds this regular season, 8 teams randomly drawn in the beginning, and the winners of each week would go against the winners of the next week. And now we're on week 3. The final floor has been made. As they went through the Swiss rounds, they played 4 games each time, scoring points with each game won. And now we're down to this last week, Wheezy.
And that's right. As Trex mentioned, all of these teams competing for points. The top 4 teams with the highest points will move on forward into the playoffs. So far, 3 teams have already earned that spot. Cloud9, the Bloodthirsty Kings, and Godspeed with tremendous victories this regular season. And the question is, who will claim that remaining spot? Will it be Gosu Night Horde, or will it be Overskilled, with both of them tied at 4 points?
And with the playoffs being shown, you're going to see that we're going to have 3 different breakdowns. We're going to have the best of 5s going throughout the entire thing. And honestly, I'm super excited because, again, today we're going to be finding out who this 4th team that's going to be showing off in the playoffs is going to be. And I'm telling you what, I could not be more ecstatic to find out who it's going to be.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting. We get those best of 5s in the upper. Things get a little bit dicier. Lower bracket, the losers bracket, as some like to call it, it's going to be best of 3s and then the best of 7 grand finals. And that's when everything's really going to, boil down to who the best of the best is here.
And you kind of mentioned it, right? A roller coaster, emotions just all over the place with the regular season, and now going to be jumping into the playoffs. There's no more insurance. There's no more having the affordability to really lose. Teams are just going to be getting knocked out left and right. Yes, there's a lower bracket, but there's only really one more chance to lose before you're officially out of this NACT season.
Trex, could you do me a favor and take us into today's schedule?
Well, today's schedule, we have 2 exciting matches, Excellerate versus Last Minute. We're going to call this one the Last Hurrah. And then we have Gosu Night Horde facing against Overskilled, the hunt for the 4th slot. One of these teams will get it. MPL falls short yet last night, gets 0 points. So one of these 2 teams we're looking at in the second match is going to playoffs.
And it's just been amazing seeing a lot of the new faces this regular season. But like Trex mentioned, the last 2 Raw for the first series is going to be what I'm keeping a close eye on. Who will earn the spot as last place in this regular season, and who will be able to rise to the occasion one step above it?
Speaking of earnings, let's talk about the prize pool for a second. $25,600 with over 1.5 million diamonds to be earned, which I think is absolutely fantastic because this is the only NACT that I'm aware of that has ever been affording the opportunity for people to make diamonds within the qualifying stages. You didn't even have to make it to the NACT top 8 to get something, which I think is absolutely huge. But again, all of the real money is here within this top 8, and seeing who's going to get what is going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting. Whole lot of diamonds, whole lot of money, ticket to M6. Everything's on the line here, and it's getting closer and closer to the end of NACT.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on. You mentioned M6, a ticket to Malaysia, and also to have bragging rights to be the best in North America. All these teams striving to earn that, and we're getting one step closer each and every day as we're about to embark into the playoffs, the final day for the regular season.
I don't know if I hear leprechauns or maybe it's a money bag singing, but Steph, can you take us through the giveaway?
That's right. As you see that amazing code, I'm not going to try and pronounce it. We'll leave that one to Zeke. He's our translator for these type of things. But nonetheless, there are amazing codes. There's an amazing code out there with a bunch of giveaways. All you have to do is scan that QR code. It'll take you in game and then punch that code in for a chance to win this. This is global. Everybody has a chance to get it. First come, first serve though, and there's only 31 available.
Again, you guys are going to have to be fast. 31 available. Vupchigilomix is what the code is pronounced as. That is the official pronunciation. So write that down in your books if you haven't already.
Yeah, it's always exciting to get some free gifts before the big games. Sadly, we don't get to take any part of it, but that's okay. So yeah, speaking of big games, we got a big one right ahead of us. Last Minute versus Excellerate.
I'll tell you what, we did find a little bit of a victory, though, with Zeke's pronunciation, man. You got to love that. But
yes.
Speaking of teams, speaking of lineups, Excellerate, fresh on the board the first team to be showcasing their talent today. You've got Reinforce dominating inside of the XP lane. Baby Zen in the jungle. Duck Luck, the mid lane menace. The Roamer, Exor, and then KX in the gold lane.
Whoop whoop. Did you catch it? Player substitution, Tara for Exor. How do you guys feel about that?
I mean, I'm sad, you know, and Tara has become a fan favorite. For those that maybe don't read the YouTube chats, they love him down there. They're going to be very upset he's not playing today. Some people are considering him the GOAT.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know how to play Tig until I watched Tara, and now he's even got me taking notes. But with the substitution, is it the right decision?
Steph, can you take us into the last minute's lineup?
Of course, you've got Blade in the XP lane, JDZYZ. I should have Zeke doing the pronunciation for these because they're actual real names. There you go. Just Sky in the mid lane, ZMJ, KK as the Roamer, and my hero rocking in the gold lane.
That's my hero.
Yeah, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, and we can't wait to see these two compete. Like we said, fighting it out for the title to not be in last place for the regular season.
So I think it's safe to say that this match isn't just about where they're placing. I think this match is really going to be a fight for bragging rights because both teams did make it into the top 8, and that is bragging rights in its own. But being able to rank above just being in that top 8 section, that's what it all comes down to. Everyone who's ever stepped foot in North America knows that what do Americans love? Pride. They like saying, I'm him, my name is Himothy. Write that down in your notebook. And I think tonight is going to be the night where not only do we find out who is going to be the 4th team featured in the playoffs, but which team is actually going to be in that future part of NACT.
Definitely going to be exciting. You know, and for those of us that don't care that much about Pride, what we also love is watching people fight for Pride. We love sitting on the sidelines and watching these teams duke it out. And that's what's going to happen. And I think, you know, Zeke talked about it a little bit. We've seen a lot of 4-0s. We've seen a lot of 3-1s. But I got a feeling both of these two series could go down the wire tonight.
Yeah, and speaking of down the wire, don't go anywhere. We're going to go on a brief break, but we'll be right back momentarily.
on they ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Niggas facade, get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I gotta show it, she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Tell them to point out who said it, they run it. Bitch, I'm on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that shit for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shorty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Toolie tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. They down on the ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill.
Hey guys, welcome back. Sorry about that little break. My hair started to get messed up, so I had to go behind the scenes and fix it. All my fault. You guys can blame me. Sorry. So I do want to get back on topic though. We've had some exciting games. We talked about it a little bit earlier. We had a bunch of teams going 4-0 earlier in this season, and we are coming down to the wire where we're getting to see a lot more of these much more evened out team fights. So with that being said, Last Minute versus Excellerate. I'm wondering if it's going to be what that BTK and Godspeed match was yesterday. Huge surprise, by the way. I wonder if that's the type of gameplay that we're going to be seeing.
Like to that skill level or to the full 5? What are we saying here? Why is that so funny?
To the full
Zeke?
5.
I'm just asking. All right. I think there's definitely. I mean, a lot's on the line. I think at this point, like I said, this series right here is the last hurrah. To just, be brutally honest, neither of these teams are going to make it to playoffs, right? So why not pull out some stops? Why not enjoy yourselves? And we see lots of teams, like when there's no pressure, that's when they play their best. So we could definitely be surprised. This could definitely go the long haul.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to at least see another bonus round. I mean, you and Private got to see the first bonus round this regular season, so maybe we can get a second one. Also, you guys got the debut, Mobile Zane, yesterday in his series. They pulled out the CU, the brand new hero. First week being able to use it in the NACT regular season in the jungle on top of that. So hopefully today will be full of surprise. I think that's one of the biggest things that I've learned through this NACT is just when you think everything's going to go according to plan, something gets thrown into the mix to shake everything up. And hopefully today we get a little bit of some twists and turns and a little burns in the Land of Dawn.
Speaking of Suyu, awesome animation, brand new character. If you guys haven't taken the opportunity to watch that video to introduce the hero, absolutely do that because it is fantastic. I think I've watched it at least 6 times today. That's just me.
Zeke actually follows like all the lore. He's got a whole playlist on his YouTube channel of just the MLBB character videos. Could you tell us a little about Suyu's lore, Zeke?
Yeah, so pretty much he fought this giant monster demon and was the representation of his entire community. And with that being said, in the intro video, you guys will see it too. He's showcasing all of his different moves, going through his whole thing. All the village, all the kids, everybody's like, wow, sugoi ne, so awesome. And in his mind, he's definitely got like PTSD and is just like fighting demons. Yeah, Steph.
Like all of us.
That was deep, Zeke. I mean, definitely credits to Lord. We had to get back on that. But, Zeke, I think you have something, at least for not just us, but for the audience.
So, predictions. We have to get into it. Who do you guys think is going to win? I want your reasons for why.
I'm going to go with Last Minute. As you can see here, I think, even though Excellerate does have a fellow Florida boy in the midst. They got reinforced in the midst. Same hometown. I still think Last Minute has showed a slightly better showing over these last few weeks. So, yeah, my vote's going with Last Minute.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. They're able to take a win over Overskilled. That was how they're actually able to get one more point than Excellerate. Excellerate yet to really showcase signs of life, at least at the same as what we've seen from last minute. But hopefully today, like I said, will be some of those surprises that we look forward to seeing. But nonetheless, I think it was more of a unanimous decision. Usually I like to try and jump and take a gamble when that happens, when everybody across the board goes for that. It's hard. I don't think it's too far out of the ballpark for Excellerate to earn a victory here. I actually hope they do. I would love for them to at least get one win, even if it's not for the entire 4 games. Just one victory in the book is massive for them. Like that, anything is a victory here. You either get a trophy for being the team that's in last place, which is an achievement, or you find one victory, that's an achievement there, or you win the entire series and you're not in last place. So there's 3 positive ways that they can come out of this.
So Tara traded out with Exor. I'm wondering if that's going to change up how this match plays out. But let's not waste any time. Let's get into the draft, boys. Let's do this.
All right, jumping into the first draft of the last day of NACT regular season. It's last minute on the Boo side. First pick, Excellerate on the red side, Wheezy. And, you know, we're jumping right in the very beginning. Sometimes the bands have already gotten moving. This time team's taking it slow, you know, so Ruby's going to be first ban.
Yeah, Ruby is going to be taken off the board. We know the crowd control could be a problem. Also able to flex the Ruby into multiple different roles is a kind of that triple threat. But yeah, just talking about both these 2 teams, like we said, this is going to be the last time we see both of these teams, as they will not be moving on into the playoffs. So if we take a look at their journey, at least for the side of last minute, we got to see them go up against Godspeed, Overskilled. They're actually able to find their only victory this entire series against Overskilled. Lost 3-1, but hey, they found some sort of pulse right there beating. But on the other side for Excellerate, they didn't have as easy as a journey. We got to see them go up against Cloud9. They shut them down 4-0, and then Gosu Night Horde right behind them. So this is their final shot to get a point on the board. At least 1 point is what we're looking forward to seeing today.
Yeah, I think they need to get at least a win in the season. You know, we've seen there's like we say all the time, there's always a team, you know, there's 8 spots, there's always a team that's going to come last, but normally there's always you know, that team pulls off a few wins here and there. Excellerate has had a rough time at it. They definitely the meta right now can favor someone to try some things. It can favor, you know, there's a very wide, deep way to do this, but there's still a correct way to go at it. So I think Excellerate needs to come into this prepared. Hopefully, you know, the morale isn't at an all-time low. You know, hopefully they're happy to be here, they're ready to play, and they can bring some smoke to last minute here. The fact that they're not just like throwing random bans out makes me think that they are at least taking this draft kind of seriously. And we even saw from before from like teams like Last Minute Excellerate, the drafts weren't always bad. It just came down to some of the execution across the map in game. So I'm excited to see how they're able to bring it. Chip gone, Hylos gone. Still a few things open. And with the Alice being gone, you know, Alice is a decent topic. It's a hero that we've seen get banned by some teams a whole lot sometimes, and then sometimes we don't see it get picked up or banned. Gold lane at a super interesting spot right now.
And that's what I love about this meta, right? There's just so much versatility. There's so many options you can kind of go around with to create a pretty solid composition. Now, what does stand out that's different about this Excellerate, it's the first time for us at least seeing, is Exor. How's he going to step into those shoes that Tara left behind? Can he fit them? Hopefully his feet are too big and he has to get some new shoes to overstep last minute and earn that first point on the board. But that is a big position to fill, right? You're not just like taking a side laner, you're taking a roamer. So you're going to be everywhere on the map. You're going to be impactful, and I hope to see it. If we kind of go back to what we saw from Tara, right? He was running on that Tigreal, had a very rough time looking for those implosion plays and getting the setups the team needed. And then even the week before that, for their debut against Cloud9, we got to see him pull out the Carmilla 3 times in a row, just not able to find the looks that he was hoping for. So with Exor on the table, this could be a secret weapon. I wonder, I mean, honestly, I could have possibly changed my vote just because it's an unknown factor, right? It's the X factor. It's the Excellerate factor that may work in their favor.
Very true. He might not be putting on new shoes. He might be putting on boots. You know, this man might be ready to stomp on last minute here. But we are in the first pick. Arlott open, Edith open. Both popular picks right now up front. Something flexible, something that you can move around with the Ruby gone. I do think we also still have Ling. I mean, all the assassins on the table. Normally, at least the Ling or the Hayabusa are sometimes taken off. So it's a pretty open draft, at least for certain picks. And there goes the Ling pick for JDZ.
Yeah, the Julian is definitely on the table as well. You know who else is up there that we seen a lot yesterday was the Gattakochka. He can definitely be picked up here, put in the roam position, and be very strong. We saw a lot of Khalids picked up too, man. So I'm definitely getting hyped with all the new heroes stepping into the scene. But there goes the Assassins, like you mentioned. Ling picked up first on the board. We know he's just very dominant when it comes to split pushing and creating the difference across the map. Using the Finch Poise, having the vulnerability to be able to get those retributions off when you know the team's not even there by your side is definitely going to be crucial for last minute. But on the other side, looks like they are going to be going in for, I believe that's Aurora, so they are going to go for some slow, for some crowd control, probably stop him in his tracks if he's not careful. So there's a little bit of CC on their side. There goes that Edith that we mentioned, definitely strong. Flex in the XP lane, also in the roam position, and it's been proven to work. Right now, I can't really say which way it's going to go. I feel like it could do either. And that's the beautiful thing about this new meta is you can kind of flex these heroes into multiple different roles and still find a super strong composition. But so far for last minute, we're seeing damage. Maybe throw in their roamer early here, you know, possibly go that Gattakochka that we talked about, being so strong and creating such a problem for a lot of players, at least in yesterday's matches.
Yeah, got it. Gatad has definitely he's rising, and at first last week we saw him get picked up by Shark. Me and you casted that game, and he was kind of underwhelming. And then we see him yesterday with Shark and already playing much better. We've seen not Mark Cutie, but Cole World pick him up a few times, has been much better. And there's your Khalid and your Gatat. The man's on fire on the guesses right now. So overall for last minute, very solid draft. You know, the Aurora and Duck Luck, and I want to talk about Duck Luck for a second just because she didn't play last week. I think she got subbed out last week. And she's the only female player right now in NACT, and there's also some shoes to fill there for her, right? Because normally it's like Nicolette, it's Ashley, we got Sayori last season entering in too, and this time the only female player right now in top 8 NACT is Duck Luck, and those are definitely some big shoes to fill. So I'm hoping that we see something from her today. I'm hoping we see maybe some really good plays. Kai X also throwing into the Claude, so I mean, on both sides, nothing too crazy. They're keeping it simple. We thought we might go a little out of the box, but I feel like right now from what we're looking at, it is very straightforward.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like it, right? I think both sides have some answers. It's just going to kind of boil down to execution. And execution, at least from what I seen last minute, was a little bit better, right? I mean, with Tara in the previous matches, he just couldn't really find the tank mage synergy they were looking for to be able to get online, him and Duck Luck. But with a new player trading in for Tara, I wonder how Exor is going to fill into that, right? We see the Edith. We know it can have some great setups. It can use that Primal Wrath for some additional damage as well. But is it enough, right? I mean, I guess you have Knock-Up to go up against the Khalid if you do put it in the XP lane, if you use that Quicksand to keep himself alive. But I don't know. It's gonna be a battle that they're going to have to tell, right? But something we have yet to see for the side of last minute is what are they going to put up against this Claude? You know, Claude is highly mobile. And when you have a dive composition like a Gatat, or as Zeke would say, a Gattakochka. Sorry, I'm speaking Zeke's his lore is rubbing off on me. But as you see, the Khalid, all of these heroes can dive, even the Ling, right? All of them can dive into that side laner to try and take down that marksman. And Claude is one of the best heroes to be able to escape and play for the survivability. And I think that is an excellent read from Excellerate. Now, on the side of last minute, though, they got to watch out for possibly dive as well. Maybe if the Edith is going to be put into that roam position, or they go something else entirely, time will tell. Maybe going something like the Natan wouldn't be the worst thing to play for survivability with the entropy.
Yeah, Natan could definitely be a possibility. We've also seen a lot in current meta of, you know, double fighter off lanes, things like that. The Ruby is gone, so maybe not the best for gold. Nothing too tanky on the side of Excellerate, so I don't think they're going to pick up anything like the Lunox or something of that nature. But there's plenty of options, right, when it comes down to gold lane. The Moskov's gone, but, I mean, we've seen things like the Beatrix get picked up. The Natan definitely, for me, the Natan is still in a really iffy place. I feel like it is very late game. And last minute with the composition they have now, I feel like they want to kind of get aggressive. They want to hit a really decent mid-game spike. I'm waiting for that last ban. I think they just continue to go into the jungle. There goes the Nolan band. So on the side of Excellerate, they still need a jungler. Julian's open. Alpha's open, definitely a solid option. They also still possibly need an EXP laner, and with the Arlot on the field, I think it goes great against the Lance. A lot of threat there, also a good CC to help deal with the Khalid. So I think either of those could be decent options for the side of Excellerate here.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of jungles, and we got to see which kind of route they decide to go with that. You know, Suyu is technically still available too, and with the debut, we got to see Zane dominate on it yesterday with an amazing performance. Maybe we see it again. Like we mentioned, this NACT has been full of surprises, and it's definitely something that can shake up the scene. Even though he doesn't have a true traditional ultimate, he gets online super early and has a massive amount of combos to really affect the team and shake them up. Speaking of shaking things up, though, Tarizla slotted in for Excellerate, which is going to confirm most likely Tarizla putting the XP lane and Edith in the roam position. The Tarizla, I guess it's okay, right? I mean, you have a little bit of that knockup with the penalty zone, possibly rush in, stop the Khalid from the quicksand, but then you're going to have to kind of force out your ultimate. But at least he can kind of sustain himself for a little bit, right? He's invulnerable to CC when he uses the execution strike, and they did need a little bit more crowd control in their department, but it's going to require him to get up close and personal, and there it goes! Debut, day number 2, Suyu in the building.
I like it. I like it. And then also the Sicilian pick for nice back line. So heavy dive comp from last minute. Very aggressive comp. And then you have the Sicilian for a little bit of late game insurance. The only thing about the Sicilian is if everyone dives in, Sicilian is kind of all by himself. And I think at this point, Excellerate needs to be able to think about it. I think they need a quick moving jungler, someone that can kind of dive to that back line. They go for the alpha instead, which, don't get me wrong, there is some dive there. Plenty of true damage to deal with the tankiness of the Gatot, to maybe a little bit more CC of what you kind of wanted, a little bit more crowd control to help deal with the Khalid. And then the Suyu is just kind of a wild card here. So we still don't know exactly how it's going to play out, but I'm waiting for the swap over. So wait, is this going to be a gold laner Suyu? Mahiro on the Suyu here?
You know, it has to be. I mean, yeah. Yeah, because this is a first. Okay. Like I said, shaking things up in the land of Dawn, and last minute, yet to disappoint.
Yeah, last minute, literally whole draft looking good, and at the last minute they throw in the wild card Suyu gold lane pick. So excited to see exactly how it plays out. Accelerate's draft, definitely, I mean, still very clean. A lot more basic, which isn't a bad thing. I don't mean basic in a bad way. I just mean a lot more straightforward. Everyone has their spot. Everyone is where they need to be, what lane they're supposed to be in. No real wild cards. But let's jump in to the first game on the last day of NACT regular season. This is Excellerate going up against Last Minute.
That's right. The battle for who will sit in last place. Can Excellerate earn their first point on the board, or will Last Minute be able to dominate this series? We've seen the debut gold lane for Suyu. We got to see him in the jungle with Mopazane yesterday, but who would have thought he could have played in the gold lane? We have to see if it's effective. He is going to be going up against KLX on this Claude, though. Claude, who's definitely mobile, can close the distance. It's not going to be the easiest hero to fight on the 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, I mean, some people are starting to debate, like Claude's had this big upswing, and there's a lot of players out there, a lot of, chat coaches that will debate that Khalid's one of the best CXP laners, maybe even passing the Arlot right now. I think I'm still a big fan of the Arlot, but Khalid has definitely taken main stage overall and can be a huge difference. So just having that in place is a big move for Last Minute.
Yeah, definitely a big move. And speaking of big things to come, bot side, first blood by JD onto the hands of Last Minute to get a little bit of a head start.
Yeah, JD's is already getting a nice kill up and early. And then Mahiro getting the kill on the KLX as well. You're wondering how the Suyu was going to go? Well, right now it's going pretty well, Weezy.
That's huge, too. Taking down the Claude, he's a late-game damage dealer. It's taking time bomb, but if you shut him down early, it's going to take even longer for him to get online and deal those hits the team's going to be relying on. Same thing with Sky, though, running on this Sicilian, right? We know how heavy Sicilian can be with those stacks.
Most definitely. Now, first turtle going to be up. A little bit of action on the boss side. Excited to see how Sky kind of works out in this, but it looks like they're going to be zoning back Duck Luck. Reinforce also down here, and that's going to give him a decent position over this first turtle. Baby Zen, though, ready to fight for it. JD's is with the Finch poise, ready to make the strike at any time. Nice knockup, goes on to Blade. In comes ZMK, taking a little bit of damage, brought down about 20%. The Alpha Spear comes in with the Sandstorm, gets the stun, and Blade collects Exor, collects Baby Zen, all for the price of ZMJK. Reinforced balls as well. It's a 3-for-1 Duck Luck on the run. able to get the passive, able to come back to life and keep herself alive. But this will be a turtle and 3 kills over the side of last minute.
And now we're starting to see just why Khalid is becoming one of the strongest XP laners this entire regular season. Able to get 2 kills right there. Just a great start for last minute. Now leading the way 5-1 on the scoreboard. Even able to take that turtle. Now up by 2,000 gold. And that is massive. And the later this game goes, they still have insurance, right? Sky on the Sicilian. Yet to find a death, but able to find a kill. Quickly trying to get those stacks and be the heavy hitter that shuts down Excellerate. Now, Excellerate, they need to find a way to punch back, though, right? They cannot lose all of these opportunities without finding a trade.
Yeah, I'm excited to see, too, how Blade builds onto this Khalid. Wait a second. Big Alpha Spear does come on to ZMJ. ZMJ taking down Duckluck, able to put the kill into her pocket. KLX able to go back. I mean, overall, Excellerate find a nice pick off there. Blade and Reinforce still going out on the boss side. And Blade, a whole level up, almost more right now. We're creeping up onto a solid level up. Taking a look at the items, though, Weezy.
Yeah, as we are looking at the items so far, we are looking at a little bit of a slow push for KLX since he did fall, right? He's trying to get some of these core items to deal massive attack speed, and with him finding that first death, it's going to take a little bit for him to get online. But Sky, though, having these stacks is going to be something to lean on. You are going to see him pick up the Clock of Destiny as well to kind of help that Thunder Belt, though, on this Khalid, who's already working toward being such a heavy threat. Blade, 2-0-2, highest kills in the game. You got to find an answer for him, right? If you allow him to free range, free roam, and get these kills, he's going to help scale in the early game.
Ooh, Duckluck in trouble, though, able to just get away, but no, ZMK follows him down, gets the kill. Baby Zen now a little bit of trouble as well, but KLX comes in with a blazing duet, able to zone away ZMK and Sky. The onward, the Earth Shatter, locks onto ZMJ, but now Blade getting involved. Brings out the Raging Sandstorm and takes out Exor, bringing him to 3-0-2, and that is a Khalid you don't want to mess with. The stacks are going to start building up on that Thunder Belt, and I got a feeling Blade's going to go into some damage after this. A beautiful hybrid build, and that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, definitely going to be a problem that Excellerate needs an answer for. I mean, he's already sitting with 3 kills. Reinforce. He's not able to keep up with the rotations and the early game pressure that Blade is providing. Reinforce has already fallen twice so far within the past 5 minutes.
A lot of damage on Exor. Exor tries to onward away, but still goes down. JDZ now going to move on to the turtle. I don't even think Reinforce, like, don't even mess with this, man. You're alone. Go back to your lane, clear things up, get some gold, because this turtle is not yours.
Yeah, not able to take yet another turtle on their side, which will be 2 turtles for last minute. Now at the 5-minute mark, looking like a possible answer on the way, though. Mahiro is going to find a turret, but they will lose one on the top side as KLX shuts it down.
Ooh, Raging Sandstorm flicker to the sidestep. Baby Zen locked in, but wait a second. Baby Zen able to get some final shots and last minute push back. A lot of damage coming out from Duckluck, a lot of damage coming out from KLX. So we're seeing some moments of hope in some of these fights. It's not a complete steamroll yet. Excellerate, take that tower in the top, but last minute open up that mid-tier 3, and that's going to give so much space to last minute.
Yeah, it's going to allow them to invade more comfortably inside of the jungle for Excellerate.
A little bit of damage on Exor, though. Tries to get the Earth Shatter, brings out the Primal Wrath. Gets a couple free shots in, but the Bat's Feast is out and unlocks in. Sky gets the kill, and now KLX on the run with the PMI, locked up by the Sanguine Claws and taken out by ZMJ. Add a tower along with it, and last minute are on a roll.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what happens when you take that tier 3 turret in the mid lane, right? It forces Excellerate to push back in their jungle. I mean, right there was nobody to really help out KLX on the top side, just overpressured by sheer numbers and willpower from the side of last minute. Now climbing 10-2 on the scoreboard. Berserker's Fury and Hawk's Claws now picked up by JD. Not only having the crit, but the sustainability to be able to rotate around this map. He's already mobile. He's going to be a threat. Now leading the way, 2 kills on the board. Blade has 3, still highest in the game on this Khalid, picking up the Radiant Armor as well. Possibly worried about Duckluck on this Aurora.
I mean, at this point, last minute is just on this, you know, upward curve where the upward spike is just going to become more and more and more, especially since they have Sky in the back line. The damage spike is just going to get worse and worse. Mahiro to take a tower, the engage, locks in. The Raging Sandsword connects and reinforce, goes down. Baby Zen forced to use the spear just to get away. Mahiro poking Blade, looking for an angle to backside, and in comes the AOG, locks on. The Frigid Glacier comes out, but it's not enough, and 3 members fall. Exor is the last one to drop. JDZ bringing out the toss to the towers, gonna go down next.
Yeah, but a trade on the top side. KLX finding a little moment of breathing room and an opportunity to open up the map for Excellerate. They're going to trade a tower for a tower, but the kills is what they're really having a very hard time on. 13-2 for last minute, and now the 1v1.
Yeah, KLX ain't surviving that 1v1. JDZ just too far ahead, 3-0 and 5. As you saw, I mean, Berserker's Fury, Haas Claws, picks up a little bit of magic defense there. Actually sells it. For a second, he picked up the hood there for a second, but now we're going to go right into Malefic Roar.
Yeah, Swift Crossbow and the Demon Hunter Sword picked up over there by KLX. He's having a very rough game. At least he's split pushing though, right? He's focusing on the objectives. Even though he knows he's not going to hit that late game power spike as early as he wants to, he can still be effective by clearing these turrets and kind of keeping an eye on where Last Minute is on the map. Last Minute though, doing a great job at rotating for game number 1. You can tell the synergy is there and it is growing every single game. Kind of what we've seen in their last series that we got to see them fight it out on. Now it's showcasing that they're scaling through the regular season for their final series. Now going to be able to take this Lord, which should help them push even further, take some of the tier 2 turrets standing for Excellerate. Excellerate now forced to kind of play on the defensive, right? They have to wait for a mistake to happen. They can't be overly aggressive. I mean, it's already a massive gap in the economy. They're down by almost 8,000 gold. They just gotta be patient, wait, try and catch Sky out of position.
Ooh, Exor goes in, gets caught. Gonna be able to just disengage. I mean, you're right, they just need to kind of be patient, hang out. They do have play potential, but KLX keeps on getting caught by JDZ. I get the idea, right? Play the macro, try to play the long lane. But at this point, especially when there's a Ling on the enemy field that can move around the whole map very quickly, I don't think that's the play to make.
Yeah, see, that works when you don't have a highly mobile hero on the opposing side who can cut that distance in a matter of seconds. And that's what JD's doing. He's kind of just feeding into JD to make him even stronger as he's now 4 kills in. He just passed Blade.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna look like a problem. Baby Zen keeps on having to use that ult just to get away. The penalty zone comes out, but Reinforce pays for it. More damage coming on to Kale, coming on to Baby, coming on to Duck. And Exor is forced to retreat, give up the tower, give him everything just for your life.
And now standing with only the inhibitors, trying to hold off Last Minute from pushing into their base. Going to be their hardest fight so far this entire round. And it's just been very one-sided. We haven't really got to see Excellerate come online, and they need KLX to be able to hit hard, to be able to push back Last Minute. With him falling 4 times already, yet to find a kill, it's going to take a little bit for him to get online. We're only at the 10-minute mark, and now the battle for the inhibitor on the way.
And I mean, Last Minute just kind of taking it slow. They got some nice poke on. They have a huge lead that they can kind of be a bit more aggressive. They don't completely have to freeze lanes immediately, but at this point they will wait for this turtle to come up. But let's look at some of these items.
Well, what's interesting is Su Yu. He's up. Look how much gold he has over KLX, right? I mean, I guess they did take a lot more turrets and majority of these objectives, but he's just scaling so much better. He picked up the Hunter Strike. He's going to have that mobility, also some physical pin. Has the War Axe with some additional pin to be able to sustain himself even longer in the fight, and then goes for more physical penetration with the Malefic Roar. The man's going to hit like a truck, and I'm excited to kind of see how he is in these team fights. But Blade!
All right, Baby Zen, gonna be okay, gonna survive. You know, Su Yu, you mentioned Su Yu. 107. We've seen some changes happen to the gold lane in terms of things like Alice, Rubies. We've seen some fighters down there. Could this be a possible position? He is a heavy hitter. He's got this fighter assassin play style. So in a place that he can collect gold, is this maybe a possibility we see him in the future here?
Yeah, we'll have to see how effective he is with that gold in the team fights. But something else I'm kind of watching is Exor, right? He replaced Tara in the roam position and has yet to really have an impact for the team. I mean, he's 0-5-2 on this Edith. We know they prioritize the Edith first in the draft, and it just really hasn't been working in his favor. He's not really able to find that opportunity, especially with Sky on the opposite side of the table, able to fight from afar and get them stacks to deal massive damage. It's just been a pretty smooth game for him. Nobody's been able to find a way into the backline to shut him down. They don't even have a traditional marksman, like you said, running the Suyu, the debut Suyu for the gold lane, and he's yet to even fall. And he's not even a long-range hero. He's up close and personal. And Excelerate's still not able to close that distance. But look at Blade. Look at the confidence for game number 1.
Yeah, Blade is not worried, man. I don't think there's anything that Excellerate can do to take out Blade right now. And if they fall for the bait, they get a face full of Raging Sandstorm. They get a face full Avatar Guardian. And then JD and Sky just come in to clean things up. Excellerate doesn't really have an answer. I think at this point they need to hang back, wait for last minute to come into the bottleneck and look for that big onward Earth Shatter, paired up with the Frigid Glacier, paired up with everything else away. JDC coming in. AOG comes into the backside, gets a nice knock up on the Duck Luck. A lot of damage, lands on an Exor. Out comes the Frigid Glacier, does get the freeze on the Blade. ZMJ though, doesn't care, keeps moving forward, takes out Baby Zen. Exor down as well, and the Lord locks onto the base as Sky brings in a siege from the back end. More damage on a Duck Luck. KLX got to go back to heal, but another wave now coming down the mid as JDC comes off the Finch Poise. Mahiro into the backside, looking for some damage on a Reinforce, but takes some himself, forced to flicker away. Accelerate, trying to defend. A penalty zone does connect on a JDZ, but all they got to do is lock onto the tower. They don't have the minions to do it, so they're taking tower shots to the face. Duck Luck, passive, comes out, just survives, but Blade gets the monster kill and seals the deal with game 1.
Seals the deal last minute. Able to find yet another victory, trying to get their first 4 on the board. Definitely a good start for today's first series up against Excellerate. I mean, over the entire game, I didn't see really any mistakes. They were on point. The synergy was great. They focused on what they drafted, right? Sky playing in the backline, not stepping out of position, not being overly aggressive. 3-0-14. Blade is what really shined to me, though. You mentioned the Khalid and how effective it could be. One of the strongest XP laners in this NACT. And the closer we get to playoffs, the more and more we're starting to see a little bit of a pattern where the team that picks the Khalid is starting to win more than the team who does not. And maybe that's something that Excellerate can kind of sniff out and use for their advantage. But right now, last minute is going to be in the lead for this series. Keep in mind, both of these teams fighting it out for the battle for last place. And last minute now has 2 points on the board compared to 0 for Excellerate overall this entire season, but their first point for this series.
Yeah, I mean, so pretty much Excellerate, they don't want to come down to the bottom of the bracket. They need to win the next 3 games here, right? They need to come out on top in this series. And like you said, even if they don't do that, I think it's important for them to at least, you know, to put up a fight, man. I don't want to see last minute just clobber them, you know? Accelerate's got to come in. And I think, yes, there was some draft issues. I think though the Charizla might be a comfort pick for Reinforce, something, you know, it's still a viable pick, but against something like the Khalid, you got to get a bit more meta. The R-Lot was open. I think it's something that should have gotten picked up. They could have even maybe swapped the Edith over to the EXP lane, something a bit more viable that can maybe hang its own, especially you saw early game, Blade was all over the place. You have the passive. It's a very fast moving EXP laner that can rotate very early on, and something as immobile as the Charizla might not be the best answer to it.
Yeah, and you just got to find a trade in the draft, right? I mean, when you're letting 3 high-value targets go into the enemy side, you got to have 3 answers of yourself that you traded these heroes for. JD got to pick up the Ling. We got to see Blade pick up the Khalid. And then we also got to see the Katat picked up by ZMJ. Now, it's too early for me to really tell for the Suyu, so I'm not going to count that one just yet. I mean, maybe as we get into the playoffs, we can get a little bit better of a evaluation of how effective it is. But 3 for sure got traded, and all they really got out of that, I would say, was maybe the Edith. I wouldn't even say the Alpha was really worth the trade. So I think maybe now they're going to have a priority in this draft. Maybe they do things a little bit differently, right? Maybe they get the Assassin. Maybe they take up the Katat. Maybe they pick up the Khalid. Any one of those heroes would have been great here, especially when you're going up against a hero like Sky, right? You need somebody to close the distance on that Sicilian. Yeah, he wasn't really like up close and personal, but he was hitting hard with those Bats impacts, and nobody was really there to punish him. And then KLX, the split pushing on the Claude. You see a lot of marksmen try and do this, specifically even Basic, who kind of shines with that play style. But when you're going up against a highly mobile assassin, it just makes it very easy for him to pick you off.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, I think it wasn't just a matter of a skill gap here. There was also some draft gapping. I think overall last minute just kind of had control from start to finish. But Excellerate, you know, we still see some moments. They still have an idea of how the game should be played. KLX goes for some of that split pushing. It always seems like at least one of the players has a plan in mind. I think everyone just needs to, you know, pull it together. And especially when it comes down to laning phase, they can't let that snowball get ahead of them. And whether that means, you know, picking a tankier mid laner, picking a tankier lineup, a little bit more crowd control, something that can kind of slow down the opponents from just pushing in on you so much, there has to be an answer somewhere if they want to be able to take a game.
I say they shoot for something that works in the early game, right? I feel like if they can over pressure last minute in the early phase, I wouldn't even say last minute is a strong early game team. I feel like if you can find a composition that just dominates, that can be super aggressive in the early phase and get them uncomfortable, you can ride on that uncomfortability and win the series. So hopefully going into game number 2, that could be possibly their game plan. I mean, Tig was even available, even though you got to see Tara not have the best Tig.
Yeah, without Tara, they can't pick Tig.
Yeah, maybe so. Or maybe they live up to Tara's legacy and pay him homage by picking up the Tig. It'd be an even better story for them on their way out for the regular season. But they need pressure in the early game, right? We saw too many objectives fall into last minute's hands, but no trade-offs. Most of the time, it was like 5 kills before they even found one. And then maybe a turret here and there they traded for, but it just wasn't equalizing on majority of these objectives. So now jumping into the second draft, our second game between 2 of America's top 8 teams, Excellerate needs some answers. They got to go back to the drawing board, and they need to find them fast. They're running out of opportunities. It's their last matches for the entire NACT.
I mean, they do have blue side, right? They do have first pick. Though I will say, after some of yesterday's games, we saw red side do really well. We saw the ability to answer back with 2 picks immediately was extremely powerful for a lot of teams, but it could be different for some. Excellerate having first pick, you can go for something big. You also have a bit more ability in the draft to target ban, I feel like, and we're already seeing that come through with the Khalid ban. So yeah, I think that's going to be important. I think off lanes are going to be extremely important because if last minute gets something very mobile in the jungle, what was the first kill we saw? It was on to Reinforce. So Reinforce needs to tighten up, maybe play a little bit safer. Don't push too hard. Try to keep the waves either onto your side or in the dead middle. And just essentially in EXP lane, it's not super easy to get starved out, right? You can normally always get your minions. You can normally always, you know, get your gold. So I think Reinforce just needs to play a slower play game, kind of like what we saw from Godspeed yesterday against BTK. They played the beginning of those games very slow paced. They weren't looking for picks, but they also weren't losing picks. But back to draft. Excellerate, also another target ban. Take out the lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, no assassins have been taken off the board. But I'm right there with you, right? Match the pace or do it a little bit better. But just don't let it be a full domination in the early phase because it's very hard to come back from that, especially if you have a late game marksman who's already falling not once, not twice, but 3 times in the first 5 minutes of the game. It's going to take even longer for that marksman to be able to deal that damage that they're leaning in on. Now, some other options still on the board. The Phoveus is still available. Could be a great first pick for Excellerate if they do want to pick that up. And oh, never mind. Last minute's going to go ahead and take that away. Arlot, though. Okay, let's see if they get the Arlot. I still feel like that would be an excellent pickup. Gatat still
Arlot,
be good here.
Edith, Gatat, Valentina. There's plenty of great picks. Plenty of amazing picks they could pick up. I think the Arlot, Gatat are definitely solid up front. You leave yourself a little bit of flexibility. You take away something powerful from last minute. Because the thing is last minute's going to get 2 picks after this. So they're going to get 2 powerhouses. And with, you know, the Ling and the Khalid not out there, it's going to fall onto one of those other maybe off laners, something of that nature.
The Bane, still a good pickup too. Could run that into the jungle.
Ooh,
there goes
we
the
completely
Alice,
forgot about...
We talked about the Alice actually today and just talked about how effective it could be. And I feel like this is a good start, right? But where do they go from here? They still need to have a solid composition, especially in the early game. So I wonder, with last minute, this creates a lot of opportunity for them. They still can run the Arlot. They can run the Gatat. There's just so many options on the table for Prio. And like you mentioned, we've seen with the previous day, we got to see Red Side have a little bit more of a bonus when it came to who had the upper edge in these matches. And that's why, right? You trade 1 pick for 2 prio picks, and there goes the Edith. The Edith wasn't game number 1, but it was on the side of Excellerate with the newbie, or I would say the new addition, Exor, in the roam position, and it just really wasn't effective. Can last minute pull it off?
Yeah, I think give Exor something, you know, something more group CC based, maybe something like a Grok or something, where you're not just targeting down one member, where you have a higher chance to hit somebody when you use that ult. You know, you just got better odds at finding at least one person when you have a skill that hits multiple people. I think that's a great spot for Exor. Plus, ooh, nice Hayabusa though picked up for Baby Zen. And you know, honestly, if I had to pick like 2 people that I think have the biggest potential to really like make a moment happen on Excellerate, for me it's either Kayaks or Baby Zen. Yes, Baby Zen has had some rough plays, but has also had some decent plays, and Kayaks as well, maybe not always with the team, but has been able to at least make some plays happen over the past few weeks. So I think that's a good option. They pick up the Yuzong, which hasn't been like the most popular XP lane pick, but we have seen Yureshi pick it up a few times and done well with it. We've seen some XP laners at least make it work.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Yuzong is kind of like a safe card, right? It's not really like the most effective, but it also is not the worst option. And it's definitely a comfort pick. And I feel like it's great on trying to chase down the backlines. And right with this situation, you have an assassin who's not very mobile, so you could possibly get to him. But it's going to be a problem when you pick him up so early, especially when you got, there you go, a little bit of a counter to him, right? The Lunox, you can use the Brilliance, can kind of go under the ground, especially when you drop down and expect to hit that Petrify. They're going to have a little bit more time to create that distance, to not make it easy for a Yuzong to chase those backlines. And they have yet to really pick their marksman. Maybe this still could be a Lunox, I guess,
think
technically
Lunox,
in the gold lane.
Yeah, I think Lunox gold lane for sure.
Which means Mage can still be evasive. They could pick anything that can fight from afar and expand that distance away from this Yuzong, or something with crowd control. Maybe a Vexana, who is yet to be banned off the board as well.
Yeah, they are getting into the zone of like pretty heavy magic damage on the side of the last minute, but still I think they're comfortable with it. And whether they put Lunox in mid or gold, it's going to be a nice counter to the Yuzong, and also a decent counter to the Alice, man. You're going to be able to shred any tanky heroes that Excellerate wants to bring now. And the great thing about the Lunox too is though it has an amazing late game, it also has a pretty decent early game. Like Lunox is just kind of a slept on hero that's become really popular again, but has always kind of had this spot where she can be viable depending on the situation. So now coming into the second ban phase, Carry going to get banned out from the side of the last minute. I'm surprised they're banning into the gold lane, but maybe just in case this Alice goes somewhere else. But I got a feeling the Alice will be gold lane.
Yeah, the carry is a little interesting to me, especially because I feel like they would want a marksman that's not highly mobile, that they can close that distance on, at least with what I'm seeing from the composition. But maybe they're just worried about the speedy light wheels and the burst potential, the tank shredder that Carry can be, especially when you have an Edith who's going to be trying to get up close and personal. We don't even know if this is Edith in the roam position. This could still be an Edith in the XP lane,
yeah,
and they still can slot pretty much anything they want. The Katat could still be picked up
and
put into the roam position. And that's just some beautiful three-dimensional drafting from the side at last minute. But for Excellerate, they have a lot of mobility. They have a lot of ways to get to a backline. You have a Yuzong with the Black Dragon. You have a Quad Shadow from the Hayabusa. And then you have the Blood Ode from this Alice to be able to get to the backline at a moment's notice. A lot of mobility to get to these objectives as well. But they're lacking in the crowd control department more than I would like, right? I mean, Yuzong is forced to be in the fight and take all of these hits, which is going to quickly burst him down, especially when you want him to initiate and get to those backlines. And there's already a lot of burst potential for a hero that rushes up and gets up close and personal with that Lunox over there by Mahiro, and also the Edith with the Primal Wrath. So maybe picking up that Radiant Armor, it should be something he kind of focuses in on super early. You mentioned already 3 heroes on their side with pure magic damage.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point, Excellerate needs some, like I said before, I think they need some group CC. It's going to be really hard to find this Lunox, right? You have, the Brilliance is going to be, I mean, counters so much that Excellerate already has. The Uji Shadow Kill, the Yuzong, all of it. Lunox is just going to be the answer to a lot of that. Last minute, on the other hand, they just need to kind of round out their draft. And like you said, the Edith can be an EXP if they will still want to, They take up the Grok. So now, Exor doesn't even have that option, which I think it would have been a great option for him. But the Grok is going to be solid. It's going to go great against another Nullifier, has a passive that can stop him from getting crowd controlled. Another person that can slow down this Alice just enough to let the team burst her down. So yeah, I think last minute drafting wonderfully. They bring in the Vexana for Duck Luck, something to kind of stop the dive that maybe last minute wants to bring, but hold on a second. We got a Panda.
We do. You know, the last time we seen an Akai, dare I say
Dane
it,
was
I don't
playing
know.
it.
Was it Zane?
No,
I don't
know.
say it.
I'm just kidding. Last minute. Maybe last on ACT or something.
Oh, man. Hey, I was right there on the same wavelength, though. Yeah, we haven't really seen the Akai slotted. Actually, this is a debut Akai for this NACT fall season. Full of surprises. I mean, the heavy spin possibly could be a plan to pin somebody on the wall, but it's the same thing we kind of talked about, right? You have to close that distance and pin somebody on the wall, and the Lunox is going to be able to get away from that with the Brilliance. So it's not going to be the easiest thing to do. Not to mention bursting down an Akai is very easy to do when you have a Lunox and you have an Edith. So it's going to take a lot of synergy. They're going again with more magic, though. We were asking the question, is this going to be a Lunox gold lane? Is this going to be a Lunox mid lane? This is a Nana, which most likely should be in the mid. Should be. So I'm expecting this
Gold
to
lane
be,
Nana, Marksman Nana. I'm calling it now. Marksman Nana.
You never know.
You never know. It's true. It's very, very true. So we get this Akai. So one thing that the Akai will supply here is good disengage. A good hero that once he hits level 4 will be able to help stop the dives that last minute has been bringing all last game, and probably this game as well. How well is the Akai gonna help out with the way that Excellerate maybe wants to fight? I don't know, but if Excellerate wants to take this at more angled fights and the goal is to split last minute up, which really the composition they have, they can do that. They have a Hayabusa who wants to single target people down, wants to make sure that shadow kill is on one member of the opponent. So the Akai can definitely help for that. Same thing with the Yuzong. If he can find 1 or 2 members, you know, and really just zone in on them, it's helpful. Alice as well. Excellerate could try to take these as more as one-off skirmishes and maybe flourish in it.
Yeah, but I want to see how it kind of plays up against this Nana, right? A hero that we don't traditionally see too often, but doesn't mean it's not effective, right? Nana, who can transform pretty much not only Exor on the Sakai, who's going to be rushing in with the heavy spin, but also Yuzong, who's going to rush in and try and get these setups with the Fury's Dive and the Black Dragon, which can kind of delay their team fight capability and completely change the dynamic of the way it fights out. And it's definitely going to boil down to placement if Sky wants to pick that off. I mean, we saw Sky run the Sicilian last game. Yeah, he played from afar. Yeah, he wasn't really up close and personal, but he didn't fall that entire game, and he was doing a lot of chip damage. This time around, though, I feel like he's going to have a lot more set potential to delay a lot of the skills that Excellerate is looking to try and dish out up against last minute, which may be a little bit of a challenge. But you mentioned Excellerate. They have the dive composition. They have a way to get to the back line. But the question is, can they push through the composition from last minute Excellerate? Yet to find a victory so far this NACT fall season. Will this be the turning point?
All right, we're jumping into the second game of Excellerate versus Last Minute. Things have already started off a little bit. A kill already into the hands of Last Minute right now. Reinforced, cut off once again. I mean, they did it to him last time. They did the same thing last time. JDZ goes for an early EXP lane gank. And now he's doing it again. Another big pick on Exor. Exor down. That's 2 kills in the first 2 minutes.
Oh, and that's rough, right? Not only on your roamer, but also your XP laner. It's going to kind of delay them trying to get that level 4 and be effective. And God, just falling this early, you got to look at where the kills go. Sky is going to find one, Blade getting the other, which means they're going to be able to hit a little bit harder for this first turtle.
And forget the turtle. We're going for your orange buff. We're going for the invade, and JDZ finds a turtle, but Baby Zen takes down Sky. It's a 1-for-0 plus a turtle. Last minute, just stealing it away. But wait, KLX tries to get the steal onto Mahiro there. But the Brilliance saves the day.
Now, this is interesting. Watching an Alice and a Lunox fight it out in the gold lane. Watch out!
Yeah. In the gold lane at that. ZMK, though, coming in for KLX. KLX brings out the Bloodo, trying to get some life back. But the stun, the steal, the kill. Sky comes in from the backside, taking down KLX.
did you just see that? That's just like the beehive mentality from last minute. All of them just locked in, smelling blood on the top side with KLX very low and able to get that kill. Another one going to Sky 3 minutes in, already finding 2 kills on the board. Baby Zen on the Hayabusa, harassed in his jungle and taken down as well. It's going to delay him on his farm. He's the early game assassin, right? He's trying to find the pickoffs, but when you're aggressive on an assassin in their jungle, it delays and kind of stops the damage that they're looking forward to having to pave that way in the early game for his team.
Yeah, most definitely. So Sky getting those 2 kills early on is huge. Blade getting a kill. I mean, JDZ doesn't really need a kill either way. JDZ's going to scale. He's been taking up enemy jungle. He's been farming well. Right now, Baby Zen is keeping up in terms of leveling. But in gold, I got a feeling JD's going to start escaping with it. Both teams looking for offlane ganks. I like the way the Exor's pushing a hero back, helping KLX get some gold plating here, helping KLX scale a little bit, which is going to be important as the minutes move forward.
Yeah, but he's still able to stop them from completely taking that turret. Able to clear out that last minion. On the bot side, you are looking at a little bit of an invasion play, still trying to harass in the jungle. Last minute, just providing that early game pressure, and we haven't really seen Excellerate kind of match their rotation so far. Even the tank mage synergy, you're looking at just some heavy plays within the last 4 minutes from last minute.
I mean, the amount of crowd control from last minute is going to be a huge problem. They have a lot of answers to what Excellerate wants to bring. And the Molina, though the Nanas, you know, I had a small spurt of being meta there for a minute. Though it's not as much anymore, it's still a beautiful answer to this Alice. Because Alice tries to come in, but oh, my hero gets a solo kill onto KLX. But yeah, it's going to be a great answer.
Oh, that's tough. In the gold lane, you know, I don't really like to traditionally see solo kills, right? Just play a little bit more passive. We mentioned this during the draft. Another 1v1 on the bot side, though. Seeing some of the items on the board as well. Clock of Destiny picked up by KLX. 2,700 gold, falling short to 3,400 over by Mahiro. He did just pick up that glowing wand, so he's going to have a little bit of that burn damage up against KLX inside of the gold lane. Ooh!
All right, Exor in a little bit of trouble. Forced out the heavy spin. Trying to get him away, but Duckluck's still going to go down. Blade able to get the kill, and Exor escapes with his life. But last minute, once again, game 2 in control.
Yeah, not able to find a kill on the board for Excellerate, similar to game number 1. Not able to find objectives at all this time around as well. Look at the invasion plays. Baby Zen on JD, trying to expand that distance. I'm pretty sure, did JD take the orange buff? Or he did, so he got
Baby
the
Zen
steal.
sees none.
The
Baby
denial.
Zen gets nothing here. It's rough.
Ooh.
KLX in trouble. Able to maybe get the outplay flowing. But how does it happen? Why? Why does it have to be like this? KLX throws out the flowing blood, tries to get the flicker in, but wait a second, more action. The Petrify does luck on, Reinforce, able to get some nice damage onto Sky. Sky procs a passive, and Reinforce looking to finish his job. Finds the kill. Heavy spin does come in onto Blade. Blade has the Primal Wrath. One more shot on Exor, and Exor goes down. Another shot on a Duckluck, and Duckluck falls as well. Reinforce all alone, but KLX comes in, throws out the Flowing Blood, maybe for the dash in, decides not to do it, and now Reinforce is on his own, taken out by JDZ.
Just overall a bloodbath, but still working in last minute's favor. They were only able to find 1 kill from Excellerate, and that was Reinforced rushing in and taking down Sky with the Black Dragon, but then they took down Duckluck. So you traded a mage for a mage, but got even more kills in last minute's favor, and also a turtle off of that engagement. Turret has fallen on the top side as well, that 1v1 matchup. KLX just diving in, basically signing his own death certificate. He could have used that to escape, but wanted to take the bait dished out by Mahiro, and the damage just was not there.
Another big problem is Exor right now. He's a level behind the opponent, Rome. Wait a second, a lot of damage. Oh, wild charge! No escape. Oh, man, ZMJ is all over him right now. Exor does get the heavy spin on the Blade here. Duckluck trying to get involved, brings down the Eternal Guardian. Out comes the maybe Uji Shadow kill, waiting for it. Yes, Baby Zen gets the shutdown. It's going to be a nice amount of gold, but Duckluck's going to pay for that one. JDZ now on the chase. Exor uses the conceal just to get away, but JDZ not going to let it happen today. Comes out with the recalls, and Baby Zen finally gets an orange buff as last minute show up to the jungle.
They are just forcing them all the way back into the base. Everybody having to run back Last minute having a heyday for game number 2. Now I'm going to possibly be able to deal some damage onto this tier 2 turret. Excellerate forced to be more reactionary again, not able to find that window of opportunity in the early phase and over-pressured by the synergy of last minute.
All right, so what does Excellerate do from here? They do have some possible play potential, but they had it last game too. The question is in game number 2, can they pull it off? Baby Zen needs to make sure he's getting these buffs. I think at this point, Baby Zen maybe play the off lanes a little bit. They don't have as mobile of a hero as last time when they had the Ling, so you can still kind of farm these off lanes, dash away, look for a little split push, look for anything at this point just to get some gold into your pockets.
Yeah, 6k gold lead for last minute. At the 8-minute mark, already ahead by 10 kills and dominating across the map. 4 turrets and 3 turtles. Every objective has worked in their favor, and only losing 2 members in the process, but taking down, getting 12 deaths for Excellerate. Just not off to a great start. Now going to be working on this Lord, which should help them push in even further onto the Excelerate's map. The map is just bleeding red right now, and I don't think Excellerate has a game plan to turn this around anytime soon. Now they gotta play passive. They gotta look for a mistake. Baby Zen can't even get his buffs. Look at ZMJKK.
Ooh, looking for the conceal play. A nice pin onto Blade there, but nobody's coming in to help out. Baby Zen looking for the cleanup maybe. Wild Charge does look on a KLX. KLX does everything he can, but it's not enough. Baby Zen decides not to go for the steal, but wait a second, Baby Zen still in the bush right now. Does he go for the shadow play onto JDZ? Uji shadow kill, locks in, gets the kill. Baby Zen finds one in the midst of the chaos, but Shadow's back. Quad Shadow into a dangerous spot, looking for the team, the Earth Shatter, the knock up, and now they're in trouble, but in comes Reinforced, looking to save the day. The Petrify, the knock up as well, but it's not enough for Baby Zen. Ducklun able to find ZMJ. Blade now on the run, Reinforced looking for the play here. Keeps on moving forward, decides to finally back off.
Yeah, but still gonna test the waters.
Oh, Exor down. Exor can't hold his own right now. Reinforce up against Mahiro. But Mahiro brings out the brilliance, gets a couple more shots on a Reinforce. But you gotta remember, while all this is happening, the Lord is coming.
Yeah, the whole time, Lord making his way on the top side, looking like an assassin up there with how quiet he was marching to the base. The base has now been opened up by last minute. Gonna be able to invade even further to Excellerate and try and possibly get an early finish. Right now, just a lot of mistakes from Excellerate, right? Being overly aggressive. They need to know when to disengage and fight another fight. You don't want to sit there and just give last minute everything they're looking for. Sometimes they're just trying to give them some bait, right? They're trying to make them step out and take the fight. Like you saw, Lord on the top side was quickly marching toward the base, and if they would have got a wipe out there, it could have been a game ender, and that's something you're gonna have to kind of keep a close eye on, especially Exor. We saw him fall, right? His main job is to push out last minute from that base. Speaking of last minute,
speaking of Exor, Exor does bring out the heavy spin, but still gets cut off. Sky able to get the combo down. Last minute, looking for Duck Luck now. Quickly shredded as Duck Luck cannot get help. Mahiro, Blade, ZMJ now enclosing onto the bottom inhibitor. And a big wild charge flicker locks on to Baby Zen, and the rest of the team bring out the brooms to clean up, Excellerate, Reinforce back to the base just to get some health. But last minute are gonna end things here.
it looks like last minute they must have dinner on the way or something, because they're going for early finishes. They're not playing any games. Their hottest debut since the regular season started, their final series, and now with a massive advantage leading the way 2-0 against Excellerate.
All right, so I mean, another one in very quick fashion. Last minute, KDA 24 and 34 deaths. That is a total team KDA, which means the only deaths they took were 4, Wheezy.
Oh, that's bittersweet. Oh, I got to go back and see exactly what 4 members went down. But nonetheless, yeah, that was just another rough game. A very fast minute match, right? 11 minutes in total to be able to close that out. Blade, again, coming online. They have yet to find an answer for him. Reinforce, just having a very rough time matching rotations in the hero pool. First, we saw him do it on the Khalid. Now we get to see him do it on the Edith with the MVP as well. Just another flawless victory for last minute. But it doesn't even just boil down to the XP laner. I feel like for game number 2, the tank mage synergy was just not there at all for the side of Excellerate, right? Duck Luck and Exor. We just didn't really see them making plays as a unit. We got to see majority of their members moving more as individuals and not as a team. And that's where I feel like Last Minute is overshining them.
Yeah, I feel like for a, up-and-coming team, a team still working on themselves, one of the best strategies you can really go for is, the group up strategy. As quick as you can into the game, around the 6-7 minute mark, third turtle mark, try to start bringing 4 members together as much as possible. Keep your formations tight. Don't get caught off alone. And I think that needs to be Excelerate's game plan here, because as you said, Last Minute is just always finding one of them. And at the core of all that, as you said as well, is going to be Exor and Duckluck. They need to be the duo. They need to be the one that's kind of controlling these movements.
Yeah, the tank mage synergy is crucial, especially for the early game, making these plays. I mean, look at it right there. Look at Mahiro. Look at CMJKK. Look at Sky cutting off Kel X and shutting him down on the top side. Also, we still got to mention Reinforce, how he keeps getting picked off.
The first minute.
What's going on?
I don't know. And, if we're going to talk about Reinforce, we can bring up a bit more too. But yes, he needs, if in game number 3, this man gets first blooded again in the first 2 minutes, there is a problem. You got to learn, first time, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. At some point, it's your own fault for these things that are happening. So he needs to be prepared for that, because the reality is Last Minute isn't really switching things up too hard. They're bringing in the same type of strategy each time because it's working. So Accelerate's got to be the ones to switch it up, got to be the ones to learn from these mistakes.
All right, so right now, I'm thinking about the points, right? Because they're still battling for points for a battle of who's going to be in last place. Last Minute, they have 2 points on the board. Overall, with the regular season score, they're now sitting at 3 points. Excellerate yet to find a single point so far. There's only 2 more matches left, possibly. Maybe a bonus round.
Maybe 3. They could tie it still.
3.
They could tie it still.
They can.
They can still tie it. They could take down Last Minute with them at the last minute. It would be poetic. But at this point, that is looking, the percentages are dropping. Trex likes to keep it real with you guys. Trex likes to give you the honest truth. Trex doesn't want to fill you up with hopes and dreams, and it's not looking good for Accelerate this time. And I want to talk about Reinforce a little bit. Reinforce has it feels like we're watching an EXP laner that can't get out of his comfort zone a little bit. The Terizla pick was the start of it. Earlier on in season, we've seen him pick up things like the Argus. It's like one of those guys that plays in ranked game and just has some heroes that he plays really well with and doesn't want to, evolve into something else, doesn't want to evolve into the meta. And I think Reinforce, there was things like the Arlot Open, man. You could go for the Khalid, you could go for the Edith EXP. There's plenty of options, but he keeps on going on to these picks like the Terizla and the Yuzong, which, yes, at a time, they were the epitome of the EXP lane, like those were the 2 picks. But we are not in that era anymore. You have to be willing to evolve, and I need to see Reinforce get out of that comfort zone. If and this could maybe not even be this season, man. And I don't mean this in any type of disrespectful way. I mean it in a way of like, we got to see you push yourself, man, if you really want to compete with the best.
Man, at this point, dare I say it, but they need Tara back, man. I feel like Tara was a little bit more effective. At least he was getting a couple of sets.
The Tara Tig.
He was like, if you go match the KDAs, I feel like they were better, overall as a team, because even though he was getting picked off, he was finding sets that the team could profit on. We have yet to see Exor do the same thing, right? At first, it was like, okay, he picked the Edith, he wasn't able to find the opportunity. Second time around, he picks up, a Grok and still not able to do the same thing. And so I'm wondering, how are they going to jump into the next match? He needs to find a set, and he needs to stick on it, right? He needs to get comfortable. And then it's going to also pair up with the mid laner, the mage, Duckluck. They have to pair together as a unit to create these opportunities for the early phase. Speaking of early phase, though, there goes Heavy Prio in the XP lane. Blade, he's just not showing any mercy today, Trex. He's going to go ahead and pull out that Khalid again.
Yeah.
Do they have an answer?
At this point, I feel like Last Minute, if it is open, it doesn't matter what else is open, they're going to lock in that Khalid. And as I said, the Khalid is on this big upswing right now. Some people are calling it extremely overpowered. I still haven't really seen it in that zone yet, but right now against Excellerate, it feels very overpowered. Excellerate, though, are going to take the Gatot this time, along with the Edith, so 2 strong picks. Edith most likely going to EXP lane, so maybe Reinforce finally gets something that at least might work down there, and they get a decent roamer as well.
Yeah, it's a little shaky, right? I mean, I guess Gatot, he can rush in and try and get a setup, but they're very beefy right now. You could get a tank shredder to pretty much burst both of them down and maybe even prile that super early in the draft before you even go into the second phase. Yeah, the Lunox would be excellent here. The carry could be another option. Still going to have to watch out for the set potential. They're going to go a little bit more for pusher of objectives, though. Pick up their jungler, go for the Bane. Now, the Ling was banned out. The Hayabusa still on the table. Excellerate could pick that up if they still want to run the Assassin route. The Nolan still on the table as well. There goes the tank shredder, though. We were talking about heavy hitters, but that's going to be a little bit more effective in the late game. And you're going to have to watch out for the Gatot closing the distance on the Sicilian.
Hey, man, in game 1, we saw Sky hurting with that Sicilian, even in the mid game. So it feels like Sicilian is definitely having this comeback, especially you paired up with the Bane. You paired up with this hero that stops divers, you know, is essentially meant to, like, you know, stop people in their tracks and give Sky that opening. And then you have the Khalid also with the crowd control. I mean, overall, last minute drafting well, very similar to some things we saw from Godspeed yesterday. It's just, I mean, it's clean right now, and Excellerate now needs to find the answer. And with the, I mean, the Hayabusa could be another possible option. I know maybe it didn't fare too well last time. Could definitely be a possibility still this game.
I think it would be really good here, especially up against the Sicilian, right? You need somebody to close that distance and get to the back line. I don't think the Gatot is enough to be able to do that, especially with Exor. We've been seeing him kind of rush in and get picked off before the team can even initiate. And when you have the Gatot, if you rush in there and nobody else can kind of join you on those sets, it's going to be very hard to burst down that Sicilian. But if you get the Hayabusa with the Quad Shadow, it could be very effective. Now, they are going to pick up their mid laner, though, pick up that Vexana. So I like it, right? It's some additional crowd control in their kit. Heavy magic, but still, it works. Now, we need to kind of see what they're going to slot inside of the gold lane. Last time we got to see the Lunox, we can see Alice. We get to see the Alice banned out this time around. There still are other options, especially getting to the back line. You could run something like the Claude here. It could be really good up against the Sicilian. First off, you guarantee yourself late game damage to kind of pair up against something like a Sicilian, but you can also close the distance at a moment's notice with the BMI to shred down these heroes, which is also going to be something we're going to be keeping a close eye on. Now, something that stands out, though, and we got to say a key to victory, is what do you do about Blade in the XP lane?
I think maybe Excellerate tries to do the same thing, you know? Try to kind of cover that XP lane, maybe go for an early lane gank, slow down Blade as much as possible. I think they're definitely, whether we like it or not, Reinforce seems, at least in laning phase, seems to be one of the weaker links. And I think Excellerate needs to, you know, kind of fill in that gap, right? And whether that means sending Exor down to EXP early on, you know, kind of keeping tabs onto the ganks coming from ZMJ or coming from JDZ. They just need to maybe show some support down there. KLX might have a couple mess ups here and there, but overall KLX does kind of hold his own as long as he's not being ganked.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to have to do, right? They're definitely going to need to find a way to kind of stop him from getting online super early and just out-rotating and playing. Reinforce needs to stay alive. He just needs to stay alive.
That's all he needs to do.
Right?
Just don't die, okay? You got one job.
We're going to find a win somewhere. Find a win somewhere. If we got to find it for him, hey, that's what we'll do. But Reinforce, if he can stay alive and just be a little bit more effective on these rotations in the early game, maybe that can help out, give some breathing room, at least for Duck Luck and Exor, to look for these initiations. But I also got to extend the same thing over to their marksman, right? KX, he needs to stay alive. Too many times we see them, the side laners are falling on 1v1 engagements. You should not be falling on a 1v1 engagement prior to the first hurdle. If you're not going to win that fight, just relax, just stay back. Just stay back, listen to the comms, and wait to hear where the team are, and at least look at the map and see what's going on. But when you're falling on a 1v1, that's just purely your fault. But there goes a pickup that I've been wanting to talk about for a while, right? We started to see the Diggy inside of round 2 for this NACT, and now creeping its way into round 3 as well. How are we feeling about it?
I mean, we saw these same exact last 2 picks yesterday from Maple Leaf. It was Toru on the Freya, and I forget who on the Diggy. We saw these picks, and I'll tell you what, at 20 minutes they popped off. It still was not enough to beat Cloud9. But hey, man, last minutes, they got a 2-game win. This is what I was talking about. This, you know, it's the last hurrah. Why not?
Hey, sometimes you just got to have fun. And I think that last minute, that's what they're going to be doing right here. Now, they can't get too comfortable, though, right? I mean, technically, if Excellerate wins 3 games in a row, they're not in last place. It's not impossible. Like you said, the odds are definitely not in their favor, at least with what we've been seeing so far. But hey, sometimes when your back is against the wall, that's the strongest you become. Roger picked up last hero for Excellerate to finalize their drafts. It's going to be in the jungle for Baby Zen. KX going with this Claude up against Mahiro. How is that going to fare off, right? The Spirit combo up against the BMI and the Blazing Duet. Oh, it's going to be an interesting one, but the battle is going to be on the way. Excellerate, they're running out of opportunity. This officially, technically, is their last chance to not be placed in last for the regular season.
I mean, it's definitely a tough one. The Roger gets picked up, and I don't know. It's you're kind of feeding right into the Bane. You're kind of feeding right into the Freya. You're feeding into these heroes that just want to stiff arm you once you dive in. But only time will tell. At the last minute, Excellerate tries to score a point on the board. This is game number 3. Let's see who comes out on top.
That's right. Jumping into game number 3 of our first series for today to close out the regular season. Last minute and Excellerate. We get to see the Bane back in the jungle again. The turret pusher, the opportunity creator with the deadliest catch matched up against the Roger, the early game assassin with the Lycan pounce and additional range being a marksman. Can definitely smell a little bit of trouble. Excellerate, they have yet to really find that opportunity in the early phase. Last minute has kind of been the one who's been the aggressor, and Excelerate's been more of a reactionary team. Game number 3, I want to see them be more aggressive. I want to see them make the plays and kind of out-rotate last minute to make this a little bit more of an even matchup.
Yeah, man, just flip the coin, you know? Just get up in there, see what happens. Baby Zen does get the Litho Wander, so good start. That's one camp for the side of Excellerate. Also, another big thing to point out, Reinforce is still alive, and we're past the 1-minute mark, so another big bonus. Duck Luck Exor also kind of facing it out in the mid side. So far, this is a good start for Excellerate.
This is a great start for Reinforce. Not falling so far, which means we got to see now really how Excellerate kind of plays into this first objective, right? Can they find that window of opportunity? In their favor, they do have a Roger, so he can definitely be very effective with the Lycan pounce as long as they can deal some initial damage. And that's really what we're going to be kind of keeping a close eye on. Both sides getting ready for this first fight.
Look at that. Wait a second. My hero taking a little bit of damage. Does get brought low. Baby Zen looking for the fat last shit kill. X does come in. Baby Zen able to back up. My hero, though, going for the outplay. Nobody goes down. Baby Zen's got to get back to base, though.
I'm still in shock. How did nobody fall in that engagement? That was very impressive from both sides, which means this turtle is still intact for anybody to be able to take. And you're already seeing JD wasting no time, already pulling the aggro to take this objective, and that will be the first turtle on the board for last minute.
ALX at the end of this gank right now brings out the BMI, the Blazing Duet, able to get a couple shots on a Sky there. BMI's back, but still taken out. One bat to seal the deal and get the hit. KLX goes down, and this is what last minute has been thriving on, these early game off lane ganks. We did see JD go up to the top side, and Duck Luck was there, or Exor was there to kind of help out Reinforce, so that gank did not prevail, but then they just moved down to the boss side and still pull something off.
Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on Blade, right? Running on this Khalid. We saw him have a very heavy impact on game number 1. Still able to kind of out-rotate up against Reinforce. They did put Reinforce on the Katat, though, in the XP lane. Put Exor on the Edith for the roam position, which is interesting as well. I mean, I'm not saying that it could work, right? I mean, you have the mobility, you have the sustainability as well as being tanky to not really have to worry about getting bursted down. But something still stays the same, right? Last minute finding the first opportunity, taking this first turtle, and also taking the first kill on the board with Sky.
Or moving a little bit on to Blade. I want to talk about Mahiro. Mahiro's going no boots. Mahiro's going straight into BOD right now. Which I think is just hilarious. That's going to be insane. They're going to lock onto this tower, though. Look at the shred right now. Might be able to take it down. Exor trying to come in. Looks for the onward. Looks for the Earth Shatter. Doesn't get the knock up. And they respond to Exor. Taking out Mahiro. Academia. going in right now. 3-man down. Duckluck does get the kill on his EMJ, but it's not going to be enough. That tower's going to go down next to him. Mahiro keeps on pushing down, but Duckluck gets a double kill back. Sky avenges his fallen brothers by taking out Duckluck as well, but the tower will fall next, and last minute comes out on top of that trade.
Mahiro, Sky says, don't worry, I got your back. Gets the last minute kill up there to take down Duckluck. They take the turret as well, and now the battle for the turtle possibly on the way.
That's my hero, man. That's all I gotta say right now. Reinforce, wait. AOG does come in, stops reinforcing his tracks, unable to get the kill on his EMJ and gets killed for it. Blade finds one. It's 6-2 right now with a 2.6 gold lead.
Yeah, definitely a huge lead indeed. Definitely gonna be a problem. Now gonna go in for this turtle.
All right, turtle down. Turtle will be down. JDZ able to secure it. Mahiro now switches lanes, comes up to the top side. KLX there as well. Where do we go from here? I'll tell you where we go from here. Mahiro gonna move on to Baby Zen. ZMJ there. Gets the pullback, gets the reverse time. KLX does use a Purify, but Mahiro doesn't care, man. He is diving under towers. He is diving in their faces, and this is what we want to see. ZMJ now on the run. Duckluck gonna get involved as well, but taken out from Sky. It's a killing spree into the hands of Sky, 3-0-4.
Yeah, now gonna push in for this turret for the mid lane. Blade gonna be the one to seize the opportunity. Last minute, up by 2 turtles so far, 5 kills, and a conceal play.
Bit of damage. Sky looking for... Oh! Stop it, man. The man went for the blazing duet. KLX has been getting denied time and time again.
Yeah, definitely the denial there. Accelerate. They're falling short on these objectives as we see in some of the items pop on the board. There goes that Blade of Despair you mentioned with Mahiro, picking that up super early to be very effective, stacked up with that Inspire to dish out a massive amount of damage and be very aggressive. Sky, though, is the one that's kind of shining right now, right? On the Sicilian, 3-0-6, Clock of Destiny, only item fully built so far, and that's all he needs to be able to sustain himself and last in these fights.
All right, so Excellerate just still on the descent right now. Last minute, last minute just keeps up with these from bot lane to top lane, from bot lane to top lane. It is very simple in the way they're approaching this, but it is working out very well. They're gonna try to take towers and just move from top to bottom, and they keep on catching someone in the midst of it all. Exor now in trouble. ZMJ able to get the final hit, able to get the kill, brings out the time journey, give him a bit more shield as Reinforced tries to fight back, tries to do what he can. Will it be enough? Mahiro just keeps on advancing. Duckluck down, Reinforced might just be next, just one more shot, but they're not able to finish the job. They will move on to the tower though, and that is another one down.
Just objectives over objectives for last minute, always finding a way to create that opportunity. And Excellerate, they're just not matching their pace so far. Overall, it's just a massive gap in experience. I feel like last minute, they just know where to be and when to be there. Excellerate, I feel like they're still moving a little bit more as an individual than a team. Now, they do have Claude, right? He could be the late last minute damage dealer they can kind of lean in on, but he only has the Swift Crossbow on his side. Doesn't even have a full item built so far in this game. You already see the Berserker's Fury and the BOD picked up over there by Mahiro. 2 items already under her kit.
KLX is overloading right now. Finally gets the DHS. Just got the DHS in. At 8 minutes in, just got the DHS in. That's trouble. That's a problem. We're supposed to be getting into possibly 3rd item at this point. You know, having half of 3rd item built. But KLX has just been getting denied everything. And last minute right now, sitting in the middle with the 5-man recall.
Look at them. They're revved up. They're ready to go. They know if they win this game, they will officially secure their spot, not as the last team in placement for the regular season. And that is definitely a major victory in their books. One step closer to being in that top 1 position. It may be top 7 today, but possibly down the line, that top 1 if they continue to compete. But for Excellerate, right, they have a chance to turn this back around. They have a chance to stop them on that glory. I always say sometimes overconfidence breeds to arrogance, and maybe that's something they can lean in on. Look for a mistake from last minute. We are going to be seeing the Lord now spawning in, going on the top side, still holding on to that tier 2 in the mid lane for Excellerate, and then their inhibitors for the top and bottom side. It's going to be a hard battle. Not one that's impossible, though, but it's going to take a lot of synergy and a lot of patience. They need to read their movements. They need to look for the mistake from last minute if they want to turn this game around.
Let's see if they can do it. Reinforce is a little bit tankier this time. He's going to start the engage, try to get the taunts on, but he's getting melted down. Too much damage. AOG does come out. Still up. Finally falls Mahiro, able to get the final shot on him. JDC also down. Jungler, but Wade Blade with a Raging Sandstorm on to 4. Able to get the heal back as well, and Exor can't finish the job. Sky finds Exor, and the Lord connects onto the top inhibitor. This is just the start of the onslaught.
I think they're going to go in for a possible close. KLX and Baby Zen left to defend.
Left to defend as my hero goes back to base to get some health last minute with waves crashing onto all the inhibitors. Don't wanna take it out too quick. A nice shot, nice Sanguine Claws does lock on to reinforce. The last minute's gonna back off.
Yeah, gonna back up. Wise decision. Now standing with only inhibitor turrets for Excellerate.
Blade though comes in, Sky able to get a quick shot on the Duck Luck, take her out. ZMJ on the run, Baby Zen, the Lycan pounce, finds the kill. KLX goes down to my hero though, as Reinforce still in the backside, looking for Blade, looking for Sky, but Sky's getting free shots as members of Excellerate are dropping. It's nothing but Exor against 3 members of last minute.
Yeah, and inhibitors marching, or minions marching through the mid lane, 1 inhibitor in the mid standing, and the top and bot side. They have the numbers. Do they go for the game ender?
They definitely have the possibilities, they have the damage, they have the numbers, they have a tower eater like Bane on their side right now. The last minute, down to the last minute, might just take their time.
Yeah, I mean, they are quickly spawning back in to defend up against last minute, but they don't have any inhibitors minus the top side to hold off this onslaught. Last minute looking to seize this victory. 30 seconds until the Lord spawns in. This is where they got to make a choice. Do we be overly aggressive? Do we try and overpressure them? Or do we just wait and play the objectives? Do we just wait for this next Lord, see if they want to come out and fight it? If not, it'll be an easy taking for the side of last minute to try and close out this game. Items now on the board. Massive advantage right now for the side of last minute. They're up by 8,000 gold and climbing. Even Bane, I mean, you're looking at the Blade of Despair, the endless battle working in his favor in the 4-man recall. ZMJKK just needs to join the party for the full 5-man through the mid lane. I feel like if they all fought it out in the mid lane, man, that'd be an epic way to end this series.
Shark would say, that's a nice recall. That's a nice recall right there. So, I mean, at this point, you know, one more thing. That's a nice recall right there. That's a nice recall. Everybody involved. I mean, at this point, yeah, Excellerate, maybe just, you know, jump in. Go for it. Why not? It's going to be crazy. It's going to be a nice last-minute finish, you could say. I love the puns. Blade right now, you know, back in the day, a Khalid, you'd pick up an Oracle, right, just to get even more heals. Blade doesn't even need that. Khalid doesn't even need that right now, and he's still out healing the damage of multiple members of Excellerate targeting down onto him. Khalid has definitely crept his way into S+ tier at this point. And you mentioned gold. Look at the levels, man. JDZ level 15, Blade level 14. Almost everybody in last minute is 2 or 3 levels ahead of several members of Excellerate.
Yeah, and just gonna be a very hard time if they decide to engage on a team fight. Even the Berserker's Fury Endless Battle and the Legion Sword picked up over there by Mahiro, ready to take this fight. Immortality has just now been picked up by Blade. He's looking to try and sustain himself, right? He wants to be able to have a second chance even when he falls, on top of having the quicksand on this Khalid.
All right, will they end it here? Lord coming in. Inhibitor at the top, the final inhibitor drops. JDZ able to secure it, out comes the AOG. But the time journey nullifies it all, and KLX drops some hero, jumps in, and the base goes down. Game number 3 secured for last minute.
A well-played match indeed. 3 victories in a row, guaranteeing last minute to be in 7th place for the regular season, not falling short and having the title as being the last place seat. But with this victory, they still have another match to go, since it is going to be 4 rounds total. But overall, it's been an amazing journey for them, right? This is last minute's first time competing in the NACT regular season, and it's been pretty fun being able to watch and see some new faces. They still have a lot of kinks to kind of work out, and hopefully through future NACTs, we get to continue to see them compete, right? Making it to top 8 is definitely a challenge. So many teams try to get to this moment, and they were one of the ones to actually make it. Also, credits over to Excellerate as well, in that same boat. Yet to find a victory this entire regular season, but still making it into top 8 is something to be proud about. But there's still one more challenge. I have a faith, Trex. I think Excellerate can do it. They just need a little bit of momentum. They just need a little bit of motivation for their final match of the series.
Yeah, I think there's, you know, maybe they pull it off. Maybe they get the final big hoorah. But at this point, last minute does feel in control. I mean, we just saw Freya shatter the dreams of Excellerate in game number 3. Mahiro was just stomping around, and last minute really, I mean, showing up. I think last minute has played a really clean game. Pretty I mean, maybe a little one-dimensional in some of their rotations, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep, that's right. If it's not broke, don't fix it. And overall, yeah, I mean, it's fair to say they're just the better team, and sometimes it really just boils down to that. When the skill gap is just too much to kind of measure up to, you just need a little bit more time, right? And last minute, I feel like we've seen them through the regular season go from not having a single victory to finding one up against Overskilled, and now finding 3 in a row up against Excellerate. They've just been learning from their mistakes at a little bit more of a faster pace than what we've seen from Excellerate. Again, some excellent gameplay from them. Blade, I feel like, is really the one I would like to put some spotlight on. He's just been performing in the XP lane, right? On the Khalid, just dominating, just having such a strong impact. But overall, the team, they're just scaling through the times. For Excellerate to kind of turn this back around, or not really turn around, but find a victory, it's going to really boil down to just having a little bit more synergy, some shot calling for the early phase, finding a way to take these objectives or possible trades.
Yeah, so, I mean, taking a look at these, my hero, man, was just everywhere. I can't get over that Freya pick. Went for the BOD first, and I think it definitely paid off. Reinforce played a much better game, I think, on this, on a, as we said, more meta EXP laner, more meta pick overall, was actually able to kind of hang out and had some decent plays into the back line, but still, with KLX being so far behind, the damage was just never really there. So even if you had a moment where maybe you set them up, the rest of the team couldn't follow up.
Yeah, and that's really what it boils down to, right? If somebody's going to be able to get the setup, you need your team behind you to be able to take that fight, or it's just a wasted opportunity, and then you pretty much just feed yourself to the opposing side. One more game to go, though, to close this one in the books, and then we'll be saying goodbye to both of these teams for the NACT regular season. And it's been a journey, right? You and me both, we love to see you teams step and rise to the occasion, and it's always entertaining to see the tricks that they pull out in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, it's a little sad. We got to say goodbye to some people, but man, I'm ready for playoffs, man. Let's go. But no, yeah, we got one more game between these two teams. This will be their last showing in this NACT, and, you know, whether they come back next season and secure a spot again, that'll decide on whether we see these guys again. Qualifiers are tough, man. A lot of teams, a lot of expected teams that we thought would be here didn't make the cut, fell a little bit short. And next season, you never know what's going to entail, but these guys got one more shot to kind of show what they're made of. And it's a little sad that, you know, Taro was with them throughout all these weeks and wasn't able to show up on this final day for Excellerate. And at this point, I think, you know, we wanted Exor to be that wild card. We wanted Exor to fill those shoes, put on his big boy pants. So maybe in game number 4, he can really show up for the team.
He's got to find out how to put his socks on first. All right, we got to slow. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I'm definitely with you. I've been looking for Exor to kind of bridge the gap, be the roamer that Excellerate can lean on. Now, Excellerate does have first pick in this draft, so they can kind of have a little bit more prio on what they want to pick up first. But we've been seeing, like I said, a repetitive pattern where Red side just has a little bit more in their favor when it comes to the draft and overall chances of winning the match. Now, Khalid, it's been a threat, it's been a problem, it's on the board, and Excellerate has an opportunity to pick this up first. You're right there. They should take it. I agree with you. It's worth it.
Definitely worth it. It's not like he is a a hard hero, and even if you've been an EXP laner long enough, you should know how to play Khalid. That was literally my main back in the day when he first came out. He's been around in the Yuzong days, he's been around in all those days, and it is open right now. It needs to be slotted for Reinforce.
I was gonna say, if anybody knows Khalid, it's Trex. Even way back in the day, I remember him playing on them.
Top 10 USA,
Khalid.
baby.
There you go. And now you get to see it. It's kind of like me when, like, I was a Martis main, and then when he actually became meta and was like a top tier jungler, man, I was just so proud to see it. I know you're definitely happy to see Khalid getting the credit he deserves. But with him being available, nobody has banned him out. We both agree he should be first pick for this draft. Excellerate has a chance to put Reinforce in a position where he can have the advantage in the XP lane, especially up against Blade, who's just always been one step ahead on finding that opportunity. Now, one assassin has been banned out. It is the Ling, the Hayabusa. We've been seeing it kind of pick up the Bane, still available for the taking. And there it goes, the Khalid. Maybe we can see maybe a former top 10 USA can bless Reinforce as he enters the land of Dawn. Like we said, their final chance to put 1 point on the board before they close out their debut for the NACT regular season.
All right, but Blade's gonna bring in the Cho, and I wonder if this is an EXP Cho, that's gonna be vicious, because it's not something you see every day. But still, if that ends up being the pick, Cho actually, I mean, I'm not saying he's like a counter to Khalid, but just having the knockup, having two different forms of crowd control, single man down crowd control, Cho can kind of hold his own against the Khalid, whether he's a meta EXP laner or not. And the way that Blade has already kind of outshined Reinforce in the EXP lane, I think he could take something non-meta and maybe still be able to kind of give some moves to Reinforce. They also lock in the Beatrix in the gold lane.
Yeah, a little early on showing who they're going to run inside of the gold lane, especially when you're only going up against a Khalid. I'm wondering what's their game plan behind that, and I can't wait to see it. Now, the Edith is still available. You mentioned the Cho possibly being slotted maybe in the XP lane, still could be a roam. I feel like it could be flexed either way. I mean, if they do pull out the Edith, it'd be a good response to this Khalid. It does have a little bit of a knock-up and fight from afar with the Primal Wrath. Not to mention, if you don't take it, you may allow Excellerate to pick that up and make that work in their favor. They are going to go in for that Bane, though. We mentioned they banned the Assassin out. They took down Ling, which has been the heavily favored prio in the jungle. And a debut for today. We've been waiting to see it, and it's actually from Excellerate. It's not Tara, though. It's Exor. Let's see. Is he going to live up to the name? Is he going to live up to the Tara legacy that we've been waiting to see?
And it's a hero that's pretty straightforward. I think right now with the Bane behind it too, Excellerate actually has a really decent composition right here. You have plenty of crowd control, you have great dive, and then Khalid doesn't have to be a diver either. He can kind of stick with the team, and you pair that up with a deadly catch. It's just overall well-rounded.
Speaking of well-rounded, the Beatrix, a well-rounded marksman, right? It has a lot of versatility. Can play from afar, can play up close, has AoE damage, has a massive range with the sniper, can definitely be effective. There goes a Gatat, though. Last minute, not going to let up on the meta. Going to go ahead and guarantee that up for their side. We've seen it put in the XP lane. We've seen it put in the roam position. Right now, with both of these matchups, I really am actually interested to see which way it goes. I feel like it could be effective either way, and it's some good crowd control. Now, with the Tig, I mean, you are going to have to watch out for the Way of the Dragon. You're going to have to watch out for that knockback if you are going to try and go in for an implosion play. But outside of that, I feel like you can get a decent setup up against last minute. We haven't really seen who they're going to run in the mid lane, though. We've seen picks such as the Lunox be very effective, still could be effective up against a hero like Tig, Khalid, and a Bane. All of them require getting up close and personal, so if last minute picks up a tank shredder, it could be very effective.
I think last minute, really if either teams, against the Gatot too, I think both teams kind of looking for that, but we know last minute has that in their clutch. Having already picked up the Beatrix though, right? You're giving up some of those options. They could go for something like the Lunox mid, but honestly at this point, I think last minute has proved as well that they can kind of go a little bit outside the box here and maybe still outskill Excellerate. But as you mentioned in the last game, sometimes, you know, confidence can breed into arrogance. So Excellerate, if last minute doesn't want to just completely counter draft, Excellerate can take full advantage of that. The The Valentina does get banned out. Last minute still looking for a mage. A Lilia could be solid for last minute here, especially with the Bane and the Tigreal could be a solid answer. The Vexana still open as well, so a few options still very strong for last minute.
I would actually, yeah, I'd like the Lilia for either side. I mean, you lose the Lilia up against the Tig, the Bane, the Khalid. I mean, it can do a lot of early game damage against them and overpressure them when they try and rush in for these setups and pushes. You're going to see the Kadita, though, pulled in there. It's going to have a lot of crowd control, a lot of mobility as well. The Rough Waves, the Ocean's Oddity, Breath of the Ocean, all of that very effective up against Excellerate. And it's great crowd control, especially when you're going up against a hero like the Tig, who has the Implosion play. So that's a lot of CC. You have a Kadita, you have a Gatat, and you have a Cho. Single target and group CC all checked off the board with some additional damage from last minute.
And I'm wondering, okay, so is this Kadita gonna be mage? Will it be a roam Kadita, kind of like what we saw from Joybaj yesterday? Does this mean that the Cho's definitely an EXP lane? I mean, again, it's the last game for these two teams. I'm not expecting anything less than insanity.
And speaking of insanity, some survivability and a great marksman, especially up against a dive composition, has been slotted in from the side of Excellerate. It is going to be that Claude Nana. This is going to be the second Nana we've seen today. This time Excellerate is going to be the one to pick it up. Duck Luck should be running that in the mid lane. I like the Claude here. I feel like it's ooh. Okay, now that's different. That's spicy. We like to see things shaken up. Look, we just survived a hurricane over here, all right? You can't be just throwing these things at us, man. We've had enough things thrown at us so far.
I got another one coming.
God. There we go, Trex. How we feel about the Natalia pickup from JD?
I'm wondering. All right, so JD locks it in. Jungle. It is going to be an EXP lane Cho. We got mid lane Kadita, Roam Gatot. Last minute pulling in some crazy picks at the last minute. Excellerate just keeping it simple. If there is an opportunity for Excellerate to get a game, this is definitely it. Or last minute just going to tear them apart. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, they're going to have to be aggressive early. Use Exor, rush into the jungle of JD, right? Stop this Natalia from farming. Just overall, just overwhelm and provide pressure, especially when you have a Khalid, right? You have a lot of AoE damage to be able to stop the Natalia from disappearing and sneaking up on you. As we are going to be jumping into the Land of Dawn, though, something is for certain. This is the final game between both of these amazing teams.
One game to go. One last second to prove themselves. Excellerate has to do something here. And I feel like last minute is giving them every chance, right? You're picking up some off-ramp picks. You're going for a mid-lane Kadita instead of a roam Kadita. You're going for a jungle Natalia, which, don't get me wrong, there's lots of possibilities with a Natalia. You can snowball. You can get crazy. And the way that Excellerate plays, where they get real split up, they like to go for, they fall short to these early laning phase ganks. The Natalia can definitely survive in it. Exor, I like the way that Exor is kind of pushing in already. They have the Khalid. They can definitely get aggressive, and that's what Excellerate should do.
Yeah, Exor, smart move, trying to delay and deny JD from having an easier time farming on that jungle, but he was paired and matched up against with Sky, rotating with Blade, being a little bit, or not Blade, rotating with ZM to try and deny the buff over from Excellerate. So both sides doing a great job on providing that pressure in the early phase. Now, we mentioned the matchup. How do you stop Blade on the bot side? Blade picking up the Cho to go up against the Khalid. Khalid now in the hands of Excellerate. We have yet to see really reinforced in a position to have the upper hand in the XP lane, but this may be the opportunity he's looking for. He just needs to wait and kind of spot out the ganks. ZM already on a rotation, looking for a denial.
And look at Excellerate making some plays of their own up at the top side. It's like, fine, you want to gank our EXP laner? We're going to push into your gold lane. The amount of damage they're doing, they bring that tower almost all the way down. One more wave and they could steal it away.
They might make a record for taking the turret in the fastest in NACT regular season for the fall. And there it goes. Able to take it. 2 minutes, 8 seconds. I think we may have just seen history written down from Excellerate.
Which honestly, though they lose this turtle, as long as they don't, Baby Zen goes down. I was going to say, it was probably a good trade, but at this point, it's feeling more on the even side. They are up in gold right now, but they're about to lose an orange buff, so I think last minute ends up coming out on top a bit.
Yeah, still trying to find a trade, this time in the jungle. JD caught out of position, needs to get out of there.
AOG does lock on along with the way of the dragon. Nice combo on to Reinforce. Reinforce goes down. The implosion comes in, gets pushed in. Wait a second. ZD falls. ZMK might go down next. Baby Zen trying to lock on as well. Blade now going to get involved as well with the Gikondo. Gets the knock up. And Excellerate backs off.
I had to put my glasses on for a second. Are we sure that's not Tara out there with that amazing setup? Able to stop last minute, trying to be overly aggressive in Excelerate's jungle and find a kill on top of it. These are the plays you have to do to stay in this game, especially in the early phase, which we've seen with the last 3 games last minute have a massive advantage on. But taking this turret in their favor may open up that window of opportunity to be the aggressive one for the early game.
All right, so now KLX switches lanes. He's going to be up against the Cho. I think with the Purify, with the BMI, he should be able to handle Cho just fine. Whoa, big AOG. Locks down onto ZMJ. Baby Zen, though, goes down. Excellerate in trouble, man. It's 3-1. They have taken a tower. KLX feels like their only hope at this point.
Yeah, able to take that tower. Also, last minute, able to take a turtle. Ooh. Pick off, though, top side.
A nice Petrify also on a KLX. It's a double attack, both faces, both off lanes. Excellerate losing both laners. And now Blade comes in with a way of the dragon, long range. Brings back. Big knock up onto Exor. Sky now trying to escape though. Exor maybe look for the pull in. The implosion locks in. Baby Zen brings out the deadly catch. A lot of damage. Sky does fall. Excellerate find another kill on the map.
And this is why when we mentioned, speaking of mentioning things, my hero Reinforce 1v1.
Reinforce, I don't know. Oh, Raging Sandstorm comes out, but Mahiro backs up. He gets the backspace and they both trade. Kill for kill.
Totally worth it. Totally worth it.
Yeah, totally worth it, man. Totally.
We are going to see the play for the turtle, though, on the way. 3v2.
3v2, Baby Zen able to take him out. Or take the turtle, at least. Reinforce just getting back on the map. JDZ. Doing his job. He's 2-1-0, but we haven't seen anything crazy so far from this Natalia jungle.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see it. He has the movement speed, so he's definitely able to traverse across the map and get a pickoff. Just picked up the Blade of Heptases to be able to deal some initial burst damage on contact. Exor, though, doing a great job. Now hit with the Way of the Dragon.
Bro, Blade is fearless right now. We were wondering about this EXP lane Cho, and it is working well. ZMJ gets kill off Cam onto Reinforce. Reinforce, man, 1-4-1. This guy has not been having a good EXP laner experience in the NACT.
Yeah, it's been rough. He definitely needs to find his proper footing, and Blade is not going to give him that opportunity in this game. He's going to have to fight for it. He's going to have to fight for those rights. Mahiro will be able to take the turret on the top side for last minute. This is their first turret they've been able to claim so far in this game, but up by 4 kills. Now, Excellerate, this is a way better game than the last 3, right? We're starting to see some signs of life, but they need to ride this momentum and create more opportunity.
Blade, though, looking for an opportunity himself, gets away the dragon onto Baby Zen, right into Mahiro's grasp. Mahiro putting out the damage. Nice Petrify locks onto Baby Zen, and Baby Zen goes down. ZMJ getting the kill. Blade backs off a little bit low on health, but they already got something. Exor uses the conceal play, but does not make a play.
Yeah, Baby Zen just having a very rough start in this game. Now 2-3-0 on this Bane. Even though we haven't really seen JD join too many of these team fights or be that effective, Zen has been falling left and right to make up for JD not being around.
Yeah, Mahiro should be able to get this tower. Exor looking for the flank onto the backside. KLX there. Will he be able to make it in time? Implosion does lock on. KLX gets a couple of free shots. Waiting for the BMI, waiting for the dash. Then Namir's passion comes out. Will they get the outplay? Mahiro does it again. The mega kill. Should have been a double. Accelerate falling to pieces and Reinforce finds something, but he might go down for it. Looks for the quicksand guard, but he can't get it because the Way of the Dragon stops it. Blade takes the kill into his own hands.
I don't feel that was worth it. I think he should have just went back. No. Oh,
AOG. Baby Zen falls next. Last minute. Collecting the kills.
Yeah, the debt must be paid. And last minute is handing a receipt over to Excellerate so far for this game.
Oh, XOR looking for something here. Hey, man, XOR 0-1-3, though, man. He's had worse times.
Yeah, that is true. For a moment there, I felt like we saw Tara, a little bit of homage to their teammate, pulling out this Tigreal for their final game of this series. Sky, though, on the Kadita, has been doing very well. Now 3-1-3. ZM right beside him on the Skatat. Both of them finding the setups that last minute can profit on.
Yeah, Sky's been doing his thing. I feel like everyone in the last minute's just been playing a great game. I think there's a lot of potential. Oh, wait a second. Blade with a big way of the dragon kick. The Purify does come out. KLX able to bait him in. Now Blade in a little bit of trouble. The implosion misses! He's gonna get petrified. Rough waves taken out in a rough way. Reinforced dives in, uses the Raging Sandstorm just to get away, but JDZ not gonna let it happen. Sky gets the kill. The deadly catch comes out just as the disengage, but the AOG tries to force the play. KLX comes out with a blazing duet. CMJ maybe too deep. KLX able to get the shutdown, get a little bit of extra gold from that one. But JDZ finds KLX, gets the kill. Mahiro with the double, now on to the tower, and last minute's cleaning them up.
Man, what a game. Now 18-5. We're only 9 minutes in, and last minute is taking flight over Excellerate, now up by 4,000 gold. A missed implosion play, a little bit of bait over there by Blade to force out that utility, and a massive punish from last minute.
Ooh, duck luck, though. Finds a kill on a Mahiro, gets the shutdown. That's like 150 gold or something, so a little something.
Yeah, definitely finding another way to try and create an opportunity. Speaking of opportunity, the way of the dragon.
Every time that way the dragon connects, that's an opportunity. ZMJ, though, gonna get caught in the implosion. KLX, deadly catch, all of it, but the AOG keeps him alive for just long enough. Blaze Duet comes out, but JDZ stops him in his tracks, and ZMJ still on the field. Raging Sandstorm, Reinforce finds him as he tries to engage, but it's still a 1 for 3, and that is a bad way for Excellerate. Last minute can probably move on to the Lord now.
Oh yeah, they're gonna open up this map as well. Nobody to really defend on the bot side. Duckluck trying to hurry up and get over there. No way to be able to contest this Lord now. Overall, it's just pretty much checkmate what we've been seeing so far from last minute. Able to find the opportunity and create the advantage. Duckluck hit with the knockup.
Oh, Reinforce. Putting some nice damage on a Blade. Look at Mahiro with the snipe out. Does land on a KLX, bringing down a half health. Rough waves just to try to disengage. Reinforce, trying to lock onto Mahiro. Out comes Raging Sandstorm. Mahiro able to flicker past the wall. Reinforce still on the chase. Might be time to back off, though. Gonna get taunted. JDZ finds KLX off cam. In a big way, the dragon onto Reinforce. He's blasted down as Blade gets the kill. JDZ now still on the chase, dashing back and forth with the Lord coming soon.
It's like last minute has a red flag, and Reinforce is just a bull, right? Anytime he sees red, he's chasing. He's going for the flag. Sometimes it's just not worth it, brother. You got to push back. Don't fall for the bait. Last minute, setting up a trap. And Excellerate falling right into the palm of their hands, and now the siege for the tier 2.
Oh, Baby Zen gets knocked up by the G-Kondo. The snipe tries to connect, but wait, the implosion locks in. It's a lot of damage on the last minute. 2 members fall. Blade and ZMJ right before the Lord connects onto the inhibitor. That's a good survival move for Excellerate. This is going to make him probably not lose a single inhibitor. And here goes Reinforce once again on the hunt for Mahiro. Wait, JDZ looking for Duckluck. Gets caught up and taken out. Duckluck finds the kill.
There we go. We're starting to see some mistakes from last minute. Overconfident. And this is what happens when you're so far ahead. They have a lot of insurance, and they start getting a little complacent. Excellerate doing a good job reading these mistakes and punishing. But again, Reinforce, we see him chase a lot more than we would like. He needs to play a little bit more passive.
All right, Blade is going to get locked on to Reinforce. KLX able to take a tower. Sky gets shut down. Duckluck with the mega kill. Duckluck coming online, but KLX still taken out from a hero. Accelerate finally pushing back.
Yeah, pushing back, but Excellerate playing from behind, being aggressive now in the jungle, for last minute and sinking these lanes. Able to take all 3 of the tier 3 turrets and now working their way on to the tier 2's 1v1 matchup.
Oh, Exor
Go!
misses the push. The Shimpo Stepper. Where is Blade, man? Blade's been a monster on this show. He's 2-1-6 right now. Exor still hunting for something, but maybe in a bad spot. Gets knocked up. Blade doesn't commit with the Way of the Dragon, and Excellerate backs off.
Yeah, he saved the Way of the Dragon. He knew he could have got the setup there, but he's not really trying to focus on Exor, at least not at that moment. Now it's 24-11, 13 minutes in. We got to see a little bit of signs of life from Excellerate, right? We saw them win a couple of these team fights and push their way up on the map, but keep in mind, they are being overly aggressive and they have little to no insurance behind them. They only have inhibitor turrets standing as we are seeing the Lord spawn in and they're ready to take this fight.
All right, and I mean, they have a bunch of ults. They still have the Deadly Catch. They have the Melina Blitz. Duckluck in trouble though. Passive does proc. ZMJ into the backside with a big AOG. Mahiro able to take out Exor, and KLX goes down next. Reinforce able to get the Raging Sandstorm, able to do some damage. Looking for the Quicksand Guard, but he gets knocked up, and Mahiro finds another kill. Baby Zen now on the run as Mahiro flickers in to get some final shots. Nibiru's Passion comes out, and Mahiro's transformed right in the nick of time. Accelerate does find the Lord, so they still alleviate some pressure and may have time to recuperate.
Yeah, they bought themselves a couple of seconds of time. Could have been very costly if Baby Zen would have fell right there, but this Lord will be bursted down in the mid lane. JD now picking up the Blade of Despair. We'll have a lot of physical damage on the way!
Duckluck's online, baby. Duckluck is online. I mean, honestly, right now, Duckluck's probably playing the best in the team, man. I mean, again, it's not very hard as an Ana. You just sit in the back, you throw out some Molinas, you connect that blitz, but the amount of damage is getting there. We're almost 15 minutes in, and Duckluck could be a problem if last minute can't deal with it.
He's out there playing, or she's out there playing.
She's out there playing.
Duck Goose. She's making a statement today, letting the world know, hey, she's ready to shine for their final appearance in the NACT regular season. JD on this Natalia, though, 6-3-6, just being a silent assassin, but it's been effective. We've been seeing him do a lot of split pushing, too, to create the opportunity for most of the turrets to fall in their favor. Some of the items popping up on the board as well. Let's look at Duckluck, right? Now 9,000
Not even
gold.
maxed.
Not even maxed, but still having the Lightning Truncheon, having the Glowing Wand, just having a pretty effective game overall. 6-2-4. It's really just the positioning. Able to fight from afar and last minute not able to find a way back to her.
Yeah, what do you go for? Like Genius One next? Maybe get some penetration in there. Definitely a lot of possibilities. Reinforce though, gonna get away the Dragon to the face. Hold back, popped up, taken out. As KLX comes in with a Blazing Duet, a lot of damage on Exor as well. ZMJ able to get the kill. Baby Zen on the run. The Blade gonna flicker in with the G Kundo knockup. Transformation does come in. Melina able to help out, but Baby Zen still in a bad spot. Blade looking for the cutoff. Sky gets the final hit as ZMJ gets the kill, and Duckluck finally shut down. It's a full 5-man wipe, and last minute are ready to look for the finish.
Yeah, but they don't have minions, which may buy him a little bit of time. At least Reinforce and Exor should be back to properly defend up against last minute on this siege. Rose Gold Meteor picked up by JD as well. Here comes Reinforce to hold them off. Are they going to still go in for an ender?
They might go for it, especially with this big kill onto Reinforce. They might not need a Lord. 30 seconds for Reinforce, 5 seconds for the rest of the team. Last minute gonna play it safe though and back off.
Yeah, I feel like they started to sense a little bit of Tara coming out of Exor, and they didn't want any parts of that. They're gonna go ahead and go back and take this Lord. Have a little bit more insurance to try and close out this game swiftly. Accelerate though, now on the push, now on the defense, but playing aggressively.
It's 13-33 right now, Wheezy. Would you have thought we'd made it here?
You know, I stopped trying to predict things because I realized that you can't guess it all. And that's what I love to see in this NACT fall season. I didn't think Natalia would have snuck up in here. You know, I didn't think that Tara would disappear after that amazing Tick performance, but Exor to kind of rise to the occasion. And to be able to see heroes that you've played on, such as the Khalid, get the recognition or the, you know, that he deserves. It's a sight to be seen. But Trex, it is bittersweet. Like we said, this is the last game for both of these teams in the NACT fall season, and they're ready to make a statement.
Oh, last minute. Looking to finish things off. Baby Zen brings out the deadly catch. Pushing Blade back. Blade looking for the kick. AOG locks in. Big raging sandstorm. Will it be enough? As KLX tries to go into the backside with a blazing duet. A lot of damage on him, a hero, but Exor on the run. KLX gone. Nothing but duck luck against the world. And good luck today because last minute wants to end things their way. The enemy concedes defeat and last minute takes the game.
There goes those smiles we were looking for. You get to see another victory for last minute. It's the first time they've got 4 in a row. A complete blowout up against Excellerate to close out their debut this NACT fall season. Definitely look forward to seeing them in future NACTs to come. Excellerate was never able to rise to the occasion to put a point on the board, but they did find a victory elsewhere. Able to make it into top 8 for North America is definitely something to be proud about. And there you have it, bittersweet. Excellerate last minute, their last game for the regular season, and it's been a journey. This game, though, definitely credits over to last minute.
I finally figured out why Reinforce has 11 deaths. Look at his build. What is he doing?
Nah, there's no way. He traded that last second.
No. He definitely built that the whole way through. He's like, I got 6 items. What do you guys mean, man? 6 items?
No, this is just crazy. But you know what? Hey, man, if they want to be full of surprises, I'm all for it. But again, we see this time and time again, right? There always has to be a team that sits in that number 8 position. And this time it will be Excellerate. We've seen teams through NACT regular seasons slowly rise and get higher on that totem pole. And hopefully it'll be the same case for them. I always say a team that sticks together wins together. And I look forward to seeing them in future NACTs to come. Last minute, though, a major victory for them to be able to not only win this series, but to get a wipeout, completely denying Excellerate a chance for a point on the board, is showcasing that they were scaling through the season. Had it been a little bit longer, they could have potentially took another victory off of the other top 8 teams.
Yeah, it's definitely sad. You know, they only had like 3 weeks to really get in, to get moving. And one thing I can say is teams that normally sit around the 7 or 6 spot, we do see them, you know, grow throughout seasons. Last season was a great example of that. We saw teams like Fiend take some surprise wins here and there. We see teams that come in at the bottom of the pedestal, maybe fight for a 5 or 4 position. Those possibilities are already there. So I do hope to maybe see last minute more in the future. I think they did improve over this, and this is a great time to take this and take what you learn and keep moving forward into future seasons.
Right, going back to the drawing board and creating plans, and hopefully, like you said, we'll see them again. Hopefully see Tara again, man. I mean, he gained a massive amount of fans with the limited performance that we got to see. Now, Trex, it is bittersweet, but we do have to bid both of these teams farewell. Guys, we are closing in at the end of the regular season. It's been so quick with these teams fighting it out, and you know, it's only going to get harder from here. These teams are going to be putting on heavier gloves and punching a lot harder as we get into the playoffs. There's no more room for mistakes. There's no more second chances as we jump into the playoffs here momentarily. We got one more series to close out today, though, and this one has a lot more on the line than the previous series.
It has playoffs on the line, right? It has everything on the line. And speaking of lines, let's bring in Zeke.
I'm not really sure what that was supposed to mean, but thank you. Awesome games. It was a lot more one-sided than I had anticipated, though.
Definitely a lot more one-sided than any of us anticipated. We were hoping it was going to go all the way to 5 games. We were hoping we could be doing this all night long. But I'm actually really excited we're going to be jumping in to the next series pretty soon.
Yeah, and last minute, able to claim that victory for their final performance in the NACT regular season. A team who everybody counted as the underdogs, who expected them to go in that last position, scaling through the regular season. Not the easiest thing to do, but they have done it, and we look forward to seeing them in future seasons to come. It's been a journey, right? Last minute, they didn't really switch up their roster either. Excellerate, I feel like last second just took out one of
One of
their
their best
main
players.
roles. Yeah.
Did last minute.
There you go. Last
Last minute.
So I don't know if that was really the move. Normally we see teams that kind of keep the same lineup and learn from their mistakes, be a little bit more effective, and hopefully they can kind of learn that lesson as they go through future NACTs.
Yeah, I think we've got an interview about to come up. I'm hoping it's gonna be good because I definitely have some questions I want to talk to last minute about, especially in terms of like their progression.
Weezy's got a question for you, I think.
I say,
nope.
No, you're not getting out of this. While we wait for the interview, you can interview us. You can prepare.
So actually, I do have some questions for you guys as well, though. I was gonna wait until after, but I guess I'll ask them now.
Oh, I guess the interview's ready.
Psych! Give me the real players. Blade, how you feeling, man?
I'm doing good. Hello.
Hey, hello. So, welcome to the interview.
Thank you.
I've got some questions for you, man. I got to see you guys playing and dominating that entire last series. But, this is your first time being in the top 8. How was your experience in this NACT?
I feel like there's a lot of improvements that I could work on with my team, and I think we just need like lots of tournament experience, like small tournaments also, and just keep grinding.
What do you think was the biggest lesson that you learned from participating in NACT, whether it was as a player or as a team?
I think the biggest lesson that I learned was it's never too much to practice, especially with your teammates, and you really need the comms to be there so you guys could work on the comms, like shot calls, positioning, and it would really help if we get a coach in the future.
Yeah, I think a coach is something that, as long as they're well accredited, well experienced, can definitely help take you a lot farther. Do you think that or what really do you attribute to being the biggest difference between your team and some of these other teams like BTK or Cloud9?
Wait, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. What do you think is the biggest difference between Last Minute and teams like BTK or Cloud9?
I'm gonna be honest. We don't even compare to those teams because they have lots of experience, especially international. They also participated in all NACT tournaments, and I didn't. And they were always top 8, top 4, top 2, and we need like months or maybe even years of experience and like practice. Yeah.
Sure, but don't count yourself out. Legacies all start somewhere, and history doesn't just spawn, So with that being said, I do think that you guys are a very good team, and don't count yourselves out. Just continue to play and get better and learn from the mistakes that you guys made.
Yeah.
And I do think that I would like to see you guys in the next NACT to come. With that being said, was there any one player that stood out to you when you were playing this NACT that you would like to face again?
Definitely Joy Bodge. He's my idol. He's my favorite roamer in NA.
Yeah, Joy Bodge is very good, very good.
Yeah.
All right, final question for you. Do you have any final words to the NACT community, whether it's on behalf of yourself or the Last Minute team, before I let you go?
I would like to say that thank you for watching and supporting us, especially my friends. I will try to get better and come back in top 8 NACT and hoping to be top 4 in the next NACT. But not as an EXP laner, but as a jungler.
Love that as a jungleman in myself. I love that. Thank you so much for spending your time, and we hope to see you guys again.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Love him. Very well spoken. Very well spoken.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Blade maybe in the future, man. Also, shout out to Baji Boy. We have similar taste, and yeah.
Yeah, I think overall his head's in the right place, right? He's going to focus, continue that grind, and he looks forward to competing in future NACTs, and we look forward to casting it. So hopefully we can see him, whether that's in the XP lane or in the jungle, hold that flag for his team and be a top 8 contender.
Let's see that MVP spot, baby. Big Blade.
Big Blade. Are we going to coin that nickname now if we see him next NACT? It's Big Blade in the house.
I like it. And then honestly, I mean, he had a lot of explosive moments that really shined for his team. Honestly, he was one of the main reasons why they're able to dominate so early in the game. He kept constantly out-rotating Reinforce, finding that window of opportunity for his team to capitalize on. And his hero pool was very impressive. Even on the show, we got to see him sidestep a lot of the times for the setups that were trying to go in on him. And seeing him in a new position for the next NACT, I'm wondering how that's going to play off. I feel like he has good synergy. He has good micro and macro. And overall, just a pretty solid player when it boils down to it. So definitely well-deserved. And on his exit out of the NACT fall season, what better way to do it than earning the MVP?
With that being said, he was saying that he wants to come back as a jungler. I'm actually really excited to see what he's going to be able to do in that position if they do make a comeback next season. Because as a jungle main myself, I know that it can be pretty competitive and very mechanical, and I would love to see what he can bring to that field.
Yeah, I think jungle, I mean, yes, if we haven't gotten to see him jungle, so I don't know. I really liked him in EXP lane, man. I think right now a lot of teams are lacking decent EXP laners. EXP lane can have a huge place on a team. So I don't know, man. If he's an amazing jungler, yes, move to jungle. If that's where you're really happy, move to jungle. But I wouldn't count yourself out in the EXP lane. I think he showed promise. I think, you know, whether he stays with last minute or joins another team, whatever the deal ends up being, I think he maybe has some promise in the future of NA.
Yeah, I mean, even in the XP lane, right? You're seeing players like Fried Chicken, Nats, step to that zone. Your Reshi. These are going to be people he's going to be competing with in the XP lane. But like you said, there's a heavy saturation of junglers when it comes to North America. So maybe staying in a place that's not as saturated could be a little bit more beneficial. But nonetheless, an excellent gameplay from him and a well-deserved MVP, as we are now moving into the standings for the NACT fall season. Like we mentioned, both of those teams not able to make it into the playoffs. We have 3 teams already solidified with their seedings: Cloud9, the Bloodthirsty Kings, and Godspeed in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position. And we're going to have to see who's going to be able to claim the 4th seat, the final seat, to close out the regular season and move on forward to the playoffs.
Well said, and I do think that it goes without saying that this is going to be an intense next matchup. There is so much pressure on these two teams. I don't know that I've got words to convey how important this is going to be for both of these teams to play at the absolute best of their capabilities. So with that being said, Gosu Night Horde and Overskilled. This is going to be the make it or break it moments.
Yeah, I mean, I think Overskilled is this, you know, it's a newer team that has come in. There are a few recognizable players like Death, etc. But Gosu Night Horde, man, you know, Night Horde in general has been a team that has become known in NACT, man. They've been around for several seasons, but they've never been able to break that number 3 or number 2 spot, right? They've never been able to make it to grand finals. They haven't been able to get to 3rd, I don't think, yet. I could go back and check, but I'm pretty sure they haven't. They've always fallen around that number 4, number 5. And I think, you know, this is an opportunity for them, right? I think a lot is on the plate for them. They've also now taken on the branding of Gosu Night Horde, so it's 2 big names on the plate. And I think they're hungry for playoffs. And I think if they get to playoffs, they have a lot to show to see how far they can make it.
Yeah, I mean, with the addition of Dez running in the jungle, we got to see him kind of take the back seat in the previous NACT as a sub for the jungle for Gaming Gladiators. But now to be able to see him on the front lines and make it this far, he has a lot of fans behind him, and we can't wait to see it. And the underdogs definitely are going to be Excellerate, but you can't count them out. They've had some victories this NACT fall season, and they're tied with Gosu Night Horde. So both of them have equal footing to be able to take that remaining spot for the playoffs. So we definitely got to see which way this goes.
And see we will, but after this break, let's get to it.
Master this bush control will win your team the game. Hey guys, it's Liz here, and welcome back to another episode of Strategy Dissect. Today, I want to show you another important tip that can change how your team plays MLBB. I call it the Lord winning bush. And we all know what Lord means in MLBB. I mean, hopefully. Directly speaking, it's the mid bush close to the Lord side. Around 9 minutes into the first game between C9 and BTK, Lord spawned on the top side. Notice how Shark was able to walk into the Lord winning bush initially with Hoon's help, but he quickly wandered away a few seconds after Valentina walked inside of the bush. This effectively gave up the Lord side of the map control to C9, which resulted in C9 taking the Lord without much pressure. Now let's go back a few seconds. If Shark had coordinated engage with Hoon onto Valentina, they could have landed a devastating blow onto the opposition mid laner, wasting Mark Cutie's ultimate or Purify or both, while maintaining pressure on Lord's side to buy time for his team. And now let's take a look at a different example. Around 9 minutes into Game 2, BTK effectively gained control over the Lord winning bush this time. Because of that, Cloud9 had to make a huge detour just to safely arrive at the same destination. This brought BTK valuable time to quickly burst the Lord down and want control over the game. How about let's test this theory on the world stage? 9 minutes into Game 2 of Fnatic Onyx PH versus Falcons AP Bren, you can see a constant juggle of mid Lord winning bush control. Eventually, Onyx PH was able to capitalize on Fuse's missteps and gain back the control over the Lord winning bush. And what follows is a beautiful execution of Onyx style Lord fight to snowball the game. Hopefully this is all helpful. Make sure to like, subscribe, and turn that bell on. We will see you on the next episode of Strategy Dissect.
So right here, me and Hun just tried to go back, but we got popped a lot. And we tried to clean mid, and for some reason, Chao tried to get MOBA, and I canceled the Chao kick. So right here, we don't have any skill. So we tried to defend Nolan blue. But for some reason, the Lucy tried to kill Nolan behind, but he missed, as you can see. And right here, we know we're gonna win, because the Tyrael have all. And look at me. 2-man all. They cannot do anything. And look at Nolan. He think that Lucy is Nicolette or something, so he can one-shot her. But that's my cutie, so that's the whole different story, I guess. Unlucky. So right here, they did a good play with Makudi. He buy a lot of time for his team, so carry can boost top free goal. We waste a lot of time for him. That's a good play for Makudi. And right here, nothing happened. Yeah. We let the top wave come to our bay. That's fast, and we don't have any clear, you know. We need the one to clear the top. And we tried to send Antula to make the Nolan, but we forgot that the Antula. So, but next time, I think the 4v should go there to match in the Nolan next time. Yeah. And Antula just come to teamfight with us. 4v just stay with Nolan, 1v1. So the Nolan cannot split anymore. So it's better for us. Remember to watch us the game BTK this weekend. We lost the first day, but it's not the playoff, so don't worry. We will come back stronger. So make sure to watch BTK this weekend. See ya.
Hi guys, I'm C9 Yellow, part-time content creator, full-time fry bagger, back again to react to another video. This time it's C9 versus BTK. Woo! Oh, nice kick. Oh my god, an even better cancel from Mr. Shark. Oh my, dude, that was frame perfect. Jesus. Oh, teleportation. Mars outside the bush. Wait, what the? They saw him. Mar, you're criminal. Oh, nice swipe. Oh, he went in. Oh my god, he's gonna get stunned. Zia with the prio, basic clearing mid. Need that extra gold. Oh, 1v1? No, dude, just dash out. Another 1v1. Ooh, fade away. One more shield. Try again. Alright, he's done, he's done. What went right for BTK was for sure Shark's cancellation. I mean, that was just perfect. If not for that, Zane would be dead, the buff would be down, maybe even transition to gold. I think what went wrong for Cloud9 was the fact that Mar was outside the bush when they teleported. So they saw them teleport, they were ready for it. Also maybe the fact that maybe the mage shouldn't be TPing that deep, maybe just the R-Lot go in, so they could all come in different directions next time. And then Basic was also split pushing instead of helping out, maybe like just throw in a slow, just be scary. Alright, looking at the game state, C9 doesn't really have much of a choice right now but to clear waves. They do have strong wave clear with the Lilia and the Beatrix rockets, and the Nolan on the split push. But in this clip, I think Fovia should just be coming up to clear because he's not needed on the siege anyway. His team is strong enough to push for sure with the Wan and the Angela. They're strong enough to get the 2 towers here, I think, without Chicken. I mean, he even killed himself here and they still got 2 towers. I think he should have just been there to match the Nolan for sure. Split pushing is definitely like a valid strategy in this meta because there's a lot of quick assassins, like Nolan. Like, he has unlimited dashes for as long as he has energy. And it's also the fact that it's Cloud9 and they have like a 50% split push buff from basic. Alright guys, thank you guys for watching another video by me. I'm gonna go back to bagging some fries now. Oh, and shout out to Cloud9, shout out to Sir Rose, shout out to my mother, my aunt.
20 minutes later.
My brother, my half-sibling, my cousin twice removed, my grandfather. Shout out to my fellow fry bagger, Alexander. Shout out to my dentist, Daniel. Shout out to my doctor, Hector. Shout out to the person that took my Chick-fil-A order this morning. Her name was Sarah.
Fighting for, no one would ever know your name. Who were you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time when clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours, now fill with your sword. There's endless power once you start, never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
the gun!
G? -1?
Ay, Max.
We can.
4 seconds, 4 seconds.
We can -1. G? Just fried chicken, chicken. Zia. No pure.
Sige.
No pure Zia.
Zia, pre.
Bulo mo. Ang dali mo.
Help me basic.
Yo, pre. Tapos to, in the ball to. Sige, sama-sama na kayo mga tanga. Mga bobo.
Ingat. Ayan. First goal, careful to...
Yeah, may imo ko, pre. End the ball. Tao lang ako.
Power lang.
Nice!
Ay, nakita nyo. Ay, gitna. Patay.
Take. Alice.
Patay niya.
Alice. Alice, pre.
Bobo!
If you wanna get it? Yeah, 4v, sir.
Basta, gago! Bobo!
Go top.
Chris, tangat at sa lapit.
Buhay natin, tara.
Abulin niya. Lapit ka.
Gago, go top.
Igun, tara, Chris.
Apat dito, pre. Go top.
G.
Ay, dali.
Tama.
Master this bush control will win your team the game. Hey guys, it's Liz here, and welcome back to another episode of Strategy Dissect. Today, I want to show you another important tip that can change how your team plays MLBB. I call it the Lord winning bush, and we all know what Lord means in MLBB. I mean, hopefully. Directly speaking, it's the mid bush close to the Lord side. Around 9 minutes into the first game between C9 and BTK, Lord spawned on the top side. Notice how Shark was able to walk into the Lord winning bush initially with Hoon's help, but he quickly wandered away a few seconds after Valentina walked inside of the bush. This effectively gave up the Lord side of the map control to C9, which resulted in C9 taking the Lord without much pressure. Now let's go back a few seconds. If Shark had coordinated engage with Hoon onto Valentina, they could have landed a devastating blow onto their opposition mid laner, wasting Mark Cutie's ultimate or Purify or both. while maintaining pressure on Lord's side to buy time for his team. And now let's take a look at a different example. Around 9 minutes into Game 2, BTK effectively gained control over the Lord winning bush this time. Because of that, Cloud9 had to make a huge detour just to safely arrive at the same destination. This brought BTK valuable time to quickly burst the Lord down and won control over the game. How about let's test this theory on the world stage? 9 minutes into Game 2 of Fnatic Onyx PH versus Falcons AP Bren, you can see a constant juggle of mid Lord winning bush control. Eventually, Onyx PH was able to capitalize on Fuse's missteps and gain back the control over the Lord winning bush. And what follows is a beautiful execution of Onyx style Lord fight to snowball the game. Hopefully this is all helpful. Make sure to like, subscribe, and turn that bell on. We will see you on the next episode of Strategy Dissect.
So right here, me and Hun just try to go back, but we get popped a lot. And we try to clean mid, and for some reason, Chao tried to get MOBA, and I cancel the Chao kick. So right here, we don't have any skill. So we try to defend Nolan blue. But for some reason, the Lucy tried to kill Nolan behind, but he missed, as you can see. And right here, we know we're gonna win, because the Tyrael have all. And look at me. 2-man all. They cannot do anything. And look at Nolan. He think that Lucy is Nicolette or something, so he can one-shot her. But that's my cutie, so that's the whole different story, I guess. Unlucky. So right here, they did a good play with Macutie. He buy a lot of time for his team, so carry can boost top free goal. We waste a lot of time for him. That's a good play for Macutie. And right here, nothing happened. Yeah. We let the top wave come to our bay. That's fast, and we don't have any clear, you know. We need the one to clear the top. And we tried to send Antula to make the Nolan, but we forgot that the Antula. So, but next time, I think the 4v should go there to matching the Nolan next time. Yeah. And Antula just come to team fight with us. 4v just stay with Nolan, 1v1. So the Nolan cannot split anymore. So it's better for us. Remember to watch us the game BTK this weekend. We lost the first day, but it's not the playoff, so don't worry. We will come back stronger. So make sure to watch BTK this weekend. See ya.
Hi guys, I'm C9 Yellow, part-time content creator, full-time fry bagger, back again to react to another video. This time it's C9 versus BTK. Woo! Oh, nice kick. Oh my god, an even better cancel from Mr. Shark. Oh my, dude, that was frame perfect. Jesus. Oh, teleportation. Mars outside the bush. Wait, what the? They saw him. Mar, you're criminal. Oh, nice swipe. Oh, he went in. Oh my god, he's gonna get stunned. Zio with the prio, basic clearing mid. Need that extra gold.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back. We hope that you enjoyed your break. We know that we did. Next up, we're going to have Gosu Night Horde going up against Overskilled to figure out who the fourth team to go to the playoffs is going to be. Back on the caster's desk, we're going to have Trex and Steph Wheezy still digging out the hard work. How are you guys feeling about this upcoming game?
I'm tired from all this digging, but I'm ready. I'm excited for this next series. It's going to be, I mean, it's Gosu Night Horde up against Overskilled, and one of them's going to the next weekend.
That's right. This is our final series for the NACT Fall Regular season, and then it's on to the playoffs. I know Trex has been excited about it. He's been hyping it up. I'm right alongside him, and this is a final chance to compete for the last remaining seat into the playoffs for that number 4 position.
Trex, can you take us into this playoff format? How is this all going to show out looking like starting next week?
Well, 4 teams are going to start off in the upper bracket, and as teams win and lose, they will move forward. There is going to be a double elimination bracket all the way to the finish. Now, the loser round 1 and 2 are going to be best of 3s, whereas upper bracket matches will be best of 5 until the finals, where we finish things off with a glorious best of 7.
And you know me, I love to see these matches go the distance, and I hope exactly that, not only for the playoffs, but also for the final series today. We got to see one bonus round yesterday. Hopefully we can see one today to close it out. But before that, Zeke, I think you have something for the audience.
Yeah, I mean, you know, me personally, nothing. But Moonton, who scan this code here or put this in, first 30 people are going to get a Bursting Yama Minotaur skin. But you're gonna have to be fast. I've said it once, I've said it a million times. If you're not on this, you're going to lose it. Get there. The code is going to be DEL87LMM8. There's no real way for me to pronounce that based off of it having numbers in it. So I'm sorry for you guys who were expecting more from me. I let you down.
I think you could have tried harder, but yeah, the Bursting Yama, I don't know if I've heard that one before. Bursting Yama Minotaur skin. I like it.
I'll tell you what, I'm definitely disappointed with Zeke not being able to pronounce that. I mean, you know, we put these up there just for you, Zeke. You know, next code, you got to just go for it, man. You just got to throw it out there. The world's ready to hear what you've got to say.
Well, I want to hear more from you guys, but about the rosters. Trex?
All right, Gosu Night Horde, Mikasa in the XP lane. Oh My Foe, gonna be subbing in for Yellow BC, Legend in the mid, Alcyone in the roam position, and Dez possibly in the gold position. Now, there was rumors of these swaps maybe coming. Last time Oh My Foe filled in, I think for Legend or Mikasa, I couldn't remember. But either way, this time Oh My Foe will be swapping in for Yellow BC. And it's definitely going to make the playstyle of Gosu Night Horde maybe a little bit different.
That's a very big change. You are right. They did replace Oh My Foe with Legend, or Legend replaced Oh My Foe. And now to be able to see this change again, kind of seems like Oh My Foe is bouncing around, and this time Dez will be affected. Now going to be put in that gold position without Yellow BC holding that down. Now I'm interested to kind of see how this affects the teams. We often say that new additions to rosters can make it or break it, and with a team such as Gosu Night Horde, I'm expecting them to have that synergy. But speaking of teams with synergy, a new team on the scene just showcasing their talent and now having a chance to make it into the playoffs with their final series up against Gosu. It is going to be Overskilled with Death in the XP lane, Myth in the jungle, Kawa Patootie in the mid lane, Song is the roamer, and Superman taking flight in the gold lane.
I'm honestly pretty excited to see this Overskilled team come back. We've seen them do really varying levels of success that they found from these different teams based off of who they've been fighting. But when it all comes down to it, the Gosu Night Horde versus the Overskilled is literally like, that's supposed to be their perfect matchup. And I know I'm all over the words because of all of the excitement that I've got for this. And if you guys know Trax, you know Steph, you know me, I'm all about this last minute pressure that it comes down to, and they've got to be feeling it.
Yeah, I think both teams definitely feeling it. Gosu and Horde making this roster swap might scare people, but I do think that they have enough of a management team. There's enough people behind them, you know, manager like Tyrant. There's enough people kind of backing the team to where I think it was a well-decided decision. I think it's what they believe is the best choice for their team currently. So I don't think it'll hinder them. And I do still think that Gosu and Horde might be the favorite in this. But I'm excited to see what Overskilled brings to the table.
I mean, I'm right there with you, right? We got to see what they bring to the table, and they definitely have the talent behind them to be able to bring some great competition. Now, I got to say, between both these teams, I think we're going to see some even level matchup. I don't think there's going to be too much of a major gap between both sides, and I hope that we can see a potential bonus round as we move forward.
I'm very excited to see Oh My Foe coming back into it. We saw him a lot last season, last NACT season. We're going to see him again this NACT season. I thought that he did well, but let's get into it. The caster predictions. We all seem to vote for the Gosu Night Horde, but I wanted to know why.
Actually, Zeke, I want to know why this season your votes have been matching ours. Normally, you know, it just feels weird, man. You've switched up on us, and I want to know why your votes have been the way they have this season.
I'll let Steph talk first, and then I'll answer that.
Well, Zeke, I'm going to be right there with you, except he didn't have my back when I voted for Cloud9 in the BTK scramble, so I don't think he's copying me. I think he's copying you, Trex.
Oh.
So I know I got the first, some of the first guesses wrong earlier in the season. Most of the wrong guesses that I did get were earlier in this season, where I really did try to vote for some of these underdogs, and they absolutely smacked me around for it. Up to that point, I do feel like the experience levels between some of the matchups were a little bit more lopsided, so putting in my guesses was a little bit easier. But again, those are some of the ones that I've been really surprised by, because again, we've got games like yesterday where BTK goes up against Godspeed, and Godspeed almost hands them a series loss, which is absolutely wild. So I felt like up to this point, some of the picks were easy, some of them really haven't been, and this is another one of those matches for me where I put in my vote for Night Horde, but I really do feel like this match could go either way.
I think Godspeed. I mean, I think Gosu Night Horde definitely has shown potential. In the very first week of all of this, they faced up against BTK. They did lose out on that 0-4, but even in that first game, they showed some promise. They had some moments where like they showed that they know what they're doing. And a lot of these players are veteran players who have been around in the NACT for a very long time, since the early days, since before this was an official Moonton event, right? So I think Gosu Night Horde has what it takes. They just need to, you know, push beyond that 100%.
And that's what we're going to be looking forward to seeing today, as we are now officially in round 3, the final day of the NACT regular season, where you're seeing 2 teams fight it out for that remaining seat in the playoffs. Keep in mind, both of these teams are currently tied with 4 points. So no matter which way this goes, the first team to 3 victories will earn that remaining seat into the playoffs. Who will it be?
Right now, we've got Cloud9 leading the pack, with BTK still in second, even though they had such a close matchup with Godspeed, who is in third. But this last match is going to determine who is going to be fourth, because although Maple Leaf holds that spot right now, one of these teams have to win. And even if it's a 3-match lead, on top of that 4, 7's more than 6, they're taking it. That's fast maths from Zeke.
That's fast math right there. Math is hard for me, so I didn't really understand how that works, but I'm glad you broke it down for us. Yeah, no matter who wins, whether it goes 3-1, whether it goes 3-2, one of these teams is going to end up in the playoffs next week. It's a lot on the line.
It is a lot on the line, and it's kind of interesting when you look at both of these teams, right? On one side, you have some more familiar faces, some heavy names behind them, fused with Gosu and the Night Horde. On the other side, you have some new additions that nobody really knows too much about. A lot more of what we would consider would be the underdog, especially when you see the casters' predictions and everybody voting for the House of the Dragon, Gosu Night Horde. But like Zeke mentioned, Overskilled, right? They've had an interesting journey. They, in their debut, went against Maple Leaf 3-1. They weren't able to find the victory there, but then they turned it back around up against Last Minute. But this time, there's going to be a team of a higher caliber, right? Can they rise to the occasion?
Well, only one of them can, and we're about to find out. Let's get to the draft.
All right, draft number 1 of the last series of regular season. Night Horde up against Overskilled. Wheezy. You know, realistically, I think even though we all voted for Night Horde, we've seen some games surprisingly go the distance. Yesterday we saw Godspeed up against BTK. Do we think that this is a series that you know, could go the distance? You know, do we think Overskills has what it takes to take on some of these veterans?
I personally do. I feel like as we get to the final day of the regular season, even in the first series we watched, like I feel like these teams are going to be a little bit closer on that ladder in terms of elo and power. And I feel like even though Overskilled is the underdogs, they're not too far behind Night Horde, even in terms of points, right? They're currently tied up, and it's up for them to kind of write that story and let us know. I mean, definitely when it comes to statistics, we're going to favor the Night Horde just because we've seen them more on the competitive scene in previous NACTs. But you can't count down Overskilled just yet. We are seeing the draft go on right now. Now, something that we've seen similar when it's Night Horde, they like to kind of focus in on that R-Lot pickup. It is still available. May be able to slot that in here, but things have changed. There's been a shift in the pattern of what's been selected first pick. We've seen the Khalid rise to the occasion, the Katat rise to the occasion, and looks like they're going to go in for that Katat. We've seen it flex into the roam position. We've seen it flex into the XP lane. I personally think it thrives in both of them. So it's a wise decision. But that opens up the R-Lot over to the side of Overskilled if they do want to find a possible counterplay and have a great setter.
You know, there's a few picks that definitely have been like the more slotted up fronts. You know, we have the Khalid, we have the Gatot. For certain teams, it's the R-Lot, Edith. But I feel like all of them are solid up front. It just kind of depends on which one do we think is the best in our hands. Which ones do we really want the most? And it seems like Gosu Night Horde wants that Gatot up front. It still gives them a little bit of room to breathe. The roam position never hurt nobody getting picked first, but Overskilled also keeping it straight up. They're going to, fine, you want the Gatot? We're going to trade for you. We take the Khalid. We also throw a Valentina, which has been a monstrous mid laner so far in NACT. So Overskilled not wasting time. Night Horde fires back with the Hayabusa.
What has Nats done to the NACT, man? As soon as he pulled out Khalid, everybody's been rocking it. Now we're going to see Overskilled or pick this one up. Can't wait to see how it kind of works in their favor. Now, it is going to be going up against that R-Lot that we mentioned, right? It's been heavily focused by Night Horde. Majority of the games that they win, the R-Lot is on their side. So, and it has a final slash to be able to cancel out that quicksand for the regeneration. Now, the Valentina here, it's okay. I guess you can get the final slash. Not the best selection of ultimates to really choose from here, but it does provide some draft pressure for Night Horde jumping into the second phase of this draft. Now, the Julian. We haven't really got to see too many Julians, at least today, right? We got to see, like, maybe yesterday, you know, Moba Zane kind of prowls it. We've seen a couple other junglers jump in on it, but I think the Julian is something that you don't want to sleep on, right? We've seen it in international, Philippines, Indonesia, be very effective, and I think it could be a possible answer up against Night Horde.
Yeah, I think the Julian, I mean, Julian overall, it's not like it's not the jungle pick, but it is a decent pick, and it seems to always kind of find its way hinting back. We even see teams flex it around, teams like FCAP kind of use it in mid lane. It's definitely not going to be here, but it will be a solid jungler here. I think it also can do well against some of the divey comps. It has disengages, it has engages, it can use the skills in a lot of different ways. Coming down to the second ban phase, though, we have the Aurora banned out on the side of Overskilled, focusing into that mage pool. I think also ban out the Vexana maybe here. Slow down Night Horde even more, stop them from being able to have the Eternal Guardian or something of that nature. On the side of Night Horde, if they want to keep focusing in on bans, maybe just keep on going into the roam position. They have the Tigreal gone. Marksman also needed on both sides, but as we've been saying, like the Marksman pool, the gold lane pool is so open right now that unless you expend like 3 or 4 bans into it, it's tough to really stop anything.
Yeah, there's still a lot on the table for both sides to be able to pick up. When we look at Overskilled, you know the Julian's most likely going to be jumping into the jungle, Khalid in the XP lane, and the Valentina in the mid. They're yet to pick a roamer. Now, the Mathilda has been banned out. They actually are the ones to kind of ban this out. They got to see Night Horde kind of perform on this really well in the previous series that they had, and definitely don't want to have to go against that. Now, I wonder what they put into the gold lane, right? Still some options available. We have yet to see a Harith be picked up for either side. There goes the Grok, though. It's going to be the Grok in the roam position for Overskilled. It's going to have some great knockup, some setup potential, and those Guardian barriers to be able to trap them in. There goes that Harith, though. We'll be rocking in the gold lane. First time we get to see it today. I'm all for it. And the Juicin stepping into the zone.
I mean, the Juicin's definitely kind of feels a little bit like a wild card here, but can outrange the Valentina, can do well against the Valentina. Same thing with the Khalid. The Khalid kind of has the ability to clear the gap a little bit. Same thing with the Grok and the Wild Charge. So it could be a tough game for Legend here on the Jushin, just depending on how he's able to play in zone. But I'm really excited to see, it does look like Dez is going to be sticking to this gold lane. And I'm excited to see how Dez does on this Harith, whether he's just completely killing it, whether he's rusty, you know, how things are going to play out here.
Speaking of playing out, both jabs have been locked in. Looks like Superman will be going in for this Moskov. Spear Destruction, having the mobility to traverse across the map, and also some damage and a little bit of knockback as well when things are not working in your favor. Could be the possibility for opportunity they're looking for. But one thing's for certain, Gosu Night Horde and Overskilled are ready to go. Both of these teams currently tied for the NACT Fall Season. One team will be sent home today, and one team will be moving on forward to the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this Dez versus Superman matchup in the gold lane. We all know Dez is very skilled. I feel like the Harith definitely has a little bit more poke over that Moskov, but only time will tell before we jump into this game, Weezy.
That's right, jumping into the game for the final series of the NACT Fall Season. Gosu Night Horde, Overskilled, ready to go the distance. One team will be sent home today, and one team will be moving on forward as the top 4 in North America, a seat in the playoffs.
All right, so I do have to say, both teams coming with pretty solid compositions. Nothing too crazy. Some beautiful trades in the first phase of the bans. We got the Gadot for the Khalid and the Valentina. I feel like both teams came very prepared. Was a little bit of a wild card, I feel like, with the Jushin, but Legend already showing with the range of it, with the ability to kind of kite and just keep on pulling them back, it could be deadly.
Yeah, need to watch out. Kawatsuri already very low. A lot of pressure early in this game from Legend on this Juicin. You are seeing some heavy pressure from the Night Horde as well. Even though it's a 2v3 situation right there, they're still providing that pressure. Ooh,
Legend
wait a second though.
Be careful.
Almost a pick off. Yeah, they need to be careful because they can be very aggressive super early, and you don't want to fall for the bait.
Yeah, I think as long as Legend plays his A game though and keeps the right distance, he's going to be a nuisance, right? And he does have this Gatot to kind of hold down the front side. A nice tanky roamer is perfect to just sit behind and keep on using that lantern and keep on being a pain, right? On the boss side, already some pressure onto Superman, and I think Night Horde, they want to try to find these offlane picks early on. They want to put Dez ahead. They want to put Mikasa ahead.
Yeah, definitely want to find a way to kind of lead the way in the early game is what both of these teams are focusing on. As we are seeing the turtle going to be spawning in the next 20 seconds. Neither side has found a death so far. Kind of playing a little passive, trying to stack up in the jungle. Speaking of stacking up, though, hit the taunt. Not able to move Super Myth with the enhanced sword. Maybe able to get out of there, but Legend on his tail will be able to take him down. Maybe able to get another super death. Forced to use the flicker to safety. Kawapatuti caught out of position. Legend just being a nuisance over here with this Juicin. Very effective. Turtle still spawned in neither side. Gonna go for it.
I mean, it's working out very well, and Super Myth just in the wrong place at the wrong time there, hanging out in the tri-bush. Everybody walks into it, and there's just no way to really escape, and that's going to give him a big advantage right before the first turtle.
Yeah, look at Super Myth. He's going to go ahead and get that orange buff. Should be able to get there in time to contest. I mean, there's a lot of low HP members from Gosu Night Horde right here. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to sustain themselves in this fight, but they're still going to go in for it. I think Overskilled realizes they are very low. Wild charge with the flicker play. Super Myth will be able to get the turtle, or Overskilled may be able to get a little bit more. Rushes in for a possible kill with the Desert Tornado. Not going to lead to anything, though, on both sides of disengaged. Turtle going over to Overskilled with super death. Will be able to catch a kill of his own. Finds Mikasa.
Okay, so Overskilled showing that they're still very much ready to play. Taking a gold lead, taking a turtle. Super Myth takes a first death, but he still makes it there just in the nick of time to get the steal. Not only that, but they find a kill onto Mikasa, and we already know that Khalid is like on the rise right now. One thing to point out with Super Death, though, he does go for the Impure Rage instead of the Concussive Blast, so slightly different emblem build than usual, but so far doing okay.
Ooh, speaking of doing okay, Song almost gonna fall right there. Forced to use the wild charge to maneuver back to the tier 2 turret on the bot side. A good push though from Gosu Nighthorde to kind of make him use that utility that he has to offer for the setup potential. Right now, 1-1 on the scoreboard though. It is a pretty even series.
And it's not very often you see an Arlot get pushed back like this. Let's take a look at the items, though. Grok's got the Dreadnought armor, gonna help a little bit in dealing with the damage coming from Oh My Ko, Mikasa, etc. Taking a look at the XP laners, though. Super Death's in that 2.2, whereas the Arlot's already behind about 400 gold. Super Death gonna work into this, not very far away from getting this Thunderbelt locked in, so in a very comfortable position. In terms of gold lane, Superman has the Corrosion Scythe. Death still looking to finish that first item.
Yeah, you are going to see that Corrosion Scythe picked up by Superman, though, so he will be able to deal some additional damage and increase that attack speed as well. Now, right now, we saw the first turtle go over to Overskilled. Gosu Nighthorde was not able to kind of find the look that they needed. They cannot continue to let these go untraded, but you are going to see the massive play on the top side. Super Death rushing in with the Raging Sandstorm to take down Mikasa. Super Myth by his side. Now going to be a 2v2. Legend, Alkalite make that 2v3. They're both fighting it out. Wild charge for the knockup. Avatar the Guardian from afar from Call Patootie. Finds Alcy1. We'll be able to shut down one member of Gosu Nighthorde, extending the kill lead 3-1 on the scoreboard.
Overskilled, overkilled. Right now, they're doing their thing, man. They're finding moments, they're finding plays, and Nighthorde can't seem to breach the wall. Maybe a little bit of lack of damage, could be because of the Jushin. Yes, it has a lot of help, but it's making it so, I mean, it's not bursty like a Valentina, right? It's going to take some time till the rest of the heroes get the damage. We still are yet to see Dez get involved in these fights, and until he is, Gosu Nighthorde just might not have the punch to deal with these big 4v4s.
Yeah, the Jushin's just very strong on providing that pressure with the Lantern Flare. Not able to close the distance. Just the amount of mobility it has in the AoE range is very effective, especially in the early game with providing that pressure. But Overskilled still finds a way to pull it off. Call Patootie, interesting enough, he's using the Avatar the Guardian, right? We're looking at what ultimate he's kind of using to work in his favor, and he doesn't really have the biggest pool to choose from, but it's still effective for the setups he's looking for, though. 2v1 in the mid lane, not going to lead to nothing. Still a 3-1 lead for Overskilled.
Yeah, I mean, Legend's getting these catches, but someone's got to be there to, you know, really capitalize on them. Alcyone has taken a death, going to set him a little bit back. Overskilled now turning that 400 gold lead into a 1k gold lead, a little bit more. Overskilled have gotten the second turtle. Last turtle is going to be up in 45 seconds. Back to the item. Super Myth takes that death early on, but he's already gotten a lead over Oh My Foe at this point. Oh My Foe has got the Hunter Strike, sitting at 3.2k gold lead, but Super Myth with it, I mean, it's nothing too major, but in terms of jungler, 600 gold can be half an item, or, you know, not half an item, but closing in on to the next item faster.
Yeah, and you're going to have to watch out for it. We know just a matter of one item over the other could be the difference in who wins that engagement, even when it's just a difference of a few hundred gold. But you are going to see Song caught out of position. Nighthorde going in for the chase. It looks like it was just a quad shadow, though, not the Ouija shadow kill, so no utility was wasted there from the side of Gosu Nighthorde, but Song, he was chunked pretty low. He was almost about 50% HP.
I mean, it still feels like Gosu Nighthorde kind of missing out on that big burst damage currently. So yeah, I think it might be a little bit of time. It might be, you know, another minute or two until they really hit a power spike when all of them can come together and start winning out on these fights. Overskilled looking for an angle onto this turtle, though.
Yeah, turtle spawned in. We've seen the last two go over to Overskilled with little to no problem, but Nighthorde looking to claim their first one of this game. But Overskilled putting on that pressure. Here comes Juice and Call Patootie rushing in with the Avatar the Guardian. Hit the final slash. We'll be able to get a turtle for Overskilled. We'll be able to get a kill as well. Takes down Oh My Foe. Maybe able to get a little bit more. Alcy1 hit with a lot of crowd control. Song needing to get out of there. Mikasa won't find him. Superman taking down Alcy1 in the mid lane. 2-1 trade, working in Overskilled's favor.
Yeah, the damage and dive is just too much right now from Overskilled. With Super Myth being ahead in gold, you have the crowd control, you have the dive potential along with Super Death. I mean, and then Call Patootie to just also get a little bit of AoE spread damage, get a little bit of burst damage onto everybody. Gosu Nighthorde can't really withstand it currently. it's gonna become more and more of a problem if this stays this way, and if Overskilled continues to turn this, from 500 gold to 1k gold, now to 3k gold lead. Gosu Nighthorde's gonna start to lose their rhythm and just fall more and more behind.
Yeah, and speaking of falling behind, wild charge play on the bot side. Maybe if we get a kill, Superman takes down Mikasa. LC1 finds Super Death to trade back. A little bit of a counterplay on the way, though. Nighthorde on the chase song. The displacement on him perfected over there by Houston Legend, being very impactful in this fight. LC1 will get shut down by Super Myth while Shadow comes out, but able to fend off the push, possibly no. Looks like they are going to open up the opportunity to take down the turret on the bot side in Overskilled's favor.
I mean, Dez still farming, though. He also takes the tower on the top side. Dez is taking the slow play, which, don't get me wrong, I think it's the right move for Gosu Nighthorde. He needs to just kind of huddle down in these off lanes. Yes, his mid trio is kind of folding right now. The rest of the team is falling a bit behind. But if Dez can get enough items, get to that 3-item power spike, then he can really start outputting. And honestly, Overskilled doesn't have the greatest answer to him overall. They do have the wild charge that can knock him up, but they don't have something like a Ruby that can really jump into the middle and keep him still for a second. As long as Dez can mechanically dance around with his Amon's Force, there's still some opportunity later on in these fights.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be watching, right? The ADCs on how they progress through the mid game and how they join these team fights or even split push. Superman did pick up the golden staff from the corroding side, so he has some massive attack speed to work in his favor. The Lord spawned in, though, about 45% HP. Overskilled in position for the retribution play. Avatar the Guardian comes out from LC1, not going to hit the mark. Responded back, though. Legend in the middle of the fight is going to rush in, trying to get a kill. Oh, my foe will find Super Depth to quad Shadow. Luigi Shadow kill comes out as well. Superman now pulling the aggro of this Lord. Superman very low, needs to get away.
Oh!
Able to find it with the enhanced chains and sword. Shuts down Mikasa on the outplay.
Mikasa goes a little bit too deep there. At least Gosu Nighthorde finds that mid-tier 3, so they find at least a little bit of purchase on the map. But in the end, I feel like Gosu Nighthorde maybe, doing a little bit too much all at once. I think they need to slow it down, back it off a little bit. You don't have to go for the chases. They were winning in the position. They killed Super Death. And now because of this, they might lose a Lord.
Oh, wait a second. Quad Shadow window. Super Myth with a retry just in time. Super Death will find LC1. Not only do they get the Lord, but they get a kill as well for Overskilled.
Oh, Mikasa looking for something too.
Final slash connects to all 3 members, but quickly bursted down. Kawa Patootie will be the one to find Mikasa. That's Mikasa's 5th death of the game so far.
Yeah, man, that's a second big dive mistake right there, right? Going in and just getting taken out for. Another thing to point out, Kawa Patootie, man, has been using the IMU to get these AOGs, these Avatar Guardians, and just performing with them, landing them almost every single time. Gosu Nighthorde's got to watch out for that.
Yeah, you are seeing the Guardians barrier try and buy some time, stop this Lord from making its way to the tier 2 turret. Some great defense over there from Gosu Nighthorde. Song in the bush may need to be careful. You are going to see them try and go in for this tier 3 turret in the mid lane, forcing out the AOG. Both sides find it out. Massive final slash test finds Kawa Patootie. Legend gets the other and takes down Song.
Gosu Nighthorde needed that, majorly needed that, because at that point, Overskill, I mean, they're pushing down to the inhibitors, they're taking out multiple towers, that 3 or 4k gold lead they had was about to skyrocket, and Gosu Nighthorde just put the turn kit on, stop the bleeding, they keep themselves in this game. If anything, they gain even more purchase over the map.
Yeah, able to find some breathing room right here, right? But now, where do they go from here? You are going to go and see some pressure on the bot side. Super Death left to Finn, Super Myth, and Superman joining them. We might see a little bit of engagement. Looks like they're going to go into proxy this lane. The taunt, the stun, the overwhelming crowd control, and Dez will find Super Death. But if they bite on more than they can chew, Legend takes down Song. That's going to be 2 members down for the side of Overskilled. Superman, Call of Duty, forced to go back to the base, but oh my foe will catch him in his tracks, and down goes Superman. Super Myth all alone, 4 members of Gosu Nighthorde in the tier 2 turret for the siege. Mikasa will find him, and LC1 will claim the turret.
I wish we could, I want to see that Dez play again, because this guy must have got brought down all the way to about 10 health, 10% health. Superman was locked onto him. He drops his Mon's Force. He's able to back up, get some shield, and not only that, but get even more kills. Dez is officially online at this point, and like I said, he's been having the gold lane experience. He's been hanging out. The rest of his team has been falling, but he has been farming. Now take a look at him. Look, he jumps in, he goes for the kill. He gets knocked up against the wall by this wild charge and is in a really bad spot. He's able to just get away in the nick of time, back up. He gets a little bit of time bot with the final slash, and then the shield heals him back up, and he's in the game. And at this point, he's working in onto his 6 items. He's farms, and Gosu Nighthorde finally has some burst damage.
Yeah, now even when it comes to kills, 10 to 10. Luminous Lord now spawned in, and Nighthorde in a position to earn a chance to turn this game back in their favor. They're already putting a lot of pressure in the Lord Pit, 50% HP, and Overskilled. They're not looking like they're going to be able to close the distance, but look at the bot side. Look at the split push over there by Superman. Massive wild charge. Call of Duty takes the Lord. Super Death finds Oh My Foe. One member down for the side. It goes to Nair. Split push. Bot side, though. They might end the game. Go to Superman. Move the camera. There, one more hit. Here he goes. He needs to clear the minion. He falls for the bait. And Overskilled wins the game with the backdoor play.
Damn you, Superman! Damn you! In the words of Leo, damn you! This man comes down from the bot side. He is the true Superman today. Overskilled steal. Game number 1.
Oh, what a steal indeed. Man, I didn't even know how to, focus that. You know, you just see it happening so fast, and the fight at the Lord was so distracting for Gosu Nighthorde, they completely forgot about the split push. And that was a wise decision from Superman right there. Look, he took the glasses off, man. He undid the shirt and became Superman. No more Clark Kent. And that was overall a really good game number 1. And it was pretty much even for majority of that game. But if you're gonna fall for the split pushes that early, Overskilled may be able to turn this around and the underdogs may come on top.
Yeah, that's not Superman. That's Bizarro right there. That is the evil version of Superman right there. I mean, very clean, and Overskilled just showing that not only can we take you in the early game, but our mind is also open enough to see game moments like that. Overskilled were maybe underrated coming into this because they played that game very well. Even when they started losing out, Gosu Nighthorde finally finds their power spike, man. Gosu Nighthorde finally feels like, okay, they can fight this game right here. And Overskilled just says, nope, not today.
Yeah, and honestly, that is huge, especially this early in the series. To be able to take a game number 1 with that backdoor play is massive insurance for the beginning of this series. Keep in mind, both of these teams, the first to 3 wins will earn their spot into the playoffs, and that's already 1 win in the books with a sneaky play from Overskilled.
Hey man, that's 2 more to go. 2 more to go for Overskilled, and they have playoffs. We got us a series. We were wondering if this was going to be a back and forth, and at this point, I definitely feel like it could be. Overskilled showing up. Let's take a look at the KDA. 12, 10, and 26 to 10, 12, and 28. Taking a look at some of these highlights, this is the very beginning. This is when we start to see the early game burst potential and the early game play potential from the side of Overskilled. Super Death just continuously getting the better in that EXP lane. Mikasa already at 2 deaths by 5 minutes in, and the amount of crowd control that Overskilled had just had them winning out. And Super Myth in the Turtle Pit with the objectives just continued to win over Oh My Foe. It was honestly insane. I don't think I've seen him play this well before, but he barely missed any retributions.
Yeah, and the team overall, they were just able to execute and rotate around. Now, there were some responses over there from Gosu Nighthorde. They were able to almost turn it around right at that Luminous Lord. If they would have caught that split push, they could have made that work in their favor. But the macro is starting to kind of lean more on the side of the underdogs. Overskilled rising to the occasion, shocking not only the team, but also us on the desk with the backdoor play with the Moskov. We've seen him building up those attack speed items. I had a feeling it was going to come down to a split push, and Superman was able to pull it off. Now, for game number 2, how do we respond back to this, right? How does Gosu Nighthorde respond back. It's going to be boiling down to watching the map.
Yeah, I mean, watching the map, I also truly believe that the Jushin, I don't know, man. Like, I think it's viable for some things, but I think it really gave up a lot of their early game. It really gave up a lot of their laning phase. They didn't have the same type of burst damage. Yes, there's some crowd control. Yes, there's some poke, but there was a few times where they probably could have got the kill onto somebody, but because they didn't have any sort of like finishing hit like the Valentina supplies, you know, it's just kind of chip damage on the Jushin. And though the Jushin was very good for a time there, I think right now you're giving up a little bit too much pressure early on. So I think that could be a thought. Mikasa needs to step it up a little bit. Might be time to just ban the Khalid at this point unless you're getting it first pick. There's a lot of things we could break down in that game. And then just to wrap it all up, yeah, watch the lanes, guys. But hey, man, Overskilled came to play today.
Yeah, they definitely came to play today. And, you know, something else to kind of mention with this is a different roster for Gosu Night Horde, right? They flexed not once, but twice. They had Legend and Oh My Foe switch around, and now they have Dez going to the gold lane and Yellow BC getting substituted out. It's a totally different lineup with Gosu Night Horde, which effectively, when you switch roles that fast, it's basically a different team because everybody's in a different role. Is that Dez's fault that he wasn't down there watching the marksman? Is that an overall team fault? You know, these are things that you have to kind of keep an eye on and make these decisions, especially when you make a massive roster change and you change more than one role.
Most definitely. And I mean, yeah, that's a, you know, Dez, would he have done better in some of those turtle fights? Would he have gotten the retribution off, right? I mean, in the end, you kind of just have to trust that they made the decision they felt was the best here. And with that decision being made, they need to lay in it. They need to be ready for it. Maybe we see some last minute changes in games. I mean, it's definitely not, we can't count that out, right? Dez could definitely take up the jungle mantle on game 2 or 3, and Oh My Foe could jump into the gold. I think both of the players have that. They do get the Valentina and the Hylos this time, which I think is a solid mid. And if they want to flex Hylos over the XP, also very, very solid. But I like Legend on the Valentina, but they do give up this Khalid again.
Yeah, and right now, Khalid is rising in that win rate for the NACT Fall season. I'm just pointing it out. It's been working. And you can see it. The proof is in the pudding. There goes the Harith pickup by Superman. He was once against it. Now he's going to use it against Gosu Night Horde. He's not going to go in for that Moskov this time around with that split push capability. Vexana paired alongside it. Kind of double magic effect right there with the gold laner and the mid laner for the side of Overskilled. Now, the Khalid. It's been great. You kind of mentioned Mikasa was struggling a little bit to it. We know Mikasa is one of those XP laners that a lot of people fear, specifically when he's on heroes like that Freya. But nonetheless, it's just the Khalid and the pressure that he provides in the early game. It's hard to kind of match up with it. We got to see in game number 2 what Night Horde does, right? They can't risk this game. They have to win this one because it's going to be a lot harder to come back from a 2-0 than a 1-0, because that would essentially mean they have to win 3 games
in a row
if they want to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, which is huge. Now, Mikasa on the Hylos, I do think Hylos should be able to fare a little bit better. He's tanky. If Overskilled wants to go for those EXP lane ganks again, he has a little bit more escape there. Also, pairing up against the Khalid, he has that level 1 non-skill shot stun. You literally just click the button and you'll be able to take him out of the quicksand guard. Then they also grab this Jawhead. So a lot of answers to the Khalid, also to this Harith. If he wants to jump around, he's got a lot of things that can throw him around, terrify him, stun him. So I feel like Night Horde definitely has some answers this time, but like we saw from last game, Overskilled seems prepared, they seem ready, and their eyes are always on the map.
Yep, and speaking of the map, that's what they kind of failed to watch in game number 1, so definitely macro is going to be very imperative for this next game if they want to remain in this series. Now, picking up the marksman this early, right? They pick up the Harith for Superman. We got to see how Night Horde responds. We don't know who the gold laner is going to be. We've seen picks that have been a little unorthodox but proven to work internationally trickle its way into the North American scene, such as the Alice. Do they want to pick it up here? It's definitely something you don't want to take lightly. I do like the Jawhead. Last time me and you actually casted together, Trex, we saw a lot of Jawhead plays and just how much of a problem it could be. And I mean, if the Khalid's a problem, don't forget about how much of a threat the Jawhead has been as well. And maybe that's the answer that Night Horde was looking for.
They ban out the Nolan. They ban out the Tigreal this time. Julian's still open. Julian is still a very viable pick. Ling, I was about to say Ling's still on the field, but he is no longer on the field. Hayabusa there, though. Night Horde could be a good pickup for them right here. Could be a solid. I think it's just... Ooh, the Alpha instead. Now, in this position, especially against the Khalid, I think the Alpha, you got more CC, you have more crowd control, you have something a little bit tankier. The only thing you have to watch out for is that Eternal Guardian and for that Raging Sandstorm, because being more of a fighter, you know, not a dashy, all over the place assassin type jungler, those big crowd control one-shots are dangerous for you.
That's a lot of chain CC, like you mentioned. If anybody from Overskilled is caught up in that, they are not getting out anytime soon. Not even a Purify is going to save them from all of that crowd control. Now, you also got to look at the Valentina. You could use the Sandstorm, can definitely use that in her advantage to be able to rush in on these team fights as well. That will force the Valentina to be up close and personal, though, and overly aggressive. But it could work. I want to see how this kind of plays out. I think it's still good to have the Valentina. But speaking of pickups, the Fanny. First time we get to see a Fanny today, and it's paired up with the Kufra.
Just to make sure you don't cut counterplay. It's like, listen, we're going to pick up this Kufra real quick. And also, like, Kufra's not a bad pick, right? It can definitely work. But yeah, the Fanny's dangerous here, but also it does, I mean, there's a few stoppers. But nothing too major. The Fanny could definitely be a huge problem, and if it pops off, if Overskilled hits another early game rush with the compositions the Night Horde brought, if they fall behind her, like I feel like both teams have a vicious early game snowball, and it's all going to be about who gets it first.
You know, it's funny. I mean, they have another split pusher technically, because when you have the Fanny, you're highly mobile to get across the map, so still got to watch out for that. But nonetheless, Overskilled in a position with the advantage of taking game number 1, steps into game number 2 with confidence. Gosu Night Horde, I don't think they had the worst performance for game number 1, but there's definitely a couple things they have to fix. Macro, for certain, is something they're going to have to work on. Also, the retribution plays, right? We've seen too many times where Myth was able to claim the objectives even when Oh My Foe was in distance.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how this goes as we jump into game number 2. Overskilled with a very satisfying defeat, a backdoor play. Gosu Night Horde now have to show they're here to stay in game number 2.
Yeah, and the stakes are only rising, and right now, this is going to be the most important game Night Horde has had this entire NACT regular season. They need a victory here. We mentioned it's a lot harder to win 3 games in a row, but if you can earn this and even up the series, then they'll have a better chance on the playing field. They need to find a way to level it out.
All right, so taking a look at everything, taking a look at some of these emblems, nothing too off the charts. But look at the damage on a legend already.
Oh, that's a kill.
That's a
kill.
That is what that is. A first blood for Overskilled. Is it time to ban the Khalid yet?
Oh, we'll see. I mean, right there, it's definitely effective. Was it a little bit of a miscalculation from Legend, though? Definitely play a little bit more passive. They can't afford to make these mistakes. But you know something that's kind of dawning on me as we're watching these two teams? Overskilled is similar to last minute. They're scaling through the season. And they're putting Gosu Night Horde on the back foot. Oh, speaking of back foot, though, 1v1 may be a 1v3. Mikasa joining the party. Superman trying to rush in with the cables. Just needs to hit a possible cutthroat. Not going to be able to hit the mark, though. Oh My Foe will be able to make it back to the jungle, but the lethal ejector on the bot side. Hit by LC1 with the last touch. We'll be able to take down Superman.
Okay, so that's good for Gosu Night Horde, right? Dez needs to be able to scale. He wants to be able to get ahead. Last time, the party showed up just a little bit too late, right? It took until about 12 minutes for him to really come online. This time, I think if Gosu Night Horde wants to withstand the onslaught, wants to get him involved in these fights, they need him to hit that around, you know, maybe the 8-minute mark. Start getting involved in these fights a lot earlier.
Yeah, speaking of early, Turtle spawned in. The Guardian drops down. Call of Duty will find LC1. Glorious Pathway on the trail in the Turtle Pit. Right now, though, Overskilled still finding a way to possibly take this objective. You are looking at Supermyth on the purple buff, though. Definitely wants that energy before engaging. We'll be able to go in for it. Oh, my foe. Can he close the distance for a retry play?
And the supers are in the house right now. Alcyone, though, looking for the target. Battle for the turtle.
Alpha charge on the way as well, connecting onto Super Death. 3v1 situation, hit with the stun! Oh, my foe will be able to take him down. That's one member shy for Overskilled, forcing them out of the pit. And Gosu Night Horde should be able to get this turtle uncontested.
Casa goes for a good play there, and you wait for the stun, you wait for the quicksand guard to come out, and you're able to pull him out of it. Super Death goes deep there, and that's kind of been his playstyle, right? Dive, hit him with this Raging Sandstorm, try to create space so that Supermyth can secure these objectives. But in this situation, against the composition that Gosu Night Horde has, he needs to be maybe a little bit more careful about it.
Needs to be careful. Legend, Cutthroat, Supermyth, then Legend out in the mid lane. And that's just why the Fanny shines, right? Able to dive between that tier 3 and tier 2 turret and get out to safety with little to no penalty, especially when your team does a little bit of chip damage.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much if you're around the 50% health mark and Supermyth knows it, a Fanny knows it, you're probably going down. And that's especially in this part of the game. The Cutthroat is deadly.
Yeah, speaking of deadly, Blazing Duet forced out by Dez, who is now inside of the gold lane, previously the jungle for Gosu Night Horde. We haven't really got to see him shine that much, especially in game number 1. Maybe game number 2 will be a different story. Both sides fighting it out, though. Eternal Guard dropping down on the Glorious Pathway. Legend rushing in, takes down Super Death. One member down for the side of Overskilled, forcing Song and Call of Patootie into the mid lane. They need to be careful, though. The numbers are not in their favor. But the bot side opening up opportunity for Superman to maybe be able to chip down some of this gold. Both sides fighting it out, though. Mikasa need to get out of there. Alcyone will find Supermyth. He will fall. That is the jungler down for Overskilled. But Superman, uncontested, doing a little bit of chip onto the turret. Not going to really get that much off that trade.
Yeah, watch one of those rockets from Alcyone just find its way to get that final hit onto Supermyth. Supermyth, I think, needs to be careful about jumping into a group of Gosu Night Horde, and it's the same thing with Death, right? I think both of them have to be a bit more careful. It's a very different composition that Gosu Night Horde brought than last time, and they can't just jump into the death ball that Gosu Night Horde has. They have a composition that's going to work really well when there's 4 of them all grouped up. And the only real answer to that for Overskilled is going to be Song or Kawa Patootie dropping a beautiful Eternal Guardian, or Song getting that great Tyrant's Revenge. I think that's going to be the answer to going against this. Whoa!
Both sides rushing in for a fight in the mid lane. Mikasa need to be careful, though. 50% HP. Song caught with a lot of crowd control, and Legend will find him. He falls. Both sides will disengage, but the kill goes over to Gosu Night Horde.
I like Mikasa a lot better on this Hylos. Mikasa, much tankier, able to just hang out in that front line, and it bides enough time for Legend to shine. It bides enough time for Oh My Foe to shine. So far, Gosu Night Horde are doing the right thing. Taking a look at the gold, they've brought it up to about a 3,000 gold lead. So far, though, on map pressure, no one's really taken over. No towers down, but Super Death in trouble.
Yeah, needs to get out. Lethal Ejector to push him back into the heart of the battle, and Oh My Foe will find him. A great assist from Alcyone.
Yeah, so now Overskilled, I think, in a place where they just need to defend. Try to not let this, this about 3K gold lead turn into them losing 2 or 3 towers, right? And Gosu Night Horde hasn't really pushed that point, but Supermyth taken out. And this is the point that I think Night Horde really needs to push in on one of these lanes.
Now, I feel like Gosu Night Horde is starting to kind of find a vulnerability, and they're exploiting it, right? Supermyth has not been that effective on this Fanny so far. Has the Blade of Heptases, but not able to find these kills to bridge the way in the early game for Overskilled.
Let's see how they deal with this. It's going to be the last turtle up in about 25 seconds. Taking a look at these items. I want to take a look at the gold laners. Dez just got his golden staff in. Next, it's going to be Corrosion Scythe just to lock in the Trinity. On the side of Superman, though, he's very behind right now. He's 400 gold behind. He only has a Starlium Scythe locked in. Needs to get, I feel like the Harith doesn't really pop off until that number 3 item.
Yeah, definitely needs to get a little bit more items in his toolkit if he wants to be effective. Speaking of effective, though, Super Myth wasting a lot of energy right there. Not going to be able to find a kill on the bot side. And oh my foe will punish for it and take this objective. That is going to be a Lord in their hands. And now the invasion onto the purple buff to deny Super Myth his energy.
Yeah, I mean, third turtle, huge. It's going to give him even more. Super Death forced to use these Raging Sandstorms as escapes.
Ooh, BMI goes in, blazing duet from Dez. Lethal Injector connecting onto Super Death. The rush in from LC1 to secure the kill. Super Death will fall. It's a bird. It's a plane. Oh, wait, it's Super Myth not able to find the kill. He's going to go back to the base for some regen. 8-3 on the scoreboard, and Night Horde in control.
All right, and the first tower finally crumbles, which I think is pretty, it says a lot for this game right here, right? Because normally by 8 minutes, there's at least 2 towers down, 3 towers down, but Overskilled have been able to keep Gosu Night Horde at bay. I'm just wondering when the bubble finally pops, right? We're at a 5K gold lead at this point for Gosu Night Horde, but yet they're still kind of not fully pushing in. I feel like Gosu Night Horde could be a lot more aggressive with the state of the game currently.
Yeah, Super Myth just took the tier 3 turret on the top side. It does get traded for Dez on the bottom. Oh my foe will find Super Death as well. Still a 9-3 lead. Gosu Night Horde, again, they're finding the opportunities on the board, but I agree with you. They should have a little bit more of a lead for what they've gained so far. Now going to go in for the tier 3. Super Myth finds a tier 2 on the top side. He's just clearing these turrets left and right.
And there, I mean, Overskilled once again clears that way, but wait, Super Myth.
Ooh, caught out of position. We'll be able to get that kill onto Legend. He waited for the opportunity, sat inside of the bush and found it. Dez will find Superman, though, to respond back to avenge Legend from Super Myth, taking him down. The purple buff denial on the way, but Super Myth will be able to get it.
I just want to point out that Gosu Night Horde has about a 4.5, almost a 4K gold lead, but Overskilled is still up in towers right now, still has their mid-tier 3, has been able to defend wonderfully, and now we're down to a Lord at half health. Can Overskilled get the steal?
It's the macro, right? I mean, Overskilled, even though they're losing on the jungle objectives, they're able to take advantage on the map. Lethal Injector goes out onto Song, given everything they got to take him down. Even the concealed play and the glorious pathway. That's how revenge triple set. Dez will find Song. Oh my foe will claim the Lord. And Overskilled now having to rethink their decision. Super Myth in the bush. Mikasa spots him out. Tries to cable out of there. Able to get away to safety.
And he's almost gets stunned up there, almost stuck for a second, but will be able to get away. Kawapatudi dropping these Eternal Guardians at amazing timing. That's one of the things that have been able to keep some of these towers alive, but now with the Lord coming at them and a 6,000 gold deficit, will they be able to withstand Gosu Night Horde? Taking a look at the junglers at this point, oh my foe just locked in the Winter Crown, going for a bit more of a almost defensive hybrid-y build, not going full damage snowball. It could be why Gosu Night Horde's taking things a bit slower in pace, but here comes the attack.
Yeah, glorious pathway in the mid lane. Mikasa will find the turret. Immortality proc from LC1. Legend taking down Song. Still cables in. Superman checking down LC1. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Tier 2 will fall on the top side.
Lord's still coming. They're still going to have to defend. They do have Superman to kind of shred it down. And with Gosu Night Horde down Alcyone, they may not be able to get too much out of this. Also, take a look at Super Myth clearing these waves so that they don't lose that tier 2 in the bot side. Kawapatudi and Super Death clearing the waves so they don't lose the tier 2 in the mid side. Just good defense overall. And since Gosu Night Horde, since Oh My Foe went for the more hybrid defensive build here, he's not really going to be able to be that, you know, major attacker on the team. At this point, it's going to come down to Dez and Legends to be the one to really get these kills for Gosu Night Horde.
And that's what we're going to be looking at. Can they pull that off? Overskilled, even though they're down in turrets, they're not too far out of this game. They could quickly turn this back around in their favor. It's really going to boil down to how both teams decide to team fight, or maybe even the split push from Super Myth, if left unchecked, to be able to take even more turrets for Overskilled's favor.
All right, so back to these items, right? Back to the items. Super Myth working on item number 4, but I want to really keep our eyes on these gold laners because they're going to be the major difference makers. Superman finally gets in that Holy Crystal, and now it's a time that Superman can really start to shine again. We saw that he keeps his voice. Song might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway drops down. Massive knockup from the Eternal Guard. In response, LC1 will find Song. Blazing Duet into the heart of the battle from Dez. Pops the Winter Crown. Oh, my foe will take down Super Death. 2 members down for the side of Overskilled and climbing the rocket out. Not going to take down Super Myth this time. And that is going to be a 2-for-none trade in Night Horde's favor.
Well, Superman and Dez are having straight anime battles right now. Everyone's fighting around them, but these two are just going at it. Zamon's Force drops. Blazing Duet comes in. Superman almost takes out Dez, but he hits the Winter Crown just in time. And for a second, I thought it was really going to just come down to who gets the higher basic attack, but they finally disengage. Dez able to take this Lord, and at this point, Gosu Night Horde still very much in control of this game.
Yeah, Mikasa initiating a lot of these fights with the Glorious Pathway, spearheading the way for Night Horde to take majority of these objectives. The tier 2 will fall in the mid lane. Superman drops down the Zaman Force as well. Looks like Night Horde is not going to bite on that bait. They're going to focus on the bot side, possibly try and open up this map.
All right, let's see which way they take this. Oh, my foe is going to get terrified, taken out, shut down right before the Lord's charging, Wheezy.
Yeah, a missed alpha charge. He tried to connect for the setup and completely whiffed it and was punished by Overskilled all at the same time while a Luminous Lord makes its way on the top side.
Okay, so Lord coming, Gosu Night Horde, do they abort mission here? Do they still try to crush down on an inhibitor? Song, where were you going?
Oh, Zaman Force dropping down. LC1 will pair it off with a Glorious Pathway back to safety. You're going to see LC1 recall back to the base. An opportunity for Overskilled to take this Lord with no contest.
Okay, don't get me wrong here. Song's been playing an okay game. And I understand the Kufra pick to make sure that they can't counter the Fanny. But also, Song's got to dial in a little bit, man. He's missing some of these Tyrant's Rages. He needs to be able to land these, and not just on one person, but on 2 or 3. If they can get that big play, it could be the game changer. Myth no longer really doing the job that Myth needs to. The damage just isn't there at this point, and it's why Gosu Night Horde is able to just continuously advance. Gosu Night Horde has a nice tanky front line. Oh, Song tries to get the play on the Legend. Purify comes out.
Yeah, Purify does come out, baiting a little bit of those battle spells. But right now, Overskilled still holding on, right? They're still trying to find a way to turn this back around in their favor, but for certain, Gosu Night Horde is in control at the 15-minute mark as we're slowly trickling into the late game. You are looking at overall Night Horde able to take majority of these objectives with little to no problem. All the Lords, all the Turtles with little to no problem.
Yeah, I mean, Mikasa 0-0 and 10 right now, really kind of stepping up the game from last time. And as I mentioned before, I think Hylos works really well on Mikasa. You said it too, that the Glorious Pathway has been this great engager. It's been the spearhead of Gosu Night Horde throughout this game. It's been one of the things that they've been able to break through the front line of Overskilled. And then, oh my foe, even though he went for this really tanky build, I think it's working very well, and it's one of the reasons why Supermyth isn't able to whittle down on them any longer, isn't able to really get through. And with Dez picking up this Winter Crown, also has the Gold Meteor, you have the shield, you have the defense, you now have the ability, being completely decked out in items, to kind of juggle around into an immortality at some point. Dez is also going to be very hard to kill for Overskilled. And at this point in the game, Overskilled running out of answers unless they get some big Hail Mary set, some big play, you know, during a Lord or after, or at any point in the game, really.
And you're going to see Oh My Foe and LC1 pick up the immortality as well for some insurance for this next engagement. Oh My Foe will be able to claim this Lord. Overskilled now trying to run back to safety. Glorious Pathway, the initiator. Mikasa rushes in, catches Song, catches Super Death, and Legend trying to deal some chip damage. Everybody makes it back to the base to live for another fight, but that's another Lord in Gosu's favor.
Oh, Superman. Go for the kill onto Dez here. Alcyon's gonna know he's there, though. Gonna have to back up. I think, honestly, though, Overskilled can probably survive this Lord push as long as they don't have a huge mess up or a big whiff. I think having Superman there to kind of burst down, having Death to be able to clear waves, having Kawapatuti drop the Eternal Garden. We've seen them put up great defenses. I don't know if this is when Gosu Night Horde ends it, but Gosu Night Horde doesn't really need to end it here. Like I said, they have a composition that just really kind of pushes back onto Overskilled, and they can take their time with this before they win it.
And time seems to be on their side with the Lord marching through the base. Gosu Night Horde looking to possibly close this out. The BMI from Dez. He wants to handle Mikasa, will find Song. Dez will find Super Death. 2 members down for Overskilled, but the Lord at 25% HP. Minions marching through the mid lane in a concealed play. Called out from Mikasa. Both sides fighting it out. LT1 trying to go in as well. Mikasa will find Super Myth in the base. Crystal will be bursted down. Gosu Night Horde will take game number 2 against Overskilled.
Gosu Night Horde does it. They push in, they put it all on the line, and they're able to get the game on that Lord there very cleanly. And the way that they push Superman over to the inhibitor there to where he can't focus on the Lord, and it buys enough time that they can get the Lord onto the base, they can recuperate themselves, they find 2 kills, and Kawapatuti already uses the Eternal Guardian, so there's nothing to stop them from really pushing it onto the base. And at that point, I think Night Horde knows it. Yeah, we can end here. Taking a look at some of these items, at some of the final stats, Mikasa 2-0-11 with the MVP, a big turnaround from game number 1.
A massive turnaround and insurance to keep them in this series. We mentioned it, right? This game was not only important because they lost the first one to a backdoor play, but to have the pressure of winning three games in a row it's hard for any team to pull off. And now tying up the series gives them another shot at success. Overskilled now has to go back to the drawing board and figure out where they went wrong. And I honestly think maybe it was with the Fanny pickup, right? We didn't really get to see Super Myth have any looks that he was going for. Even when he wasn't able to bridge away for the early game kills, he wasn't able to take the objectives in the jungle either. So you're seeing a lot of free trades going to Night Horde's favor.
Yeah, I think the idea of the Fanny pick was decent. It did, like, in the very beginning, we saw a couple kills from Myth, we saw some aggression, we saw some split push, but in the end, Gosu Night Horde's composition was just too tanky. You literally had Oh My Foe, you had a Hylos on Mikasa, you had this Jawhead, you had no way for Myth to really get in, and the same thing ended up being said for Super Death. He had a really strong early game, but as the game went on and Gosu Night Horde got tankier and tankier, there was nowhere to dive, and Dez was impossible to catch, so your one target that you really want to be able to get down, there's no entry to.
And with that, both sides are tied up in this series. It looked like Overskilled was able to put a little bit of punches on the board, but responded back by a counter blow over from Gosu Night Horde. Some great execution. We mentioned the higher we go in the regular season, this is the final series, the more even the competition will be. And both of these sides putting on a great fight and showcasing to the world they have what it takes to compete at the top 4 caliber, but only one team will be able to make it there. And with them both being tied, this next game is going to be just as important to who can claim the advantage in this series.
I mean, it's 1-1, and as we see from this game here, Myth was doing some split pushing. A few times he gets to the back line when they are split up. And even Superman here had some shots that maybe goes a little bit too deep, and I think that was kind of the fall of a few of the players throughout this game. Even here with Song, once again, one of them would go out when the rest of the team wasn't close enough, and then nobody really commits, and they just lose a member for nothing. And though they had, I mean, great defense, beautiful defense, stopping Night Horde from being able to really come in, mainly to the thanks of Kawapatuti, Superman, Song, they still weren't able to make plays that attacked. They could defend all they wanted and drag the game on, but by the end, eventually, Night Horde was able to break through.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see Super Death come online with that Khalid, and this is going to be the first Khalid loss I believe we've seen in a little while for NACT regular season, and it just showcases that these teams are creating plans and they're executing on that. So game number 3. I've seen a lot going right with these teams and not as much going wrong, and I love that, right? We're seeing high-level mechanics, execution, and rotation across the map. I think for that game specifically, though, it was definitely the draft that kind of bit Overskilled on the back end. So hopefully in game number 3, they can draft a little bit better, especially if you're going to go for that early game assassin whose just whole job is to try and go for these early pickoffs. if you're not going to get them, if there's still an opportunity for the opposing team to draft a heavy tank-oriented composition, then maybe that's not the game plan.
I mean, I think overall, after seeing game 1 where Overskilled is able to control a lot of the game, then in the moments that Gosu Nighthorde comes back, they're able to still get this backdoor play. And then we come to this game where Gosu Nighthorde really just, it's a slow burn, but they win out strong on that one. We're seeing that both of these teams have the ability to take something from the other, whether it's in draft, whether it's in gameplay, whether it's a cheeky backdoor. I think there's a lot to see out of these last 2 games. Hopefully this does not affect the morale of Overskilled or anything. We just saw Nighthorde get backdoored and they were still able to come in ready to play. So I think game 3 is going to be huge on draft. It's going to be important about what picks are getting picked up from the front to the finish, and then how it's executed on the field.
And execution is costly, as we are now jumping into the draft for game number 3 between Nighthorde and Overskilled. Both of these teams currently tied up in this series. Keep in mind, both these teams fighting to get the first 3 wins, essentially. They're tied inside of the points to close out the regular season. Even though we're going to be playing 4 matches today, it's most important on who can win the first 3 games in a row. And that's possibly going to happen here between both of these teams. It's just a question of who is it going to be.
I'm wondering what Nighthorde goes for the first pick here. Khalid is open. They do ban out the Hylos, which was a great pick for Mikasa last time. They also ban out the Arlot. With those 2 picks gone, I could see the Khalid definitely coming in up front here. Not really a lot to deal with him at that point or to withstand him at that point, but instead they go for Legend on the Valentina.
Yeah, and that Valentina, we know it can be effective. It provides a lot of early game draft pressure to kind of make you rethink who you're going to pick up, because you don't want to have an ultimate used against you. We know the Valentina has been one of the heavy prioed mages in the NACT Fall season. Now, there are some other mages on the board who can be very impactful as well. You've seen the Vexana have such a strong force. We've been seeing the Sicilian step back into the zone and able to do a lot of late game damage. Maybe something that Overskilled can lean in on. Now, there is other pickups still on the table. The Edith, yet to be selected from either side, since it was a prio from Nighthorde to pick up this Valentina. Maybe Overskilled can take this Edith up. Even the Khalid is still up for grabs. Even though it didn't have the hottest debut for the beginning of this series, it's still an excellent XP laner to get the job done. But speaking of heroes that get the job done, there goes a Hat to be paired up with it. And we've been seeing it be an effective duo combination.
Yeah, I think this is a really strong response from Overskilled here. Even though the Khalid maybe fell a little short last game, I think you definitely need to pick it up this game. It's actually looking really similar to game number 1 here. Nighthorde, you know, they did so well with the Hylos. They did so well with certain picks in game 2, but now that they're back on blue side, back on first pick, they're banning kind of very similar to how they banned in game number 1. I think the Khalid might have been a better pickup, but hey, they have something in store here. Overskilled, keeping things simple. Listen, if you're going to give us strong picks, we'll gladly take them. Nighthorde, though, here's the big switch up. They go for the Alpha once again.
Yeah, the Alpha, you've seen the crowd control be overwhelming. And Nighthorde is a team that can definitely pull it off. Now, there goes that Moskov, and me and you both know exactly what Overskilled's plan is when they pick that. The split push, it was the way they were able to close out game number 1. Overwhelming Nighthorde in a team fight for a Lord, and then sending Superman to the side lane to be able to burst down the inhibitor and close out the game. Now, Dez is going to have to keep a close eye on him, right? He's going to have to know where he is at all times and let the team know if he's going to go in for the split push play. Honestly, it's a little bit of a repeat because Dez even had the Harith.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's
in game number 1.
It is literally like a repeat, except for the Alpha this time. So Nighthorde, I'm hoping they have something coming in the second phase. Right now, Overskilled, feeling comfortable with it. I do think the Alpha can help make a difference, especially in terms of early game off-lane ganks, you know? Maybe trying to pull something up onto Superman early on, maybe trying to get something onto Death early on in this Khalid. There are definitely a few answers. Also, you give yourself... Last time we saw the Julian in game 1 with Overskilled. Nighthorde, I think they had Hayabusa. I can't remember exactly. But they had something that had a little bit more trouble in the Turtle Pit. And this time, having the Alpha a little bit tankier, I think, may be able to kind of hang out and help secure some of these early objectives.
It was the Hayabusa as
Yeah.
well, and I definitely agree with you. It could be a little bit more effective because it's more sustainable, right? Yeah, you have the Hayabusa, it's more mobile, but sustainability to be able to kind of stay in those front lines a little bit longer to get those objectives could be something that Oh My Foe can work towards. So as we are jumping halfway through this draft, when we're looking at the side of Night Horde, we're looking at some magic damage over there from the Harith, over there from the Valentina. When it comes to ultimates, maybe the AOG from Song could be what is picked up by Legend on this Valentina. Could definitely be something you profit on. The Raging Sandstorm could also be effective. So I feel like it's not going to be the hardest Valentina game jumping into this, and that's kind of why it's a really strong pick this early in the draft. We're yet to see what the mid lane is going to be for Overskilled, though.
Yeah, we still don't know exactly how they're going to pick out that one. I think after these bans and everything, jungle, we've seen them do a few different things. I don't think they should pick the Fanny again. They could go for that Julian, though, and the Julian was strong, man, and it would just match up even more with what they had in first game, and first game worked well, so why not? Also, I think the crowd control from it can help kind of dance around, and I was going to say Lilia would also be a decent pick against the Alpha. So Overskilled definitely just showing they're not slouches at all in terms of draft.
What about the Bane? The Bane's still up for grabs in the jungle for Overskilled as well. I feel like it could still be effective. It's a safer option. I mean, you can fight from afar, you can fight up close, and it's also an objective pusher, right? You can go for these turrets, burst them down pretty fast, and possibly be able to take these lords and turtles as well. So still a lot of options in terms of the jungle for the side of Overskilled. But for the side of Night Horde, right? We know that the Alpha is going to be in the jungle. We know the Harith's going to be in the gold lane. The Lolita will be picked up for their roam position, and I like it. I mean, I guess you can get some crowd control with the Numion Blast, but is it enough with the force that Overskilled has?
I mean, I think it's a solid pick against the Khalid. No, I'm not against the Moskov. I mean, it's a solid pick against the Moskov. You do actually get a stun on the Khalid as well. But other than that, the Lolita, I mean, yes, you still have the Numion Blast. I think the Lolita is pretty viable, even if it doesn't counter everyone with the Bulwark Shield. It does pair up into this more Ube-esque, you know, like very grouped up kind of composition that Night Horde has, especially now picking up the CC. It's a composition that really just wants to stick together, focus around Dez, focus around Legend, keep them alive, and with that, a Numion Blast getting a big stun onto a Khalid and a Song, you know, it could be the game changer. But we are going to be jumping in to game number 3, and I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Game number 3, both teams, Gosu, Night Horde, and Overskilled, tied up in an opportunity to take this series in their favor, fighting for the remaining position inside of the playoffs. Only one seat to go, and 2 teams fighting it out. The eyes are all on them, and it's up to them to rise to the occasion. Will it be Gosu, Night Horde? Will it be Overskilled? Who will be making it to the playoffs?
I got a feeling, you know, we might see this Lolita hover down into the gold lane a bit, try to get Dez that advantage as early as possible. Last game, you know, we saw them kind of jump down into that gold lane pretty early on, try to give Dez an early game up, and if they can take that tower as soon as possible, then Dez can start rotating much, much sooner. And having the Lolita behind a Harith or in front of a Harith against a Moskov is definitely something deadly. But Overskilled, as always, being aggressive in this early game, but getting pushed back. Night Horde Legends need to get Song out of there.
Yeah, and Song, not the rhythm he was looking for, does fall. First blood to Oh My Foe. Super Myth may be next if he's not careful. Just too overly aggressive this early in the game. You don't want to have any advantage go to Gosu Night Horde's favor, especially for Oh My Foe, who is the jungle, already picking up his first kill of the game. And look at them invading on to this creep in the jungle. Neither side going to find a casualty, but Gosu Night Horde with the slightest advantage.
We just already saw how Supermyth's going to have to be careful from that skill 1 bonk. That stun that comes from Alcyone on the Lolita is going to be able to take him off the wall, and it's a very easy stun to hit, right? If you're in range, you're going to get hit by it. And Alcyone already seems like my job is let's keep tabs on Supermyth, let's keep tabs following down the river, and make sure our offlaners are okay.
Right now, you are going to see the turtle spawn in the next 10 seconds. Game number 2, we got to see Gosu NACT Horde be a lot more effective in their overall game plan. Overskilled, they didn't really live up to the draft that they composed. Maybe game number 3 could be the deciding factor for either side, but it's up to them to tell that story. Mikasa now hitting level 4, Legend beside him, ready to take this fight into the Turtle Pit. Super Death and Song winding up. LC1 will be the first to engage, though. Numbers in NACT Horde's favor. The retribution will go to Oh My Foe. The battle now on the way. Oh My Foe with Alpha Charge finding Super Death. Not only do they get a turtle, but they also get the kill.
I mean, at that point, Gosu NACT Horde, I mean, it feels like from game 1 to game 2 and now to game 3, they're just getting a little bit better every time. Their rotations, the way they're moving around the map, and here comes the damage on the link.
Yeah, the invasion on to the orange buff. Super Myth is going to be able to deny, though. Will be able to claim his buff. But a good play from Gosu NACT Horde to keep their foot on the gas and not try and give them any breathing room. I'm looking at the cameras over there. You're looking at Oh My Foe, man. Nothing but smiles. Definitely excited for the level of competition they're seeing today up against Overskilled. But speaking of competition, Song, he found an early death. Needs to be careful. He may find another 1v1, though, on the bot side. Super Death versus Mikasa, using the quicksand to keep himself alive. But Mikasa doing a great job on zoning him out.
And Mikasa, I mean, sitting on the CC, you can kind of kite around the Khalid. And now that Super Death has taken that death, Mikasa having almost a level advantage, or a little, yeah, almost a level advantage on 2 levels at this point. It's definitely going to start to be a problem for Super Death. The Khalid is something that you'll want to scale pretty quick, and he's already 500 gold behind. Mikasa that much closer to getting the first item locked in. Gosu NACT Horde just really feeling themselves in game number 3.
Yeah, definitely can tell they're confident after that victory in the previous match. AOG diving into the purple buff. Here it goes again. Possible denial, trying to take the energy away. Massive setup, though. Both sides fight it out. Tipsy Blaze dropping down. Super Death will find Oh My Foe. Vengeance proc by Mikasa, but not enough to keep him alive. And Super Myth will be able to find him. That is going to be another kill over to Overskilled to even out the scoreboard.
All right, Overskilled pushing back into the game a little bit, and this is something where the Lilia, the Ling, when Overskilled also groups up a bit, they definitely have a nice fighting chance against the composition that Gosu NACT Horde has brought, right? Because Gosu NACT Horde wants to kind of also be in a big group, but those glooms start dropping, the bombs start going off, a big Tempest of Blades and a Raging Sandstorm. It can definitely be deadly against what GNH wants to bring in this fight.
And the fight is what they will bring. Both sides find it out. Numion Blast with the wind up and 2-man set on the Song and on the Death. And Oh My Foe will find him. That is going to be 1 member down for the side of Overskilled. And a great setup from LC1.
Now, Super Myth is kind of hanging out in here, though. He's able to take another purple buff. Earlier, I think he stole an orange buff. So he's been kind of, with these small steal invades here and there, Super Myth should be able to get away from this. But yeah, I mean, he's keeping himself in this game right now. When we saw him almost get first killed early on, get stunned up and stuff, I was a little worried he'd get too slowed down, but he's definitely very much still ready to go.
Speaking of ready to go, Mikasa, a bully in the XP lane, able to proxy off the minions and take the tier 3 turret. Maybe shifting focus over to the mid lane as well for a possible siege. 3-man stack from Overskilled left for the denial, but look at the lanes. They're going to split on both sides. You're going to look at Super Myth going in to possibly clear the turret to trade back. Mikasa too late over there, and it will fall. They're not able to take the mid turret as well, so that's going to be an even trade.
Look at the pressure that NACT Horde is just consistently pushing in, though. And with that, they are forced to kind of give up some of these off lanes here and there. But I do think, I mean, it's the playstyle they want to bring, and I think it can work out very well. All Alcyon needs is like one more big Numion Blast, one big setup to put Overskilled down 2 or 3 members, and then the towers really start crumbling for Overskilled. But if Overskilled can kind of play around that and watch out for that, they can definitely hang on to this game.
So we're going to hang it on. The proxy of the lane on the top side. LC1, Dez, and Legend ready to take the fight. Superman and Song will be there to defend. Kawa Patootie joining the party. A full 3v3. Zaman Force will drop down. Synchro Fission on the way. Song very low. Dez will find Superman. Mikasa will find Song. 2 members out of the board for Overskilled. A 5-2 lead, and Dez will take the tier 3 turret.
And that's why Gosu Nighthorde keeps on moving as these 3 or 4 man units right now. Because even if Overskilled catches onto it and they send Super Death or Call Opportunity to go help out, it's too late by then. Superman's already down to about, 10 health. A nice Numeon Blast, nothing too major though, but another purple buff stealing by Oh My Foe.
Yeah, right now just doing a great job on pressuring Overskilled, not allowing them to be comfortable, but Super Myth is doing his best, all right? He doesn't have the purple buff, but he is doing his best to rotate around the map and split push, and that is one of the things that Ling provides, and now may be able to make it work in his favor. Black Shoes as a means of escape, still on the chase, though, needs to get back to that tier 2 turn. I think he may be able to do it. Super Death, though, wait a second. Now gonna be able to hit the okie dokie and turn back around. He's able to survive.
Yeah, Legend's a legend right now, man. Legend is a legend right now. Pops the IMU with the Black Shoes, then goes back to Valentina form, dashes through to get away. And not only that, but takes them for a huge run where they lose Turtle and they lose a tier 2 on the top side.
Yeah, and that's just the bait he was waiting for them to fall in on and showcase his why. It's huge to have that Valentina who can use that IMU against you. And now, with that bait, Gosu Nighthorde will continue to reign on this lead that they've been building so far.
And so at this point, Overskilled, falling behind more and more. It's about a 5,000 gold deficit. Where do they go from here, right? They do still have Superman on the Moskov. We know Moskov can do some crazy things. They have Super Myth on the Ling where you can still kind of control some of these off lanes, but it feels like when they split themselves up, they're falling to the advance of Gosu Nighthorde. So it's like this, big Numeon Blast. Nothing to follow up though, but still, Nighthorde just showing, continuing up on the pressure.
But still not able to take down this turret in the mid lane, which is going to allow Overskilled to be a little bit more confident overextending past that mid river. But they're not going to let it go. They still want to be able to siege this opportunity. Oh My Foe, Alcy1 and Legend ready to go the distance. Dez will join the party. AOG will drop down Song. 10% HP and Legend will draw his blood, takes him out. 1 member shy for Overskilled. Superman, though, forced to kind of split and maintain these waves.
All right, Gosu Nighthorde still in very much control. The map is blue. Man, they have trouble breaking down this tier 3 in the mid side though. Overskilled always defends it so well. They know that is like their life force, but they won't be able to do it this time.
Not going to be able to hold it off, and Kawa Batuti will fall. Winter Crown picked up by Super Death. The Zaman Force in the mid lane, and an opportunity has been claimed from Gosu Nighthorde. 3 turtles so far. Every objective on the board has really worked in their favor. Overskilled still has a way to turn this around though, right? They just have to wait for Nighthorde to make a mistake. But they're just beating them by a hair on these objectives. Dez will be able to take the Lord's Song. We'll find Mikasa on the opposite side of the map. Legend and Alcy1, they want to avenge him. They're going on the chase. Superman will recall back to safety. It's going to leave Song all alone. AOG to extend that distance back to the base.
All right, so they get away. For a second, I was like, okay, at least you traded Mikasa for the Lord. It's still a losing trade, but at least you found something. They almost lost Song there, which would have been bad. Let's take a look at these items. I want to focus on these gold laners once again. Dez got that Holy Crystal in a little bit ago, whereas when we look over at Superman, still working to finish out the DHS. About almost, I mean, we're closing into being almost 3,000 behind. Right now it's 2.5 behind. Hasn't even finished his Trinity build. Superman can't really do a whole lot right now.
Yeah, not able to really do much here, especially with Gosu Nighthorde on the advance. They need to play passive. They don't want to give them even more of an advantage than they already have. You are going to see the Lord on the top side making his way into the inhibitor. Song, Superman, and Call of Duty up there to defend. Super Death will join them, waiting for that Numeon Blast to possibly drop down for the setup from Alcy1. Minions still in play, though, on the top side. AOG will drop down. Song only going to knock up the minions, though. Not going to set up anybody from Gosu Nighthorde in that engagement. And the inhibitor will fall. Dez will claim it. Gets a kill as well. Finds Super Death. Mikasa finds Superman. Song needs to fend them off with Super Myth and Call of Batuti. Legend will find the third. All 5 members standing strong for Gosu Nighthorde, and now will take the inhibitor in the mid lane. Trex, this may be it. This may be a game winner in the making. An advantage for this series in game number 3. Gosu Nighthorde has done it. They have taken them down.
Okay, so maybe Gosu Nighthorde just needed to rev up a little bit. Maybe they just needed to let the engine run for a game before they were in full force, because right here, Gosu Nighthorde has not been giving a chance for Overskilled to breathe. I don't know what switch got flipped from game 1 to game 2 and 3, but right now Gosu Nighthorde is just dominating on the map. I mean, we saw a lot of problems with the way Mikasa was playing in game number 1, and now in 2 and 3, Mikasa is just monstering through Super Death. Even with Super Death on the Khalid, Super Death can't seem to withstand.
Yeah, now they're in the lead. This is a massive turnaround. Overskilled has lost their momentum that they were thriving on in game number 1. This is 2 wins in a row for the Nighthorde. They're 1 win away from securing a spot into the playoffs.
I mean, it wasn't even just 2 wins, right? It was 2 clean wins. This one went down before the 12-minute mark, and it feels like Gosu Nighthorde is just getting quicker and quicker with the last game. I feel like maybe they took it a little bit too slow. They must have heard me, because this time Gosu Nighthorde comes in and just takes down these towers fast. They did not waste any time with it at all. Damage taken. Song on this Gatot, man, 94,000 damage taken, and I feel like Song just wasn't even able to make these engages. Even if he got the AOG onto 1 or 2 or 3 members, it didn't matter, because he was immediately bursted down. Even on that last big defense, he comes in, he stops the Numeon Blast from happening, but then he's brought down to about 20% health in a matter of a second and a half. There was just no way for him to hold down the front line.
Right now, Khalid's win rate is getting destroyed in the NACT fall season. Overskilled not able to claim victory here again 2 times in a row. Gosu Nighthorde on a power train and possibly a destination into the playoffs if Overskilled is not careful. Only one more chance to really turn this back around in their favor. A chance to take us to a bonus round.
Bonus round. I'd love to see that graphic once again. It would be very exciting. But at this point, like at this pace, at this curved graph we're looking at right now, Nighthorde just seems to be on the very 90-degree upward slope right now. And Overskilled, even with power picks, right? Even with the Khalid and the Gatot and the Ling, any top tier team's dream picks, they're unable to withstand the pressure. And honestly, Gosu Nighthorde picks up some more off-brandy picks, maybe not S tier, but still viable picks with the Lolita, with the Lilia, with not with the Lilia, with the Valentine. The Valentine is good, but with the Lolita in the CC. But honestly, they work so well, and now I'm thinking, CC actually does a good job against the Khalid. It's able to kite back. It could be an answer to the Khalid for future teams.
That's a really good read too, because I'm like, what do you do against the Khalid? And hey, we're getting to see a firsthand experience, and the CC's being very effective within today's match, and maybe it could be a game plan going forward. Speaking of going forward though, one more shot for Overskilled to stay inside of this series. But like you said, that graph is quickly going on an upward slope for the side of Gosu Nighthorde. Now, that almost makes you ask the question, what happened in game 1? Was it really at all Overskilled in that advantage, or was it just luck with the split push?
I mean, I don't think it was just luck with the split push. I think also they did win out in the early game, right? They were in control of that game. There was a moment where Gosu Nighthorde were about to take back control, and then they won with the split push. So I think Overskilled has shown that they have the ability to take the game. I think what it also could have been, like I said, maybe Gosu Nighthorde just wasn't revved up enough. Maybe it took a little time for the engine to heat up, man. It's cold up north. It's getting cold right now. But now let's take a look at the point spread. Last minute, Gosu Nighthorde and Overskilled. Overskilled's now dropped down to 5 points. Gosu Nighthorde 6 points, tied up with MLC Maple Leaf, man. And if Gosu Nighthorde gets this last game on the map, it's sweet, sweet playoffs for them.
It's funny, you said it's cold up north, and it gets even colder as you climb up this ladder for the NACT fall season. And we're learning that firsthand today between all of these competitors as we jump into the draft for game number 4. An opportunity for Overskilled to take us into a bonus round. The second bonus we have seen possibly this NACT fall season, but it's up to them to achieve that. Night Horde, on the other hand, a chance for them to close out this series and earn that title as a top 4 team and a playoffs contender.
Okay, we just saw the big switch up though. Look at this draft right here. Look who finally picked up the Khalid. Mikasa.
They need to boost that win rate. He's been losing too much. We gotta get it back up there.
Yeah, we definitely gotta get it back up there. And then Alcyone locks in the Gatasso, literally a mirror draft from last time, except this time OS, Overskilled on the blue side. They take the Valentina first. They give up the Khalid and the Gatot, and this time they're going to switch up. They're going to go for the Edith, which again could be EXP, could definitely be a roam position. You know, lots of choices for Overskilled here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of choices on the board, but that duo combination, it's just a repetitive pattern. The Gatat and the Khalid have been side by side all day today. Maybe it's just the new powerhouse duo that you prioritize when you're second in the draft. But for Overskilled, again, this is similar to their drafting style, right? When they like to prioritize that Valentina. A lot of teams are prioritizing this Valentina first in the draft as well to provide some pressure. The Aurora will have a lot of crowd control now working in Night Horde's favor to stop Overskilled in their tracks. Now, I would say it's a little even in terms of engagement, but I feel like Night Horde is just a couple, maybe just like one step ahead of them in the macro, at least within the last game. So Overskilled is definitely going to have to be a little bit more aggressive in the early. You don't want to see them be too reactionary. There's a lot of magic, though, right now. There's 3 magic heroes in Overskilled's hero pool so far.
All they need now is a magic marksman and a magic roamer, and they're in the game, man. No, I do like the Julian here, right? I think the Julian worked very well, and I'm surprised they didn't pick it in game 2 or 3. I think Myth really showed a lot of promise on it. He was able to secure a lot of objectives with it. He was able to get in, get out, use the crowd control along with it. So maybe this could be the change up, getting back to kind of the roots of game number 1. Looking into these bans though, last ban for the side of Overskilled, do they keep hitting into this marksman lane with the Kerrigan, the Moskov gone from Night Horde? Now Overskilled like, fine, you want to ban marksman? We'll join in with you. But the problem is Night Horde has first pick, and they could still go for something like an Alice here. They could still pick up some, there goes the Claude ban. Literally, Ruby's open. Ruby's definitely still a possibility for one of the teams if they want. I think Ruby gold lane is probably one of the best fighter gold laners right now you could pick up.
Yeah, Beatrix could be a safe option as well. The Alice, like you kind of mentioned before, has been very effective this NACT. And it's going to be picked up from the side of the Night Horde. And now Overskilled, they're going to have to pick up their gold laner to kind of pair up against that. Possibly something more in the physical department would shine a little bit better, especially with already being heavily stacked on the magic side of the table. Roamer. We still got to see if that Edith is going to be put in the roam position. I mean, you do have the Valentina, you have the AOG to be able to use against them, you have the Desert, the Raging Sandstorm to be able to use against them as well. You could do a couple of things here, right? You can pull out the Grok, you could hug the wall, negate a lot of that crowd control that they have for the side of Night Horde and look for a wild charge setup. I think that'd be great, especially if you want to dive in and create a play. That would be a strong option. Or you can put Edith inside of the roam position and flex something else into the XP lane. But no, they're going to go ahead and pick up that Grok like we stated. So I'm expecting them to kind of negate a lot of that CC and look for these setups. And hey, if they're going to pull out magic, we might as well too. And there goes that Lunox inside of the gold lane.
So they literally did go like all magic damage though on the side of Overskilled, man. The Luna, like unless Song just goes like BOD Grok, you know, unless he just pulls out the Blade of Despair Grok on us all. Maybe, I mean, it could definitely be an EXP lane Grok here. I got a feeling it will be Roam. But yeah, that is definitely a lot of magic damage on the side of Overskilled. Will this be the last game, Weezy, or is Overskilled going to pull it off?
I hope not, man. I like to see it go the distance all the way to a final game. 2-2 on the scoreboard, 1 more to go. But Overskilled, they have to put on a little bit heavier competition, right? I mean, you mentioned it. The last 2 games from Night Horde, they weren't just wins. They were pretty much set in stone with how well they executed it. Overskilled made a lot of mistakes, and they have to iron those out for game number 4. Their final chance to possibly stay inside of the NACT and move on to the playoffs and even out this series.
Gosu Night Horde on the upward spiral right now, looking to finish things off quick, and it feels like every game has gotten faster and faster for them since game number 2. Can they do it again? I mean, Overskilled goes back to something that worked very well for them in game 1. They put Super Myth on this Julian, and I think against the Bane, against Dez on the Alice, against this more up close and personal team that Night Horde has brought, I think it's a decent answer. If Gosu Night Horde gets caught by a big wild charge and enhanced chains knockup, inertia, like there's a lot of trouble that could be brought to Gosu Night Horde with Overskilled's composition.
Speaking of trouble, Superman giving Dez a little bit of trouble down there, but he does have the range to be able to clear out those minions, but you can tell he's way more comfortable sitting more in the middle of that gold lane. LC1 taking a couple of punches himself in the jungle.
Overall, Overskilled this game around feels like, at least in the laning phase, that they have river control, right? They're moving a little bit faster. Concussive Blast Grok is going to clear those mid waves so fast, paired up with a Valentina. It's going to be scary. There's no way the Legend is going to be able to clear before them, and which means they're always going to have the advantage in rotation, getting to the enemy side of the river and just moving around.
Yeah, and a little bit of a misplay right there. Superman tried to connect with the double knockup and the enhanced chains, but got the minions instead. Nonetheless, it's not really going to cost them anything, as we are going to be seeing this turtle spawn in here momentarily. An opportunity for both teams to take the advantage for the early game, to see who's wearing the pants in this series. You're already seeing Oh My Foe waste no time on the Bane. 2v1 though on the bot side. Super Death does connect on the Legend and Mikasa with the knockup, though very low himself. Don't think he will be able to engage on this turtle song. Winding up with the power of nature, possibly going to get a lot of AoE damage on the way. The Glacier goes in, the knockup, enhanced chains, immobilization, the terrifying Super Myth with the steal will claim the turtle for Overskilled. May be able to get some kills on top of it. Super Myth needing to wrap around and get out of there, but Mikasa may not let him go for free. Wondering if he's going to dive in right there. Decides to wisely disengage.
Super Myth and Kyle Patootie did that so cleanly. For a second, I felt like Gosu Night Horde definitely had the turtle, maybe even a kill. But the IMU Avatar Guardian comes out, gets the knockup onto Oh My Foe. Super Myth dashes in, gets a bunch of damage and a knockup onto Oh My Foe as well, and they take the turtle. And this is what I mean, Super Myth on this Julian is definitely very clean, and I honestly feel like it's kind of his star jungler currently, and he does, once again, so well at getting these turtles in the early game.
Yeah, just able to kind of prioritize the crowd control, the damage, and then to also get the retro steal last minute. Puts Overskilled a little bit ahead with the slightest advantage, and we know you give a team an inch and they can go a mile. Not something that Night Horde wants to take lightly, but speaking of Night Horde, Franco gonna grab the cameraman all at the same time. You are gonna go ahead and see Song forced to recall back to the base.
That darn Franco, he does it to me every time I'm in charge of the cameraman. Dez, though, in trouble. Superman! The 1v1 flowing blood didn't come quick enough. And now a lot of action with the purple buff.
And the purple buff battle. Mikasa forced the flicker and used the quicksand to keep himself alive. LC1 rushes in, a couple more hits, takes down Super Myth. May be able to get another, frozen in his tracks, and LC1 to secure the deal. Super Death will fall. A 2-for-none trade. Gosu Night Horde takes the lead on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they take the lead on the scoreboard. They take the lead in gold, about 600 right now. After losing that first turtle, getting a kill on a Super Myth was huge. Luckily, they make something up after Dez losing two. It's a big win for Gosu Night Horde, but they have one big problem on the map right now, and that could end up being in Superman.
Oh, and problems are arising. This time in the turtle pit, deadliest catch does go out by Oh My Foe. A little bit of a wasted utility, though, may be punished for. LC1 hit with the knockup. Hit with a lot of crowd control. Put on a trampoline with Mikasa beside him, and Super Myth gets the double.
Whoa.
Oh My Foe need to get back to safety. A triple kill from Super Myth. Legend wants no parts on this, but Trex, I think he's going to go for it. I think he wants to steal, but a little too late, and Overskilled will take the turtle.
Listen, he's not a legend. He's a myth. Super Myth in flesh and blood right now with the triple kill. Just got the blood wings in. He's going for a tower now. He's not even an EXP laner. And then Superman giving the 1-2 punch down to Dez on the bot side. Overskilled are in control of this game, and what we thought might have been a game 1 luck is turning into game 3 power right now, and Overskilled really wanted to take this the distance.
Yeah, gonna take the turret on the top side as well, giving them map advantage. Dez did his best trying to punish on the bot side, able to chip down a lot of that HP on that tier 3, but not able to make it fall, which means Night Horde did not find a trade from losing that turtle and also that turret. Overskilled now has the map advantage in the early game.
All right, so with Overskilled having this advantage, we come down to the last turtle in 1 minute. Overskilled, not too far ahead, right? Gosu Night Horde still definitely in this. It's not like the gold lead is out of control. Oh My Foe will only get stronger and stronger in the Bane, but hold on, Super Myth in trouble.
Yeah, putting a lot of eggs in one basket with Super Myth on the top side. They will overpressure him with sheer numbers. Super Myth will fall, shut down, but on the bot side, traded for a turret.
I mean, Gosu Night Horde gets this bottom tower. They might be able to take a top tower as well, possibly here. It's definitely, I mean, pretty soon with that wave crashing in on top, Gosu Night Horde's going to start to have a bit more control over the map, and we're already seeing Oh My Foe maybe start scaling a bit.
Ooh, not able to get the turret, though. Looks like they were going in for it, but caught by Night Horde just in the nick of time. Ooh. You're going to see the Raging Sandstorm flicker play. Mikasa finding Super Death, forcing out the wild charge to safety from Song.
Okay, Gosu Night Horde. Mikasa with a beautiful last-second flicker on the Raging Sandstorm. Super Death thought he got away from that one. Definitely did not. Can Overskilled come for this turtle? Super Myth might try.
AOG does drop down. Turtle at about 10% HP. Oh My Foe will claim it for the Night Horde. Gets a kill. Finds Kawa Patootie. Superman is next. Will fall. Turns him back to Clark Kent. Finds the kryptonite he's been looking for.
Okay, Oh My Foe wants to prove that he belongs in the jungle position on this team. He takes a death early on. And now, even after taking an AOG to the face, he keeps his cool. He waits to use the deadly catch and gets the out-retry over Super Myth. Very well played. And at this point, Oh My Foe is starting to scale a little bit, man. He's 3-1-2. That Crab Claw Cannon is going to hurt more and more and more, to where on the other side of the coin, the other side of the card, Super Myth might start downscaling a bit. The early game aggression that the Julian can bring may not be as important. Oh My Foe took the long route, went for the BOD as his second item. He's got War Axe. That Crab Claw Cannon is definitely going to start hitting. I'm wondering if he's just going to go full damage, like go for Malefic Roar next, and just be a monster.
And I think we'll get the opportunity to see that here momentarily. You're looking at Night Horde maybe going in to possibly take a tier 2 turret. Look at Foe, look at Mikasa. Super Myth spotted out, forcing out the Raging Sandstorm back to the mid lane, but not going to stop the fight. Deadliest catch goes out. Freaking Glacier as well. Oh My Foe will find Super Death. Dez will find Song. 2 members down for the side of Overskilled and climbing. Brilliance has been activated, but is it enough to get Superman back to safety? It is, but a lane opportunity play for Gosu Night Horde to take down the tier 2.
And another person who had a bit of a slow start is Dez, and now he's able to be aggressive. Now that he's with the team where he belongs, not just sitting in the off lane on a bad matchup against the Lunox, he's able to actually get really involved, and he can be the diver that he needs to be. He can push Overskilled back with his team. And at this point, Gosu Night Horde is back to the strategy that they like. Have 4 members grouped up, have 1 person play in the off lane, and just push, push, push.
Right now, Gosu Night Horde is pushing a lot harder than Overskilled, pushing their way into the Lord Pit and zoning out Overskilled from being able to enter. You're going to see the enhanced chains for the knockup. Oh My Foe with the separation will be able to get this Lord, and now joins the fight. Dez will find Song. You're going to see Deadliest Catch go down as well. The Crab Claw Cannon to make up the distance. We'll find Super Myth. Dez with the double. Find Super Death, but shut down by Kawa Patootie. Mikasa will find Superman. Kawa Patootie all by himself in the 4-man team of Gosu Night Horde. Can he hold him off? Does he have enough time? Rushes in, clears the minions. Big brain play. He has bought the time he was looking for.
All right, so Overskilled back on the map. Back on the map, everyone's going to come back up, but Gosu Night Horde doesn't seem to care. They're going to keep on pushing in. They have this lead. They have, I mean, it's what, 7K at this point? They are well ahead. And when you have that kind of lead, and when the whole enemy team is full of magic damage at this point, I'm sure they've gotten in plenty of magic defense items. The burst that Overskilled had in the beginning isn't as effective anymore.
Speaking of effective, another chance to open up this base and claim this victory, close out this series, and move on forward to the playoffs. Gosu Night Horde, they have a Lord, but minions are falling short. Just 3 on the bot side. 5v5. Do they go in for this opportunity? Yes, they do. Deadliest Catch will connect onto Song, but not deal enough damage. Raging Sandstorm to make up the difference, so Song very low. Forced to hug the wall and go back to safety. 1 minion to go through on the base crystal. Quickly bursted down by Super Myth. 5v5. Dazzle finds Superman. 1 member down for Overskilled. Can they get another? Claw Cannon, oh my foe, finds one, finds another, finds all 3 as Call Opportunity falls. Gosu Night Horde has done it, has turned this series around, and has closed it out to earn the final seat to the playoffs against Overskilled.
And just like that, Night Horde proves why they're here, why their name has become household in NACT. They make it to the playoffs. They have a rough start, but show in game 2, 3, and 4 that they can compete right here. I mean, and they did it in such a clean fashion. Those last 3 games were theirs through and through.
Yeah, definitely well-deserved in a hard-fought battle, but overall, the micro and the macro scaling through this series, and they came on top repeatedly, right? Not just the second game, but 3 games in a row. They're able to claim victorious, and that's not the easiest thing to be able to pull off for any team in an NACT, and they have done it. Definitely look forward to seeing them as they make it into the playoffs, the final seat. But like we said, the higher you climb up that ladder, the colder it gets, so they better bring some jackets.
Better bring some jackets, because if I can tell you one thing, the playoffs are definitely going to be cold. There's going to be a lot of teams hungry for this, and it's not going to get any easier from here on out. But Gosu Night Horde, with their rightful slot, stealing it away from Maple Leaf. I mean, it's been a 2-day story that we've been watching. It's been a weekend where we've seen wins and losses, upsets, game 5s. We've seen it all, and there's no better way to finish out the regular season. Gosu Night Horde, taking a look at some of these stats. Mikasa, man, after having such a rough game 1, I feel like really just came in so cleanly, and even on my phone, I feel like every player on the team had a couple rough moments and were able to brush themselves off very quickly and get right back into the game.
That's right. They were able to find their composure and make the most out of the situation, even when there was times when they made a mistake. And that's what happens when you have resiliency, right? These teams are able to bounce back even when they fall down to the ground. And that's what's going to make them a heavy contender in the playoffs, especially when they go up against teams who rarely make mistakes at all. Hopefully this makes them even more effective. Got to give credits over to Overskilled, though a newly formed team, some fresh faces in North America, but they put on a show.
All right, so taking a look at some of these replays, the last replays of the night here. Alcyon with some beautiful plays, some beautiful AOGs. Super Myth started to have some trouble as this game moved forward. Took a death early on, but was able to still kind of help control, help get a couple turtles. Even here, we see Super Myth. This is when the big triple came in. And I mean, just kind of comes online. And for a second, it felt like Overskilled had this game. Even Dez getting a 1v1 in the bot lane, but I think this is the point when we saw Super Myth take this second death. We saw Oh My Foe start to do more and more damage, that the game really turned around. And even here, they go for this tower take, and as they're running away, Mikasa's like, okay, it's time to shine. Hits that beautiful flicker play to secure the kill, and from there on out, I think it's just in Night Horde's hand. Oh My Foe starts showing up at these neutral objectives. Super Myth, the same strategies that they were using to get the turtles before are no longer working. And Night Horde just seems to kind of have Overskill's book read and completed.
Yeah, well-deserved victory over there for Gosu Night Horde to push through the base crystal to turn this series back around and win 3-2-1. Sending Overskilled out of this NACT fall season and securing their spot into the playoffs. Trex, we only have 4 teams remaining, and now it's playoffs time, baby. It's make it or break it, but we got to stop over to our host Zeke and see what he thinks about all of this chaos in the Land of Dawn.
Man, what a good game. They started off a little bit slow. I was glad to see Night Horde, just because I voted for them, and I really needed one to be right. Congratulations. A big victory to Night Horde, securing their playoffs seat. Absolutely astonishing. I know we kind of expected it a little bit coming into it because of their presence in NACTs prior, but it's absolutely fantastic, again, to see them coming back.
Yeah, it's definitely really cool. I think we always hope for kind of these down-the-wire finishes in regular season. It's what makes the last days exciting, and you're not just having games where it's like, oh, this game doesn't really matter. Either way, playoffs is secured. I'm glad things ended the way they did, because it keeps all of us casters, viewers, fans, players, everyone on their toes with their eyes on the screen.
Yeah, and I mean, this NACT has been full of surprises, right? Even all the way back from the qualifiers, when you've seen teams that you thought for sure would have made. I mean, even the Simpsons was.
I don't want. Don't you bring up the Simpsons? Don't
all right,
you?
A little too soon. Maybe as we get into the playoffs, we'll revisit this conversation. But yeah, I mean, they're top 8 contenders. Even though they don't make it into the playoffs, some of these teams, you can't take them lightly, and I hope to see them in future NACTs to come.
Well spoken. And I think that there's a couple points that I want to talk to you guys about, but after the interview. Again, let's get back to the professional players. Let's see what the real people got to say. Dez, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. We just made it to playoffs, so of course it's a really good feeling.
Take that breath, that sigh of relief. I gotta know, man, was there any doubts coming into this match?
Definitely yes, because like me and my team, we haven't really like been screaming or like playing together. It was mostly me and the roamer Sharky, like just ranking and stuff, but we didn't play as a team until like today's tournament matches. So there was a little bit of doubt, but obviously like we trust each other, so we kind of like fix those issues in game, and I think we did well.
Sure. I did notice that you guys started off a little bit slow in that first game. So did you guys do as well towards the end as you wanted to?
Yeah, I mean, the main issue like the first game was like the comp that we were going against. Like in objectives, or jungler 4, he just kept getting targeted and stunned, so we couldn't like really secure anything. And then at the end, the Moscow just backdoored because we made a bad call. It was a team decision, and it was just a bad call. And we knew that, and we just like we didn't let that like bring us down. We just kept doing better and better throughout the matches.
That's good. So, with going into the playoffs, this is a little bit of a spicy question. Who do you think the weak link of the playoffs is going to be?
Like in the team? Oh, all the teams? Yo, do I gotta answer that? I don't want to answer that. Yo, don't do this to me. I'm not answering that.
No, I'm just
Nah, the weak link is us, us. My team. We're the weak link.
No.
Yeah, you gotta stay humble.
So, I do think for the playoffs that you guys might be going up against BTK in the first round. They were also the first team that you guys went up against in the regular season, and they beat you guys up pretty bad.
Yeah.
Do you think that you guys have prepared yourselves in a way that is going to allow you to not let that happen again, or even to just beat them as a whole in the playoff series?
I'm sure we're still gonna struggle, but it's definitely a lot better now because Fo is in the team. Before he wasn't, so we didn't have a shot caller. So when he came in the team, like he's really good at shot calling, so the team is a lot more comfortable playing around his calls and stuff. And as you know, like I had to switch to goal lane because like Yellow's a good player, but his hero pool was not like good for the meta. So we just did that, and like the team back then compared to now is definitely better. We just gotta like keep practicing, and it's always gonna be tough. It's the big dogs. We keep going against them, but we're gonna try our best.
So, final question for you, and this one's just going to be based off of what you were just saying. Does that mean Oh My Foe is going to be playing with you guys on your primary team for the playoffs?
Yeah. He's been playing with us for 2 weeks now, and like we're gonna keep playing with him unless he like he doesn't have time, of course, because I'm sure he has like responsibilities and all of that. But yeah, we're gonna stick to this lineup and see what happens.
Awesome. Well, I'm not going to take up too much of your time. Thank you for the interview. Congratulations on the big win today. I'm very proud of you guys, and I look forward to watching you guys in the playoffs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. What a good guy. Love him.
Good shot, Zeke. You shot your shot, man, but Dez was a little too smart for it. And I love his reaction. Just starts laughing. I'm like, no, wait, do I have to answer this? Hold on. I don't really actually have to answer these questions, dude. Definitely, you know, I'm really glad Dez is finally kind of showing face in NACT. He definitely brings a nice vibe here.
It's funny because he's very humble, and I respect it, right? A lot of players would just sit there and say, oh yeah, like we're gonna dominate, we're gonna do this, but you know, he knows his weaknesses, and you can turn that into some of your strongest strengths as you move forward in NACT. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they compete in the playoffs.
Little known fact, Dez is actually my wife's favorite player. She watched him play X-Board once, and she said there's no going back. And Dez, of course, the MVP of the series. Congratulations to him. Absolutely showing up and showing out today.
Dez definitely the MVP. Sorry, my brain went somewhere else for a second. Dez playing the MVP. I mean, Dez definitely, I think, showing too, we kind of questioned how's he going to do in the gold lane. And even in that last game where he had some problems on the Alice, losing in the 1v1, eventually stepped up to the plate and kind of held down the front line of his team, getting some beautiful flowing blood stuns into the game. So, and there's been a lot of talk about Dez. I feel like from the beginning of the season to now, from the moment we knew he was going to be in top 8, you know, how's he going to fare in the NACT finally in the playing field? And so far, Dez has fared very well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy stepping into a new role. Not necessarily new for him, but new for us to see in the NACT fall season, right? Jumping into the gold lane, primarily you've seen him more as that jungle positioning. That's what he's kind of known for in North America. But he rose to the occasion today. He got an MVP. Kind of reminds me of other players that we've seen do this exact same thing. Mark Cutie. You've seen him run several different roles, and all of them were very impressive. And it just shows you how much of a valuable asset he is to the team.
And I think that it goes without saying that that's something that we do expect from these people that we consider to be the elite players of the North American scene. Like, these best players, like, they're not just good at their respective role. They're able to be put into almost any role and still be successful. A lot of the players are still very one-dimensional, and that is something that I love about the NACT teams, the top teams.
Yeah, so I mean, at this point now, it's playoffs, baby. It's playoffs, baby. I'm excited for it, man. We got 4 of the top teams, and we get a little peek at what is to come. Cloud9 going against Godspeed, BTK up against Gosu, Horde, Wheezy.
Yeah, it's going to be the powerhouse teams of North America. Make it or break it, and they're running out of chances to be able to stay inside of this NACT. It is going to be a loser's bracket as well. So if you fall in the best of 5 for round 1, you have another shot in a best of 3 the following weekend. We'll have to see how it plays off, though. Cloud9 and Godspeed going head-to-head is definitely going to be exciting. But all of these matches are going to be on fire with BTK and Gosu Horde with the second series.
I'm actually very excited for Gosu Horde to be able to have that match of revenge against BTK, especially starting off in the playoffs. We've kind of seen BTK falter a little bit more throughout the regular season, which I feel kind of strange saying, as where we've seen Horde getting better and better and better. So I wonder if this is going to be a totally flip-sided matchup from what we saw in the beginning of the season.
I mean, one thing about playoffs bracket is it is a very different game than what we've seen the past 3 weeks, right? Everything is on the line. You know exactly who you're going to be going up against, and you now have a week to get completely prepared for it, right? And that's what I think is going to come down to these 4 teams. Who comes up into this week the most prepared? I think all 4 teams are strong. All 4 teams could get the win, whether it's a dominating win or an upset win. So who's going to be the most prepared for playoffs?
Yeah, it's going to boil down to the nitty-gritty and who wants it the most, right, and who's preparing for it. So lots on the line for the playoffs, so definitely make sure you guys tune in. Today was full of surprises. This whole entire NACT has been full of surprises, and we're just glad to be able to watch it and cast it alongside you guys.
Speaking of the nitty-gritty, I do think that it's time that I hit the gritty and get up on out of here. I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you so much for the awesome day and the awesome matches. Thank you everybody for coming out. We love you guys, and we will see you guys next week.